What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 5 Hectares Chapter 111 This is Chidori. Yi Yu looked at Naruto and said lightly, you will know in the future. It doesn't matter if you don't know now. Yi Yu naturally wouldn't explain it to Naruto. With Sasuke's character, even more so. Sakura was completely immersed in her fantasy and couldn't care less about Naruto. Looking at the moon in the sky, Yi Yu said, it's already very late. Let's stop here today. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura all nodded. Just when Yi Yu was about to leave, Sasuke stopped Yi Yu. Yi Yu, Teacher Kakashi said that after tomorrow, we can rest for a long time. I wonder if you can practice with me during this time? Right here. Yi Yu was a little embarrassed. Naruto was very interested. Sasuke, I want to practice too. You can't even think of running away. Now Sasuke no longer regards Naruto as his rival, but Naruto still regards Sasuke as his rival. Sasuke didn't refuse. Sasuke had changed a lot at this point. He had never called him Kakashi-sensei before, but now he has started calling him Kakashi-sensei. He is not as aloof as before, but he still talks less. If Naruto wanted to come together, he would naturally not have any objections. He happened to also want to know how powerful Nine Tails was in Naruto's body and see if Naruto could master the power of Nine Tails. Seeing Yi Yu's embarrassed look, Sasuke said, if you have time, come again. If there is a mission, don't force it. Yi Yu was speechless. If there was a mission, of course he wouldn't be able to come. It's just that he did so much in the hope that Sasuke and Naruto wouldn't come to haunt him. Don't bother him. Now look, why is Sasuke still pestering him? All the efforts I made before co-authoring were in vain. Sakura on the side also said, yes Yi Yu, if you weren't here, we wouldn't know how to practice at all. We believe in you. And with you here, Naruto can still control himself even if he goes berserk. Sakura gave another reason. Although Naruto curled his lips and refused to admit that he would go berserk during training. But he now knows Nine Tails better, and Yi Yu talked to him a lot. So he knew that if he subconsciously used Nine Tails chakra while practicing, he would run the risk of going berserk. Even if Yi Yu adds a seal, Naruto can't be stopped. Advertisement after all, although Yi Yu's seal is very strong, as long as Naruto takes the initiative to break the seal will be opened. Unlike 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, Yi Yu gave Naruto the key to the 8-sign seal. Naruto can choose whether to open it or not. Namikaze Minato gave the key to the seal to the toad on Mount Myoboku. So now it is difficult for Naruto to open the seal of Namikaze Minato, but he can easily open the seal left by Yi Yu. The reason why Yi Yu gave Naruto the key to the seal was to respect his wishes. If he wants Nine Tails chakra, he can open it himself, and of course he will be responsible for the consequences. Yi Yu looked at Sakura and said, don't worry about this. As long as Naruto doesn't take the initiative to open the seal, it's hard for him to go berserk. Unless he demands chakra from Nine Tails by force. If Naruto forcibly asks Nine Tails for chakra and Nine Tails is willing to give it, he will still go berserk, because with his current strength, he cannot control Nine Tails chakra. There is another possibility that after Naruto becomes angry, or uses chakra excessively, and consumes all his chakra, his body will passively seize Nine Tails chakra out of self-preservation. In this case, Naruto will still go berserk and even Nine Tails can't control it. After all, Naruto, as a Nine Tails Jinchuriki, originally had the ability to use part of Nine Tails chakra. That part of chakra, Nine Tails itself cannot control. Before Naruto is recognized by Nine Tails and becomes a perfect Jinchuriki, there will be a part of the chakra between him and Nine Tails that is not controlled by both parties. When Naruto is recognized by Nine Tails and becomes the perfect Jinchuriki, he can fully control all of his and Nine Tails chakras. Yi Yu naturally didn't want to be a sparring partner for several people. He doesn't expect to have any missions during this period, so he plans to go to the database to read the ninjutsu and some historical information in it. After hearing Yi Yu's rejection, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto were all a little disappointed. After this period of getting along, they have long regarded Yi Yu as a good friend. And getting along with Yi Yu, they really have a different feeling. It feels very good. He is different from other people in the village. The most important thing is to get along with Yi Yu. You can really learn a lot from him. They naturally hope that Yi Yu can practice with them during this period. It's just that Yi Yu doesn't want to, and there's nothing they can do. Seeing the three people's disappointed looks, Yi Yu thought for a moment in order to avoid any emotional fluctuations among the three people and said, I'll come when I have time. I'm very interested in Sharingan. I will also help Naruto master the power of Nine Tails. Sakura, you don't have time to practice with them. You should use this vacation to learn Taijutsu and Genjutsu with Mr. Kakashi. You only master the three-body technique now, right? Only mastering these ninjutsu will not have much lethality in battle. Sakura was stunned for a moment. Advertisement she looked at Sasuke. Of course she wanted to practice with Sasuke, but Yi Yu was right. Helplessly, she could only nod her head. Okay, I will ask Teacher Kakashi to study. And Sasuke, you should also learn how to develop Sharingan from Mr. Kakashi. Although you know the method recorded by your family, in practice, you are still far behind Mr. Kakashi. And Kakashi-sensei has a ninjutsu that's perfect for you. Sasuke was stunned for a moment. What ninjutsu? Yi Yu said nothing and slowly raised his right hand, not even making a seal, just a thought. Countless golden arcs appeared on his right side. Stab, in an instant, the dark night was illuminated as bright as day by Yiyu's ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is called Chidori, and it is an extremely lethal ninjutsu developed by Kakashi-sensei. It's Class A, it's very difficult, but it's also very powerful. The difference between Yiyu's Chidori and Kakashi's is that he no longer needs the seals at this time, and his Chidori will only make the sound of thunder and arcing at the moment it is activated, and then it will be completely silent. This is very good for assassination. If Kakashi knew about it, he would probably be shocked. He knew that Yiyu's Chidori had a small voice, but he didn't know that Yiyu didn't need to form seals to activate Chidori now. Now Yiyu's Chidori, or rather all of his lightning-style ninjutsu or Muji ninjutsu. As long as he wants to, he can activate it anytime and anywhere. This was the case with the Thundernet in the secret room just now. Just a thought from Yiyu started, extremely fast. When they saw Yiyu releasing Chidori, Sasuke were stunned. They have not seen Yiyu release Chidori. They could feel the intense danger from Chidori's shining golden arcs. Although this ninjutsu is not as shocking as Thundernet, they can tell that it is not the same ninjutsu as Thundernet. This ninjutsu seems to have a terrifying power that can penetrate everything. Sasuke looked more and more excited as he looked at Chidori in Yiyu's hand. He liked this ninjutsu at first sight. Chapter 112 Naruto wants to learn Chidori? Naruto looked at the Chidori in Yiyu's hand and said excitedly, Yiyu, this ninjutsu is so handsome, teach me, teach me. Yiyu looked at Naruto, shook his head and said, Naruto, this ninjutsu is not suitable for you. What's inappropriate? You obviously just want to teach Sasuke, not me. Naruto complained. Yiyu was a little helpless, but he could only explain patiently, this ninjutsu needs to rush in front of the opponent to assassinate it when attacking. So if you are not fast enough, your opponent will interrupt your attack before you attack, or even kill you. It's because the attack speed is very fast, so if your eyes can't keep up, you won't even be able to see where your opponent is, and the position of the attack will not be accurate, which will cause extremely serious consequences. The reason why I say this ninjutsu is suitable for Sasuke is because Sasuke has Sharingan. During the fast attack, Sasuke's Sharingan can help him determine the opponent's position, and he can also see how the opponent counterattacks during fast movement. Hearing Yiyu's explanation, Sasuke, who just thought Chidori was handsome, nodded, I see, so this ninjutsu is not easy to learn. In addition to my Sharingan, I also need my body to be able to do it quickly. Reaction. Yiyu smiled and said, yes, this is the key point of this technique. If these 2 points cannot be achieved, then this technique will not only have little lethality, but will even backfire on the user. This is an A-level ninjutsu. Not only is it difficult to learn, it's also very dangerous. Sasuke and Sakura both nodded. They naturally knew what A-level ninjutsu was. Sasuke learned ninjutsu because he had learned it when he was young, and he knew the conditions of ninjutsu at all levels. Sakura learned it in ninja school. Naruto on the side was confused. What speed is faster? Yiyu, you just don't want to teach me. HMPH, your relationship with Sasuke is better, right? Naruto folded his hands and turned his head away, not looking at Yiyu. Yiyu's mouth twitched slightly. He said it so clearly, but Naruto didn't understand. Yiyu could only say, I said so much, I just want to express one meaning, that is, this ninjutsu is not suitable for you. First let's talk about whether you can learn it. Even if you learn it, you won't be able to use it well without Sharingan. Do you understand now? Naruto still insisted that Yiyu didn't teach him on purpose. Seeing Naruto still have this attitude, he had a headache. After thinking about it, Yiyu could only say with a wry smile, well, you and Sasuke go to find Mr. Kakashi together. Then he will let you know why this ninjutsu is not suitable for you. Advertisement. The only thing Yiyu could think of that Naruto could understand was that he didn't have the thunder attribute chakra. Directly cut off his idea of learning Chidori from the source, so there is no need to trouble him again. By then it is estimated that Kakashi will teach Naruto a few wind-release ninjutsu to appease him. Yiyu thought to herself, Teacher Kakashi, don't blame me. You will probably be fine during this period of time anyway. Instead of hiding at home and reading a book, you might as well be a good teacher seriously. At the same time, Kakashi, who had returned home, sneezed twice. Kakashi was very confused. He didn't seem to have a cold, so why was he sneezing? Now Yiyu could understand why Kakashi was unwilling to teach Naruto and asked him to learn from Ebisu. With Kakashi's character, he would probably be annoyed by Naruto. Naruto's biggest problem is that he lacks basic knowledge, or in other words, he basically didn't learn it in the ninja school. After all, he failed every theory test. So if you want to teach Naruto, you can only use a very stupid method that is only suitable for him. Now that Naruto has not shown his advantage, Kakashi will probably have a mental collapse due to Naruto's questioning. Although Ebisu didn't have a good impression of Naruto, he was indeed a very professional teacher. Otherwise the third Hokage would not have given Konohamaru to Ebisu to teach. And Yiyu became impatient after being asked 2 or 3 questions. If it weren't for the peaceful heart he had cultivated over the years, he would have collapsed in his previous life. There is a feeling of teaching children to learn, and that kind of mentality really explodes. Naruto also agreed with Yiyu's words, although he was a little unhappy that he couldn't directly learn ninjutsu from Yiyu. Kakashi knew how to do ninjutsu, and it was the same with Kakashi. Although he felt that Kakashi was definitely not as strong as Yiyu, Kakashi was still an elite jonin. After the mission in the Country of Waves, both Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura all agreed that Yiyyu's strength has surpassed Kakashi. Even Kakashi himself has this idea. Only Yiyyu still feels that his current strength can only be regarded as Jonin's level. In fact, in Kakashi's eyes, Yiyyu's strength is already at the Hokage level. Yiyyu seemed to lack combat experience, but during the battle, Kakashi didn't notice Yiyyu's lack of combat experience at all. Yiyyu handles every battle as well as Jonin. Coupled with hard power, Yiyyu's comprehensive strength is definitely at the film level, and he is also a strong one among the film level. Advertisement. Even Kakashi felt that Yiyyu didn't need much practical experience, his hard power was enough. After Naruto agreed, Yiyyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before, he was most afraid of being entangled by Sasuke, because Sasuke was very stubborn and would rarely give up if he targeted someone. Who knew Naruto would be even more difficult to deal with? Fortunately, he tricked Naruto into Kakashi. If Kakashi knew what Yiyyu was thinking, he would probably have to discuss it with Yiyyu. Yiyyu looked at the sky and said, "Okay, it's settled. I have to leave first. I'm too tired." After finishing speaking, he did not wait for a few people to say anything else. His figure has disappeared in front of several people. The speed was extremely fast, for fear of another accident. Because Naruto and Sakura were afraid to walk on the streets of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke sent them out of the Uchiha clan's territory before returning. Now Sasuke is not as cold as before. Although he still talks less, he also knows how to care about other people's feelings. When Yiyyu got home, he washed up and took a rest. He planned to go to the data room tomorrow to take a look at Konoha's ninjutsu. Although he has mastered many powerful ninjutsu, Yiyyu is still looking forward to it when he thinks that all the ninjutsu in Konoha are stored in the database. Whether it's the Flying Thunder God, various powerful sealing techniques, or various forbidden techniques, Yiyyu wants to see them all. What Yiyyu doesn't know is that the third generation's promotion of him to Chunin has spread throughout the major families and major forces in Konoha village. What makes it difficult for major families and various forces to imagine is that Yiyyu did not become Chunin at the age of 12. Although there are not many people who became Chunin younger than Yiyyu in the history of Konoha, they are not few either. Kakashi is. Kakashi even graduated from ninja school at the age of 5 and became a Chunin at the age of 6. Uchiha Itachi also graduated at the age of 9 and became a Chunin at the age of 10. Such people are not very rare in the history of Konoha. But what's weird is that Yiyyu has just graduated from the ninja school. What's even weirder is that he has just completed 2 D-level tasks and 1 C-level task. With his workload, he is not qualified to be a Chunin in any case. But third generation actually promoted him to Chunin, and what they couldn't figure out was that Yiyyu's grades in the ninja school were very average, at the middle level. How could such a person allow third generation to personally promote to Chunin? For a time, Yiyyu became the center of conversation among major families and forces in Konoha. Chapter 113. Danzo noticed Yiyyu Konoha, the root headquarters. Danzo leaned on crutches and listened to his subordinates' reports. After listening, Danzo frowned. What the hell is Hiruzen doing? Why would he suddenly promote a kid who doesn't see anything special about him? Danzo-sama, what I find strange is that this time Kakashi left the village to perform a mission, he took the child with him. Upon hearing this, Danzo suddenly thought of something. Isn't that guy Hiruzen trying to cultivate a 4th generation? Danzo was dissatisfied with the fact that Hiruzen Sarutobi passed the position of Hokage to Namikaze Minato. In Danzo's opinion, no one in Konoha is qualified to be a Hokage except him. When Danzo thought of the 4th Hokage, he suddenly became wary. What is the origin of that child? Judging from the information, there is nothing special about him. But why would he let Kakashi take that child with him on a mission? Hiruzen must know that the child is extraordinary, right? Danzo guessed. This move by third generation is very similar to the method used to cultivate 4th Hokage. Yiyyu's mentor, Jonin, was not the same as Kakashi, but he actually went on a mission with Kakashi, and immediately promoted him to Chunin as soon as he returned from the mission. Didn't even explain it to the senior management. Although he does have this power, given Hiruzen Sarutobi's character, he must still explain it. After all, Yiyyu's task load is indeed far from being upgraded to Chunin. But until now Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even say hello to them. If Yiyyu's task load is not reached, then only Yiyyu's strength is very outstanding, even surpassing Chunin's strength, so third generation will be so decisive in letting him become Chunin. Only if he has enough strength can third generation have the confidence to not be afraid of any doubts. But Yiyyu's previous grades in ninja school were average. Belongs to an extremely ordinary level. Putting these doubts together, Danzo suddenly thought of a terrible possibility. That is that third generation deliberately prevented Yiyyu from showing his true strength during the ninja school. In fact, Yiyyu is very strong, and may even be far more powerful than Chunin now. Because Yiyyu's workload is not qualified to be promoted to Chunin no matter what. Advertisement merely reaching Chunin's level of strength is absolutely not enough. There is only one possibility, that is, Yiyyu's strength may have reached Jonin's level. Even during the 4th Ninja War, Jonin was unable to intervene in the battle with Uchiha Madara. But in fact, even among the 5 major ninja villages, the number of Jonin is very small. It can be said that Jonin has the highest combat power among the 5 great ninja villages. And Yiyyu is only 12 years old. At the age of 12, he has the strength of Jonin, and he is still clean and has no family power behind him. Such a person reminded Danzo of Namikaze Minato. He didn't believe that third generation would promote Yu to Chunin for no reason and be so arbitrary. And third generation's move has shown that he conveyed to the outside world that Yu is his person. What is it about Yu that makes him win over? Only Yu's great strength makes him do things that are completely inconsistent with his character. Thinking of this, Danzo's eyes revealed a dangerous look. Holding the crutch in his hand, he said coldly, "Forget it, Hiruzen, fourth generation, I will never let you train another Namikaze Minato. Yamanaka Feng, go and bring that kid, I want to see what that kid is capable of." Yamanaka Kase is one of Danzo's two main bodyguards. A member of the Yamanaka clan, whose strength is Jonin. Yamanaka Feng didn't hesitate at all, nodded and disappeared into the roots. At the same time, among the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Heiichi, the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan and Ino's father. He stood in his room, with Nara Shikaku and Akamichi Dingza sitting behind him. These three people are the older generation of pig, deer and butterfly combination. The three people gathered here because of third generation's actions. Yu didn't take the upgrade to Chunin seriously. But he had no idea what kind of waves his becoming a Chunin would cause among the various families in Konoha. Now is the time of peace. Yu is still a civilian ninja without any background, and the workload is far from enough to be promoted to Chunin. Under such circumstances, third generation's actions are very intriguing. The strangest thing is that third generation did not explain to them. The pig, deer, and butterfly combination is from the third generation group, and they noticed Yu's specialness. Advertisement, especially after checking Yu's information, it seems weird. What is the purpose of third generation's move? Does he really want to train that kid? Yamanaka turned around and looked at Nara Shikaku and Akamichi Dingza. Nara Shikaku said seriously, "Shikamaru and I asked about that kid's information today. I have to say that it's not surprising that third generation wants to train that kid." Yamanaka was stunned for a moment and looked at Nara Shikaku. "Oh, what did Shikamaru say?" Nara Shikaku told everything Shikamaru said to him today. Basically, it's Shikamaru's impression of Yu during his 6 years in the ninja school, and Yu's performance in the graduation exam. Yu had dinner with them before, and Yamada Shu and Motonoko revealed some information about Yu. Although not complete, Nara can detect Yu's extraordinariness. After Akamichi Choza and Yamanaka Hai heard this, they couldn't believe it. A disciple of Kimoto Tongzao can actually withstand that guy's murderous suppression? It seems that boy does have some ability, but he didn't show it in the ninja school. This is a bit scary. Yamanaka couldn't believe that Yu's castle was so deep. In his opinion, Yu must have deliberately hidden his strength during these years in the ninja school. At such a young age, he could actually hold back from showing off. This kind of psychological quality shocked him. But he didn't know that it was actually because Yu's 6 years in the ninja school were indeed average. In addition to mastering theoretical knowledge very well, other assessments were only at an average level despite his best efforts. Akamichi Dingzo frowned and said, "It seems that the child is more powerful than we know, otherwise third generation would never do that. Chunin's strength alone would never allow third generation to make such a decision. I dare say that the child's strength has at least reached that of Jonin. And his real teacher should be Kakashi, not Kimoto. Kakashi is willing to take him with him, which shows that Kakashi is also very optimistic about him. People like this remind me of the fourth generation. Akamichi Choza has performed many missions with Namikaze Minato in the past. He knows fourth generation well. Yu's background and experience are very similar to fourth generation. The attitude of third generation also shows that third generation should cultivate Yu just like it cultivated Minato Namikaze. Promoting Yu to Chunin and letting him participate in Konoha's affairs is the first step. Because now is a time of peace, there are not so many opportunities to make military exploits. If third generation wants to push Yu to the position of Hokage, it can only start from strength and mission. If you want to perform difficult tasks, you first need to upgrade your ninja level. Chapter 114 Yu Speculation. Yamanaka Hai and Nara Shikaku agreed with Akamichi Dingza's words. Yu's background is too similar to Namikaze Minato. But what surprised them was that third Hokage actually planned to train Yu. They originally thought that even if third generation retired when they got old, Kakashi and the others should take over. But now third generation's attitude has made it clear that the person it wants to train is Yu. By letting Kakashi be Yu's teacher, it has given Yu a lot of help. Kakashi has a great reputation among the ninjas of his generation. Among the ninjas of his generation, Kakashi has a strong appeal. As long as Kakashi supports Yu, it means that Yu has the support of Kakashi's generation. However, the three of them did not know that Kakashi wanted to be Yu's teacher. After third generation found out, they just didn't object. One thing the three guessed was right. That is, if Kakashi chooses to support Yu will indeed gain the support of Kakashi's generation. Kakashi has a high reputation among the ninjas of his generation. There are even many ninjas who have a good relationship with Kakashi. The relationship between Asuma, Guy and Kakashi is very good. Both of them recognized Kakashi. If Kakashi supports Yu, there is a high probability that these two people will also support him. Nara Shikaku looked at Yamanaka Heiichi. Then what should we do? After all, third generation has clearly stated its attitude. The three of them are from the Hokage family, so they must express their attitude, or at least do something. Yamanaka Hai frowned. He looked at Akamichi Dingza. Akamichi Dingza waved his hand. Don't even look at me. I'm not good at using my brain. Just you two decide. Yamanaka Hai thought for a while and said, let's not do anything for now. We have to know how strong he is first. Nara Shikaku also nodded, I agree, it's just the beginning, we have plenty of time. The three finally decided not to contact Yi Yu yet. The three of them represent three families, and they will definitely not express their opinions casually. But the three of them have already set their sights on Yi Yu. At the same time, the Hyuga family, the Aburame clan, the Inazuka clan and other families who were classmates of Yi Yu all asked the classmates of the Jonin school who were with Yi Yu in the family and asked them about their impressions of Yi Yu. They were just disappointed with the answer they got. Advertisement because they don't even know there is a person named Yi Yu in their class. This is very embarrassing. Yi Yu's file is in the Hokage office again, and they can't retrieve it. Except for high-level Konoha officials like Danzo, it is difficult for other family patriarchs to view Yi Yu's files. When asked about Yi Yu's former classmates in the family, they also had no idea. It was even outrageous that they didn't know who Yi Yu was. But this adds to the mystery of Yi Yu. That Yi Yu can be so transparent in the ninja school can only show that Yi Yu did it on purpose. Otherwise it is absolutely impossible. They would never have imagined that Yi Yu really didn't mean it before, but he just didn't want to show it or he didn't have the strength to show it. Tonight, many families in Konoha could not sleep. What Yi Yu thought was a normal thing, in their view, was a major event involving the rise and fall of the family. Especially after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the families in Konoha village were a little afraid of Konoha's senior officials. Although they are not sure whether the third generation contributed to the genocide of the Uchiha clan. But they didn't want to believe that Uchiha Itachi alone could kill a whole clan without anyone noticing. But they only dared to keep doubts in their hearts. I definitely wouldn't dare go to third generation and ask for clarification. And now, third generation has sent such an obvious signal. There is a high probability that the next Hokage will be Yi Yu, just like when third generation chose Minato Namikaze to be the Hokage, how could they not care? No one wants to follow in the footsteps of the Uchiha clan. Before Yi Yu becomes Hokage, build a good relationship with him, and it would be better if you can get a dragon skill. At least let the next Hokage have no problem with them. The reason why all the major families are so sure that third generation wants to train Yi Yu to become a leader is because Yi Yu is so similar to Minato Namikaze back then. When Namikaze Minato was the Hokage, he was very young. He was only 20 years old and third generation chose him to be the Hokage. Although it was a special period at that time, Namikaze Minato made great achievements during the Third Ninja War. There has never been a precedent for becoming a Hokage at the age of 20. And now third generation has sent such an obvious signal to the outside world that it is clear that it wants to cultivate Yi Yu. Yi Yu's background, as well as third generation's unusual promotion, are very similar to Namikaze Minato. On the other side, Yi Yu went to bed after returning from the Uchiha clan. Advertisement: he had no idea that all the families in Konoha were discussing his affairs at this time. But Yi Yu didn't know, someone soon let him know. Just when Yi Yu was sleeping soundly, he suddenly jumped up from the bed. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in the room, Yi Yu asked coldly, "Your Excellency, are you looking for me? It's so rude, you actually broke into my house." The person who appeared in Yi Yu's room was Yamanaka Feng, who was sent by Danzo to take Yi Yu away. It's just Yi Yu's actions that surprised Yamanaka Feng. Yi Yu discovered him just after he arrived. Yamanaka Feng looked at Yi Yu and said coldly, "Sure enough, I'll take you to an interesting place, kid." Looking at Yamanaka Feng, Yi Yu frowned. Ambu's people? The reason why Yi Yu made this judgment was because he sensed a dark aura from Yamanaka Feng. There are no ninjas with this kind of ordinary aura. Yamanaka Feng was stunned for a moment. Even Ambu knows it. It seems that Kimoto told you a lot of things with that guy. Yamanaka Feng has read Yi Yu's information and naturally knows that Yi Yu's mentor Jonin is actually Mimoto Tong. And Himoto Tong came from Anbu, and Yamanaka Feng also knew it. The two have even collaborated before. Although Yi Yu still didn't know who sent Yamanaka Feng, he already suspected that the person in front of him was sent by Danzo. Because if third generation calls him, he can just come directly to the door. And based on his understanding of third generation will not let someone from Anbu call him. This is Danzo's style. Yi Yu jumped off the bed and stood in front of Yamanaka Feng. He looked at Yamanaka Feng calmly. "It's not the third generation who asked you to come. It seems to be someone else." Yi Yu was not afraid at all, very peaceful inside. Even if Danzo comes to call him, he is not afraid at all, with his current strength. Although he was not sure of defeating Danzo, he was still sure of escaping him. If Danzo knew that Yi Yu thought so highly of him, he would definitely be very satisfied. Although Danzo definitely has the strength of the cage level, he has not been in actual combat for many years, so his strength is actually not strong among the cage level. At this time, Yi Yu's strength is considered very strong among the film level. So many people are afraid of Danzo, but Yi Yu is not. He just thinks Danzo is annoying. Originally he thought he wouldn't encounter him in his imagination, so Danzo asked someone to take him away. Who knows, I still haven't escaped. Chapter 115: Yi Yu's Speed. Yi Yu looked at Yamanaka Feng without any fear, with a smile on his face. "It seems that Master Hokage didn't ask me to go. If I go to verify it now, it will be difficult for the people behind you, right?" Yamanaka Feng frowned. He did not expect that Yi Yu was not only not intimidated by him, but also wanted to tease him. Just joking, he didn't see any fear in Yi Yu. Kid, don't make it difficult for me. You'd better be honest, otherwise I can't guarantee that you can be taken away by me intact. Yi Yu smiled and shook his head. That's really loud. You think you are absolutely sure that you can take me away, right? In Konoha, this was the first time that Yamanaka Fung encountered a ninja who didn't give him face. You must know that his status in general is not low, and he is one of Danzo's right-hand men. Seeing Yi Yu's attitude, he didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. Since you don't want to follow me honestly, then I can only use force. After saying this, Yamanaka Fung immediately formed a seal with his hands. Ninja technique. Heart turning. Before the Yamanaka wind seal was completed, Yi Yu disappeared in front of him. The next moment, a kunai appeared on his neck. The cold kunai woke him up instantly. Heart turning jutsu, is it from the Yamanaka clan? Yi Yu's calm voice came from behind. Yamanaka was stunned. This guy is so fast, he didn't even react to me. You must know that the reason why Yamanaka Feng is regarded as a confidant by Danzo is because he has Jonin level strength. But he didn't even react to Yi Yu's movement just now, let alone seeing it. He didn't even know when Yi Yu appeared behind him. With this terrifying speed, Yamanaka Feng almost thought that Yi Yu would be able to achieve time and space ninjutsu. The cold kunai around his neck reminded him that Yi Yu's strength had definitely surpassed him. Danzo-sama's guess is indeed correct. This boy's strength has reached Jonin. Yamanaka Feng remained silent, and Yi Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Just his eyes narrowed slightly, and several golden arcs appeared in his kunai instantly. Stab. When Yamanaka Feng was thinking about how to get out of this situation, he suddenly felt numb all over. The next moment the brain lost all consciousness. Yi Yu looked at Yamanaka Feng, who fell in front of him. Advertisement. He shook his head and said lazily, it's really getting more and more troublesome. Danzo is actually targeting me. How annoying. After saying that, Yi Yu disappeared into his room. After a while, Yi Yu, Kakashi and Kimoto appeared in Yi Yu's room. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Yu notified Kimoto, Tong and Kakashi. Now Yi Yu's speed is extremely fast. In terms of speed, he has even surpassed the 4th Raikage, who is currently the fastest in the ninja world. It's just that he didn't even realize it. Kakashi and Kimoto noticed it. The two of them didn't pay much attention to Yamanaka Feng. As soon as they saw Yamanaka Feng, they knew who sent him. The two were even more surprised by Yi Yu's current speed. They all saw that Yi Yu's speed was not inferior to that of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Flying Thunder God Jutsu is a spatial ninjutsu, but it can only move the caster in front of a spell marked in advance. At the moment of launching the attack, everyone's reaction is different, which also determines the lethality of the Flying Thunder God's technique. The power of Namikaze Minato, apart from the Flying Thunder God technique, is because the moment he teleports in front of the enemy, he can attack first before the enemy, and his reaction power is far superior to the enemy. This is the reason why he can kill everyone with the Flying Thunder God technique. During the 4th Ninja War, Senju Tobirama was instantly captured by Uchiha Madara when he used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. It's because although Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique allows him to move instantly, his reaction speed is not as good as Uchiha Madara's, so when he attacks Uchiha Madara, he is defeated by Uchiha Madara in advance. And Yi Yu's reflexes are undoubtedly terrifying. Because Yi Yu does not know the Flying Thunder God technique, his movement is entirely a lightning flash, similar to the 4th Raikage, and there is no Flying Thunder God technique style mark to move. Therefore, when Yi Yu moves, he needs to grasp the moving position at all times, which requires Yi Yu to have extremely high reaction ability and the ability to control his body and chakra. Yi Yu did not know that Kakashi and Kimoto Tong already knew the identity of Yamanaka Feng. Because at this time Yamanaka Feng is wearing Anbu's mask. So Yi Yu didn't recognize him, but Kakashi and Kimoto both recognized him. Seeing that Kakashi and Kimoto were silent, Yi Yu asked first, teachers, this person should be from Anbu, right? But I don't think he was sent by Lord Hokage. He should be sent by someone high up in Konoha. Kakashi and Kimoto raised their heads together, looked at Yi Yu and said, you are right. This person is indeed from Anbu, but he is definitely not sent by the 3rd generation. It seems that you were targeted by him. He probably targeted you because 3rd generation promoted you to Chunin today. Advertisement. Yi Yu sat on the edge of the bed, looked at the Yamanaka wind on the ground, and said, it seems like it's really someone from a high-level position? When saying this, Yi Yu spoke very calmly, seemingly unaware of his current situation. But it's no surprise that Kakashi and Kimoto are the same. Yi Yu's strength surprises them every time. But Yi Yu's character has never changed. He had always been like that, as if there was no danger in front of him worth fearing. Kakashi squatted down and took off the mask of Yamanaka Feng, and said to Yi Yu, he is the ninja of the root, and the root is a branch of Anbu. But they are not controlled by the Hokage at all. They belong to a special force among the Anbu. They obey the orders of an elder named Danzo. When Yi Yu saw Yamanaka Feng, he knew who sent him without Kakashi's explanation. He still has some memories of the Yamanaka wind. His image is really unforgettable. Yi Yu smiled and said, do we need to go to war in such a big way? I, a small Chunin, actually asked the village leaders to send people to find me personally. But there are actually troops in Konoha that are independent of the Hokage's jurisdiction, which surprises me even more. Kimoto Tong walked to Yi Yu, sat next to him and explained to him, this is a power struggle. If you want to be a Hokage, you need to handle the interests of all parties. The village is not an absolute monopoly of the Hokage. Yi Yu nodded. But he didn't care, because he already knew it. He actually felt that the third generation was too kind, or weak, which made Danzo so arrogant. Anbu is enough to handle the dirty work, why bother setting up another route? Anbu was originally used to do dirty work, and the existence of the route only has the effect of wasting funds. But Yi Yu doesn't want to talk about this kind of thing. After all, he didn't want to get involved in the power struggle at the top of the village. Kimoto Tong quickly told Yi Yu all about the struggle between third generation and Danzo. Mu Bentong said many things that Yi Yu didn't know. Yi Yu was a little speechless, looked at Kimoto Tongtong and said, "Teacher Tongtong, if Master Hokage knew that you said this about him, I'm afraid he would be unhappy." Of course, Yi Yu also knew that Kimoto Tongi told him these secrets so that he could recognize the true colors of third generation and Danzo. Ordinary people would not say that at all. But Yi Yu is different to him. He can tell Yi Yu everything he knows, even if these things are village secrets. Kakashi on the other hand had no intention of stopping him. Because if Mu Bentong didn't say it, he would say it himself. Chapter 116 Kakashi's Danzo. What Yi Yu said was just a joke. Kimoto Tongi naturally knew, but still patted him on the head. "You brat, you still dare to tell the truth, right?" Yi Yu covered her head in embarrassment and said, "How dare I?" Kimoto Tong pretended to be serious. "Do you mean you want to?" The corner of Yi Yu's mouth twitched slightly. "Same teacher, it's okay if I lose, it was my fault just now." Only then did Kimoto Tong smile. Seeing the master and apprentice getting along like this, Kakashi raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This is what he hopes to see most. If Yi Yu alienates Mu Bentong after having him as a teacher, he will definitely not like Yi Yu like this. It turns out that Yi Yu did not disappoint him. In order to change the subject, Yi Yu looked at Yamanaka Fung and said, "What should we do now? How should we deal with him?" Kakashi and Kimoto looked at each other. Kimoto stood up, patted Yi Yu on the shoulder and said, "Leave it to us as teachers. You can rest peacefully and don't have to worry about these things." Yi Yu wanted to say something. Kakashi also echoed Kimoto Tong's words. "Listen to Tong, you don't have to worry about these things. You shouldn't be involved in these things now. We will take care of it." Seeing the two people being so insistent, Yi Yu said nothing more. Kimoto walked up to Yamanaka Fung and smiled. "I really treat Yi Yu as a brat. He is much stronger than you now." Kimoto Tongtong said to himself proudly. Kakashi on the side rolled his eyes at him. "Okay, don't be so take him away quickly." Kimoto Tong didn't say anything more and carried the wind of Yamanaka. When leaving, Kimoto looked at Yi Yu and smiled and said, "Have a good rest. By the way, you have to go to Tianzi and Shushu tomorrow to explain what happened these days." Yi Yu nodded. Yi Yu only carried out 2 missions with them, and the time spent with them was too short. In fact, there is not much emotion, but Yi Yu quite likes Yamada trees and Hanadako. Both of them have good personalities. In fact, Yi Yu still prefers Shu and Tianzi compared to Naruto and Sasuke, who have to coax them all the time. Kakashi just nodded towards Yi Yu and disappeared into Yi Yu's room with Kimoto. Yi Yu looked at the empty room and shook his head. "Duanzo, I thought I could avoid it, but it seems I still overestimated you." Yi Yu thought that Danzo would not be so free, but who knew that he actually made Yi Yu miscalculate. Kimoto Tong and Kakashi, who came out of Yi Yu, quickly came to Gen's headquarters carrying the Yamanaka wind. Advertisement Danzo, who was sitting at the general headquarters waiting for news about Yamanaka, had an ominous premonition. He had been gloomy and heard footsteps in the distance. Danzo looked forward, as the footsteps got closer and closer. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was actually a little nervous. Finally, the owner of the footsteps appeared under the light. But Danzo stood up with a gloomy look. He was leaning on a cane and looked extremely ugly. The two people who appeared were Kimoto Tong and Kakashi. Kimoto Tong carried the wind of Yamanaka, who had not yet woken up. Danzo suppressed his anger and watched as Kakashi and Kimoto came to him carrying Yamanaka Fung. Several of Danzo's men appeared in front of Danzo, their swords at war, and they looked at the two people walking towards them warily. It's just that these few people are sweating under the ninja mask. They are both Anbu ninjas, so why don't they know how powerful the two people in front of them are? And they are two people who previously held very high positions in Anbu. One is the chief of the Anbu combat force, and the other is the chief of one of the branches of the interrogation department. An elite Jonin, a Jonin, and they are just a few Chunin. Even Aburame, the elite Jonin standing in front of Danzo, was under great pressure. He was sure of defeating Kimoto Tong, but he was not sure of Kakashi. Kakashi is currently the strongest among the Jonin in Konoha. At least he is the most powerful on the surface. In fact, there are few people who can be stronger than him in Konoha today. Most importantly, the Yamanaka case being carried by Kimoto is also Jonin. But he was knocked down. He knew very well how strong the Yamanaka wind was, but he was still defeated. Aburame was under great pressure to get his roots. Seeing Kakashi and Kimoto putting so much pressure on several of their subordinates, Danzo became even more angry. He said gloomily, "Everyone, please step aside." He didn't want them to continue to be embarrassed here. Unless Kakashi and Kimoto want to betray Konoha, they will not dare to take action against him, a high-ranking Konoha executive. Although several of Gen's ninjas were reluctant, they no longer hesitated when they saw Danzo's gloomy face. He immediately disappeared in front of Danzo. Aburame took root but did not leave. Danzo didn't care either. Aburame's strength was enough. Although he might not be Kakashi's opponent, it wouldn't be too different. Advertisement. Moreover, Aburame's root is his confidant, and his status in the root is different from that of other ninjas. When Kakashi and Kimoto Tong walked in front of Danzo, Kimoto Tong put Yamanaka down. Danzo gritted his teeth gloomily. Kakashi, Kimoto Tong, do you want to rebel? He actually attacked a ninja from the same village. Kakashi is very serious when facing Danzo, and he once served as Danzo's subordinate for a period of time. But he was soon taken away by third generation. Faced with Danzo's preemptive strike, Kakashi and Kimoto were not nervous. Kakashi looked at Danzo seriously and said, "We don't want to rebel, but I don't know what Danzo-sama wants to do by attacking people from the same village." Kakashi is not afraid of Danzo at all. Danzo can't control him, and it's impossible for third generation to do anything to Kakashi because of Danzo. Danzo gritted his teeth and was extremely angry. He is a high-ranking official in Konoha. Although Kakashi was once Anbu's captain, his status is not as high as his. But there is really nothing Danzo can do against Kakashi. The third generation values Kakashi very much, and Kakashi's appeal among the younger generation in Konoha is much stronger than him. The only thing Danzo can hold down Kakashi is his status. But if Kakashi really doesn't care, there's really nothing Danzo can do. Danzo gritted his teeth, suppressed his anger, and said in a gloomy tone, "I just want to know what kind of people the third generation promotes regardless of the rules. As a Hokage consultant, shouldn't I do this?" Kakashi sneered and said, "Danzo-sama, I think you should have some expectations about what methods your subordinates will use." Kakashi. Danzo became angry and shouted at Kakashi. "Watch who you are, do you know who you were talking to? Didn't Hiruzen teach you etiquette?" On the side, Aburame frowned and was ready to launch ninjutsu on Kakashi. His face had turned purple and was covered with poisonous insects that were invisible to the naked eye. Kakashi didn't care. Kimoto Tongi is also ready to take action. Although Danzo wanted to kill Kakashi quickly at this time. But he knew very well that Kakashi was different from ordinary ninjas, and the impact of killing him would be too great. Danzo is naturally confident that he can kill Kakashi. The Sharingan in his arm and Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan give him enough confidence to kill Kakashi. Chapter 117 The Powerless Danzo. Kakashi looked at Danzo and smiled calmly and said, "You don't have to worry about my etiquette yet, but please remember clearly, Danzo-sama, Yu is my disciple. If you want to do anything irrational to him, I will never do it. I won't care." After Kakashi finished speaking, he turned around and left with Kimoto Tong. Right now, he didn't want to anger Danzo yet. After all, Danzo is a Hokage consultant after all. He couldn't go too far. Danzo watched the backs of Kakashi and Kimoto slowly disappear into Gen's headquarters. His face was very gloomy. "Damn Kakashi, how dare he be so rampant. For a brat, stupid guy." Danzo was very angry. Looking at the still unconscious Yamanaka Fung, Danzo took a deep breath. Suppress your inner anger, although he wanted to kill Kakashi to vent his anger. But it's just a thought. Although Kakashi's position is not as high as his, if he dares to do this, third generation will not be able to protect him. Kakashi's goal is too big, killing him is tantamount to betraying the village. Kakashi is not from the Uchiha clan, and the top management of Konoha will not have the same opinion as him. The fact that you actually did this for that brat shows that that brat is indeed very strong, and that guy Hiruzen really intends to train him to be his successor. Damn it, Hiruzen, this B***************** D, is unwilling to give up the position of Hokage to me even if he chooses a brat. Damn it, Hiruzen, sooner or later you will regret it." After Danzo vented his anger, he asked Aburame to take the route to wake up the Yamanaka wind. Now Danzo has determined that third generation definitely wants to train Yu to be the Hokage. What made him very angry was that third generation actually chose Yu, a 12-year-old child, instead of him. Now that the third generation is getting very old, it's really time to retire. Danzo was very calm before because he found that after the third generation retired, the only person he could choose was him. It's a pity that he never thought about it, and he is no younger than third generation. Third generation does need Danzo to do some dirty work for him, but he knows Danzo very well and he will never let Danzo be a Hokage. Before, he thought that he could take over when third generation was old and had no choice. If the third generation is unwilling to pass the Hokage position to him, he will use his roots to stage a coup. Gen is completely loyal to him, not even third generation can be mobilized. But now the appearance of Yu reminds Danzo of how the third generation handed over the position of Hokage to Namikaze Minato more than 10 years ago. He will never allow Yu to become the next Namikaze Minato. Advertisement. Aburame took the route and tried many methods, but found that he could not wake up Yamanaka Fung. He couldn't get several medical ninjas to come over and wake up Yamanaka Fung. Danzo stood aside and watched quietly. With a gloomy expression, he felt that Yu's threat was too great. After a long time, Yamanaka Fung finally woke up. Looking at Yamanaka, Danzo asked coldly, "What happened? Did Kakashi make you like this?" Yamanaka looked around blankly. After discovering that it was Gen's headquarters, he hurriedly stood up. "Lord Danzo." Danzo asked again, "How did you become like this? Who did it?" The figure of Yu appeared in Yamanaka Feng's mind, and the last cold kunai on his neck. Yamanaka Feng lowered his head and said in a trembling tone, "Yes, it's that Yu kid." Danzo was confused. Aburame was also confused. For a long time, Danzo looked at Yamanaka Feng with an expression of disbelief. Are you okay? Yamanaka-Feng knew that Danzo didn't believe it, and he didn't believe that Yi Yu could make him like this at first. He could only explain, Danzo-sama, that brat Yi Yu is very strong. I didn't even have a chance to release ninjutsu and was knocked down by him. Danzo looked at Yamanaka-Feng for a long time. Yamanaka-Feng lowered his head in embarrassment. He felt very embarrassed that he was defeated by a child and he had no power to fight back. The veins in Danzo's hands holding the cane bulged. He was frightened. He knows very well the strength of Yamanaka-Feng. Even if he is not an elite Jonin, he is definitely at the level of a Jonin. In addition to the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, anyone who does not know the characteristics of his secret technique is basically killed at first sight. But Yamanaka-Feng said that he didn't even have a chance to perform the technique. What does this mean? This shows that Yi Yu's strength is far superior to Yamanaka-Feng. The strength is far superior to Jonin. What does this mean? When Danzo thought of this, his whole body froze. This kid? What kind of monster is this kid? How is this possible? Danzo still didn't want to believe it. He can accept that Yi Yu's strength is Jonin level. Rather than going beyond Jonin's level, advertisement. With the strength of Yamanaka-Feng, Kakashi will definitely not be able to kill him instantly. If you can't kill him instantly, it's easy to fall prey to his secret technique. How can a person who can be regarded as Danzo's right-hand man be considered a weakling? Just now he thought that Yamanaka-Feng was knocked unconscious by the joint efforts of Kakashi and Kimoto. According to his understanding of Kakashi and Kimoto, they can still defeat Yamanaka-Feng with their strength. But now Yamanaka-Feng actually told him that it was Yi Yu who knocked him out. And the scary thing is that he couldn't even release ninjutsu before he was knocked unconscious. Yamanaka-Feng looked embarrassed. Danzo-sama, I have embarrassed General. For a long time, Danzo didn't answer. After Danzo finished digesting the news, he looked at Yamanaka-Feng. Are you sure it was really that brat Yi Yu who did it? Not Kakashi? Yamanaka-Feng shook his head. I didn't see Kakashi. Danzo was determined, although he didn't want this to be the result. Danzo's expression was very ugly. No wonder Hiruzen is so abnormal. It turns out that he really found someone who is comparable to Namikaze Minato. No wonder. Damn, what kind of luck do I have? Danzo was furious. Namikaze Minato was finally killed by Nine Tails. He originally thought he had a chance to take over the third generation. But now that Yi Yu appears, he can't bear it anymore. If Yi Yu only had a little talent and had the strength of Jonin at the age of 12, even though he was a genius, it was not something he had never seen before. But he has never seen anyone reach the film level at the age of 12. Even the first Hokage back then wasn't so heaven-defying. Even the person he hated the most, Namikaze Minato, was not so outrageous. The 12-year-old Namikaze Minato definitely doesn't have Jonin's strength. But Yi Yu is not only as strong as Jonin. Danzo even suspects that Yi Yu has a high probability of having Kage-level strength. This is terrible. Since that kid may have Hokage-level strength, I can understand why Hiruzen is so abnormal and why Kakashi and the others protect him so much. Damn it, if he really has Hokage-level strength, how can I stop him? Yi Yu's net worth is clean. Now in third generation, Kakashi knows Yi Yu's talent again. Looking at Kakashi's appearance today, it is obvious that he wants to protect Yi Yu. It would be very difficult for him to attack Yi Yu. Moreover, Yi Yu is so powerful that no one under him has the strength to assassinate Yi Yu. So Danzo was very angry, because he discovered that besides watching third generation cultivate Yi Yu, there was nothing he could do. He seemed to see Yi Yu standing on the top floor of the Hokage building handing the Hokage hat to Yi Yu, just like the scene when third generation handed the Hokage hat to Minato Namikaze. Chapter 118 Third generation's recognition at the same time, in the clan of the Sarutobi clan. An Anbu ninja kneels on one knee in front of the third generation. He told the third generation that Danzo sent someone to invite Yi Yu. This man is third generation spy in roots. This is not a strange thing. Both Gen and Anbu have spies in the other side's camp. After listening to it, third generation remained silent, smoking a cigarette and thinking about the information revealed in it. Because this spy was not Danzo's confidant, he did not learn the details of the matter. After a long time, third generation looked at the ninja in front of him and said, I understand, you go back first. When the ninja disappeared in front of him, third generation smiled. It seems that Kakashi is not exaggerating at all. Duanzo is so angry. It seems that it was not Kakashi who knocked out Yamanaka-Feng, but Yi Yu. It seems that I made the right choice. It's even much stronger than I thought. He believed what Kakashi said before, but he didn't confirm whether Yi Yu was really as strong as Kakashi said. What happened tonight proved that Yi Yu was much stronger than he thought. No wonder even Black Ho Thunderfang died in his hands. Yi Yu's strength may have far exceeded the level of Elite Jonin, and has even reached the level of Hokage. Only 12 years old, ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Now that it has been decided to make Yi Yu his successor, third generation will not be afraid that Yi Yu will be too powerful and threaten him. On the contrary, he was afraid that Yi Yu was not strong enough to convince the people in the village. The next day, Yi Yu woke up feeling relaxed. As if nothing happened last night, after getting ready, Yi Yu came to Benya Tianzi's residence. Because Honda Z and Yamada Shu happened to have no tasks today. So Yi Yu came to them to explain why he was not in the team during this period. After ringing the doorbell, Yi Yu stood outside and waited for a while. Tianzi just came out tonight. Just like the first time I saw her, today's Hondako still has waist-length golden straight hair, a white top without a trace of stain, and a pure black skirt. It's very simple, but it forms a strong contrast with her hair, but it doesn't look abrupt. There is a different kind of beauty. When Ben Yi Tianzi came out, she was stunned when she saw Yi Yu. Advertisement. Then he walked towards Yi Yu with a happy face. Yi Yu, you are back. He walked to and stood in front of Yi Yu, looking straight at Yi Yu with a pair of beautiful big eyes. She seemed surprised. It is true that both Honda and Yamada were a little unhappy about Yi Yu's behavior of leaving the team during this period. Yamada is jealous that Yi Yu can follow Kakashi out of the village to perform sea-level tasks. He wants to go too. Hanyadako was unhappy because she couldn't see Yi Yu for a long time. Yi Yu smiled and said, I went out to perform a mission some time ago. Thank you for your hard work in completing the mission of our team on your own. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Honda shook his head. It's not hard. I know it's good for you to follow Mr. Kakashi on missions. I heard that you have become a chunin. Hanyadako looked at Yi Yu with envy. At the same time, there was some admiration. Yi Yu was the first one in their generation to become chunin, in less than 2 months. Not to mention that she has a crush on Yi Yu. Yi Yu waved his hand and said, it's just good luck. Let's go and find the trees. The same teacher said that you have a day off today. Do you want to come out and get together? Hondazi didn't think about it and agreed directly. Well, okay. Even if Yi Yu doesn't look for her, she will look for Yi Yu. After agreeing, the two went to find Yamada trees. After the two left, they were on the second floor of Hondazi's house. A man and a woman stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the two people walking away. These two people are Hondako's parents. Hondako's father is a little fat, but he is 1.8 meters tall and has a majestic face. However, Hondako's mother is also 1.7 meters tall, so she doesn't look short standing next to him. The two stood together. They were a perfect match. No one would say that Hanyadako's father was not worthy of her beautiful mother. Hanyadako's father is named Hanyujukuichi, and he is one of the top 10 wealthy businessmen in the Land of Fire. The marriage between him and Hanyadako's mother, Senju, was obviously a family marriage. But the two of them lived happily. Ben Yakuichi looked calm and asked, is that child Jing Wen Yi Yu? Senju nodded. Advertisement, a really good kid. Putting aside his strength, his appearance and temperament are no worse than Tianzi. I think there is no need to interfere in their affairs at all. Regardless of whether they get together in the end, Tianzi will not suffer. At just the first glance, Ben Yushi recognized Yi Yu. Of course, the main reason is that he has investigated Yi Yu's information. Coupled with third generation's actions yesterday, Moto Yokoichi changed his mind. When he heard that Hondako liked a civilian ninja before, he didn't agree with it. He can allow Honioko and Yamada, who is also a commoner, to be good friends, but if they develop a relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend, or even get married in the future, Honioko will never agree. Yamada trees. Yi Yu naturally can't do it either. But with third generation's actions yesterday and his investigation of Yi Yu during this period, he is very optimistic about Yi Yu's future potential. After all, ninjas have to rely on their strength to speak for themselves. Senju, who was standing aside, nodded. Before, I thought the child was too deep and difficult to deal with. But now it seems that the child just doesn't like other people's attention. But it depends on Tianzi's choice and his future development. If the two of them are really destined and the child achieves something in the future, I won't object. Although Motoya's family still has the final say, Motoya Shukuichi still respects Senju's opinion when it comes to his daughter's feelings. Ben Yi stayed at the city for a while. After Yi Yu and Ben Yi Tianzi disappeared from sight, he turned around and left. Senju Ming is still standing there. She is very concerned about her daughter's future happiness. After all, Hanyadako was born in the Hanyashi family. If she doesn't find a partner that she likes and that can be recognized by Hanyokoichi, she is destined to marry into a certain family in the future. Senju Ming doesn't want his daughter to live an unhappy life in the future. Although she is very happy to be married to Ben Yakuichi, and Ben Yakuichi treats her very well, this is a very unlikely event. She has seen too many girls from her family marry into marriages and have a bad life. Senju Ming still hopes that her daughter can find a partner that she likes and that the other person can be recognized by this night hotel city. Hash plus hash equals in the ninja world. Hondako is already 12 years old. Because she comes from a wealthy family, she is not too young for her age. When she married Ben Yi, she was only 18 years old. And they got engaged when they were 14 years old. This is also the reason why Senju pays so much attention to the boys who have a crush on Hanyadako. If the other party is not good enough or treats Hanadako badly, her husband will definitely not approve of it, and Hanadako will have a very difficult life in the future. Because of her age, she will need to find a well-matched family to get engaged in 2 or 3 years. Before that, if she didn't find a partner that she liked and was recognized by her husband, she would have no choice but to marry into other families, and there was a high chance that she would not be happy in her life. Chapter 119. It's over. Yi Yu and Honda Z went to a barbecue restaurant after finding the Yamada tree. Because Yi Yu is already a chunin, Yi Yu can take on higher level tasks in the future. Chunin can accept up to B-level missions. This refers to the highest mission level that Chunin can accept if the leader of the team is Chunin. If there is Jonin in the team, you can also take on A-level and S-level missions, but at this time Jonin is the leader, and Chunin is Jonin's assistant. It is rare for Yi Yu to be generous, which means that he will most likely not need to worry about money in the future. The commission for a B-level mission is 80,000 to 200,000 taels. The village takes away half of the money and assigns the rest to the teams that perform the tasks. What Yi Yu thinks is that if he goes out alone to perform a B-level mission in the future, he will earn at least 40,000 taels. This is equivalent to Yi Yu's living expenses for almost a year. Of course, for ordinary ninjas, they must spend a lot of money to buy ninja tools. For a B-level mission, even if it is all their own, they will only be able to buy 30 or 40 detonating charms. A ninja with average strength, even if Jonin goes out on a mission, will bring at least 10 detonating charms with him. This is also the reason why many Jonin have performed so many tasks and their income should be very high, but they still live in poverty. It's because the purchase of ninja tools takes up a large part of their income. And for most ninjas, ninja tools are an important factor in whether they can survive when they go on a mission. Don't dare to be careless. Otherwise, even if you save money, you won't be able to spend it. All ninja tools need to be purchased by yourself. The village does not provide them. The village only provides a platform for publishing tasks. The reason why Yi Yu dared to spend money was because he did not need to purchase many ninja tools. At most, he would replace a batch of kunai and shurikens after a period of time. Because Yi Yu's current fighting style does not require ninja tools at all. He had almost never used shuriken and used kunai more often. But it's not for fighting, it's for threatening the enemy. Otherwise, when threatening the enemy, it is his own palm that is placed on their neck, which is indeed a bit weird. It is precisely because Yi Yu has rarely used ninja tools that the several kunai and shurikens he purchased when he graduated are still very new. There is no difference from when I first bought it. Advertisement: as long as Yi Yu doesn't buy a house in the future and relies solely on his income from being a ninja, even if he doesn't get rich, he can still save a large sum of money that will make him live a comfortable life. After all, Yi Yu doesn't have high requirements for life. In addition, the house his parents left him was not destroyed during the Nine Tails Rebellion. In the future, as long as Yi Yu doesn't want to buy a new house, he will basically not use the money except for living expenses. This is why Yi Yu is very satisfied with his upgrade to Chunin. However, Yi Yu does feel a bit happy to be a cow and a horse. He is not so fanatical about money, but he also hopes that his life will be more nourishing, and he does not want to be an ascetic. And he still hopes to make money by performing tasks, rather than relying on side jobs. Yi Yu's idea is different from others. He feels that performing tasks is very beneficial to him. He can not only accumulate practical experience, but also perform tasks as basically equivalent to a public trip. He doesn't reject it, on the contrary, he quite likes it. When he was in the country of waves, if he really wanted to make money, he would have killed Cardo and robbed him of his money. But Yi Yu didn't do that. At the barbecue restaurant, Yi Yu, Honda Z and Yamada Shu explained what they had done during this period, and also told them that they would no longer be able to accompany them on missions in the future. Although Honioko and Yamada were sad, they didn't say much. Although they didn't get along with Yi Yu for a long time, they still recognized Yi Yu very much. They can't forget that Yi Yu alone withstood Mu Bentong's murderous intention for them and allowed them to pass the graduation examination. At noon, the three of them were at the door of the barbecue restaurant. Yamada looked at Yi Yu and couldn't help but shed tears. Although he knew that he and Yi Yu were no longer on the same level as ninjas. But he was still sad because he already regarded Yi Yu as his good friend. But the two of them separated after just performing 2 tasks together. While crying, Yamada smiled and raised his fist and said, "Yi Yu, no matter what kind of person you become in the future, you will always be a member of Class 11 and will always be my Yamada's best friend." Yi Yu was also touched, and patted Yamada Shu's shoulder seriously. "No matter what happens to me in the future, I will always be a member of Class 11, and we are both in Konoha. It's just that we can't perform missions together in the future. Don't say that. It's like I'm going to die." Yi Yu smiled and said. Advertisement. Hearing Yi Yu, Yamada Shuzu burst into laughter and punched Yi Yu in the chest. "I will work hard to become stronger. Although the hope is slim, I also hope that I can at least see your back and see you keep moving forward." Hanya Tianzi looked at Yi Yu and remained silent. She was the saddest. She didn't expect that Yi Yu wanted to get together with them to talk about this matter. She had never thought that Yi Yu would leave before. She thought that as long as she worked hard, she would not hold Yi Yu back. Now it seems that she will not hold back Yi Yu anymore, because Yi Yu will never perform missions with them in the future. Yesterday, she heard that Yi Yu became a Chunin. She just admired him and thought that Yi Yu was really awesome. But now she realized that the gap between herself and Yi Yu was so big that she couldn't see Yi Yu's back. Yi Yu looked at Benye Tianzi, smiled and said, "Tianzi, see you then." After Yi Yu finished speaking, he was about to leave. Benye Tianzi finally couldn't hold it any longer and tears couldn't stop flowing down. However, she still forced a smile and said, "Yi Yu, I will definitely try to catch up with you." Now her mind was blank and she had no idea what to say. Yi Yu nodded and said with a smile, "I know, I believe you will become strong." Although Yi Yu said this against his will, because he knew that Benye Tianzi's talent was not very high and was very ordinary. But he really hopes that Honda Z will become stronger and at least be able to protect himself, as well as the Yamada trees. These two people have different positions in his heart. Yi Yu would fool Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, and would bother them to pester him. But for Honda and Yamada, Yi Yu sincerely hopes that they can become stronger and be able to protect themselves. These two people gave Yi Yu a very good feeling. He could also feel that their feelings for him were true and they trusted him. It's just that Yi Yu has indeed opened a big gap with them. Even though Yi Yu has never had a clear understanding of his own strength, he also knows that even by the most conservative estimate, his strength is far superior to the two of them. He and the two of them are no longer on the same level as ninjas. The two of them will have no way to interfere with the tasks that Yi Yu will perform in the future. Even if Yi Yu is still reluctant to give up, he still knows that the friendship with their teammates has to end. Chapter 124 Hokage is a hero. After taking one last look at the two of them, Yi Yu turned into a golden thunder and disappeared. Yamada, Shu and Motoko looked at the deserted place, feeling very bitter in their hearts. Yamada sighed, the gap is really too big. Just at the speed just now, he is completely different from us. He's so much better than us. Yi Yu's teleportation technique made the Yamada trees completely understand the huge gap between them and Yi Yu. Just Yi Yu's casual use of ninjutsu is already beyond their reach. Not to mention that if Yi Yu really takes action, they may be killed instantly. It's even possible that their mentor, Jonin Kimoto, wouldn't be a match for Yi Yu. Hondoko looked sad. Will we have a chance to catch up with him in the future? The Yamada trees fell silent. In the end, he just sighed, we can only work hard, it would be good to see his back. As for catching up with him. Yamada Shu shook his head and smiled bitterly, he even thought it was ridiculous to catch up with Yi Yu. Even if he can see his back, Yamada has no confidence. In other words, Yamada Shu felt that he would never be able to see Yi Yu's back in this life. On the other side, after Yi Yu left, he came to the Hokage building. Because third generation yesterday gave Yi Yu the right to enter the data room at any time. So when Yi Yu entered the data room, no one stopped her. The reference room has always been a place where all kinds of Konoha information, even secrets, are stored. Kakashi had sneaked in before, and that time he was looking for information on wood style. And he was caught by third generation, but third generation did not punish him and gave him the wood style information he was looking for. It was only after reading those materials that Kakashi had an understanding of wood style. It was here that Naruto stole the sealed book. Of course, the third generation deliberately let him steal it that day. The data room is a place where Konoha's secrets are stored, and it is extremely tightly guarded. At that time, Naruto took away the sealed book with great arrogance. Without the third generation signal, the ninjas who defended this place should have committed suicide. And for so many years, Yi Yu is the only ninja who has entered here as Chunin. It can even be said that Yi Yu is the only person who came here without holding any position in Konoha. When Yi Yu first entered the database, he saw third generation sitting in the database. Yi Yu was not surprised. Advertisement before entering, he had already sensed that the chakra of the third generation was here. And Yi Yu also knows why third Hokage is here. After meeting the third generation, Yi Yu walked up to him and said, Master Hokage, I want to come here to check some information. Third generation smiled and said, it's Yi Yu, I didn't expect you to come so soon. What information do you want to check? Yi Yu looked around and said, some ninjutsu information. It would be better to have some information on sealing techniques. I am more interested in sealing techniques. Third generation was a bit surprising, because Kakashi didn't tell third generation Yi Yu put a seal on Naruto. The third Hokage originally appeared here to ask Yi Yu about what happened last night. And third generation felt that Yi Yu must have come here to seal the ninjutsu here, but he did not expect that Yi Yu actually came here for sealing techniques. Although a little surprised, third generation still smiled and led Yi Yu to a bookshelf. There are many scrolls on it. Third generation picked up a few scrolls and said, here are some basic sealing techniques. See if you can understand them. Sealing techniques are very difficult and require patience. It also took fourth Hokage a lot of time to learn the sealing techniques. Third generation specifically mentioned fourth Hokage, actually hoping that Yi Yu would follow fourth Hokage as an example. After all, he wanted Yi Yu to become a ninja like the fourth Hokage. Yi Yu took the scroll and looked at it. All were sealing techniques that Kakashi had taught him before. Yi Yu said with some embarrassment, Sir Hokage, to be honest, I have actually learned these sealing techniques. Teacher Kakashi taught me some. Third generation, who originally wanted to tell Yi Yu some more about Namikaze Minato's deeds, paused. Looking at Yi Yu in surprise, what? Yi Yu had no choice but to say again, Teacher Kakashi taught me sealing techniques, and I have mastered these sealing techniques. Third generation looked at Yi Yu and said nothing for a long time. It made Yi Yu very embarrassed standing in front of him. After a long time, third generation realized its gaffe. Have you mastered these sealing techniques? Third generation also wants to confirm. You must know that fourth Hokage did not have Yi Yu's strength at Yi Yu's age, nor did he master the sealing techniques. Advertisement. Even though sealing techniques seems not as impressive as those powerful combat-type ninjutsu in the ninja world, it is extremely difficult to learn and its effect is very huge. Third generation can't believe that Yi Yu has mastered sealing techniques at this age. Even a few basic sealing techniques are still shocking. Yi Yu had no choice but to reply again, yes, Master Hokage, I have mastered these sealing techniques. Mr. Kakashi taught me. Third generation was silent for a long time. It's not that he has any fear of Yi Yu, it's just that he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was very awkward for a while. Yi Yu felt a little uncomfortable. It took a long time for third generation to recover from the shock. He smiled bitterly and said, it's amazing. It's very rare to master sealing techniques at such a young age, even just a few basic sealing techniques. It seems Yi Yu that you have a talent for learning sealing techniques, and your talent seems to be very high. You know what? You remind me of the fourth Hokage. Do you know the fourth Hokage? Third generation seems to have great respect for Namikaze Minato and keeps mentioning him in front of Yu. In fact, it is not difficult to understand that Namikaze Minato was the successor designated by the third generation when he gave up his favorite disciple Orochimaru. For Namikaze Minato, third generation is very satisfied. After all, Namikaze Minato is his disciple, and Namikaze Minato is indeed very good. It has always been a matter of great pride for the third generation to recommend Namikaze Minato as the fourth Hokage. Since third generation decided to train Yu to become the fifth Hokage, they hope that Yu can be as good as Namikaze Minato. This way he can feel at ease when he retreats. He is not young anymore, almost 70 years old, and in a few years his strength will decline beyond recognition. Konoha needs a Namikaze Minato-style Hokage support too. It's just that he didn't expect Yu's talent to be so heaven-defying. Sealing techniques is difficult to learn even for him, who is known as Professor Ninjutsu. It is more difficult for ordinary ninjas to learn. But Yu learned several sealing techniques when he was only 12 years old. Although it was only a few basic ninjutsu, it also proved that Yu had the talent to learn sealing techniques, and the talent was very high. Because he speculated that Yu should have learned the sealing techniques during the mission to the Country of Waves. It took less than 2 months to master it. This shows how talented Yu is. Listening to third generation keep mentioning Namikaze Minato, Yu felt a little strange, but still replied, "Of course I understand. Fourth Hokage is Kakashi-sensei's teacher. He is the hero who sealed the Nine-Tails Demon Fox and sacrificed himself to save the village." Chapter 121 Third Generation is shocked. Yu's answer was similar to that of the children in the village. Although Naruto was rejected by the villagers, the Leaf Village admired the fourth Hokage very much. Third generation nodded happily. Yes, fourth Hokage is the hero of Konoha Village, but you can't be a hero without strong strength. The fourth Hokage is a very good ninja. It can even be said that in his time, he was the best ninja in the ninja world. Yu quietly listened to third generation talk about the events of fourth generation. This was also the beginning of third Hokage training. Third generation talked for almost an hour, not only talking about Namikaze Minato, but also first Hokage, second Hokage, and Konoha Sannin. The reason why third generation talks about these things is because there is such information in Konoha's database. Even if he doesn't talk about it, Yu can understand it if he wants to know. Of course, the reason why third generation talked about it was because he wanted to talk about it and wanted Yu to have some ideas about the village and the position of Hokage. The current Yu makes third generation very satisfied in terms of strength. But in terms of character, he felt that Yu was a bit too plain. This is quite similar to Namikaze Minato back then. But third generation hopes that Yu will have the idea of competing for the position of Hokage, because only in this way will Yu cherish the hard-won position of Hokage. After finishing speaking, third generation looked at Yu and smiled and said, "I hope you can become the pillar that Konoha needs like fourth Hokage in the future. I am too old. The future of Konoha depends on your younger generation." This sentence third generation has actually made it very clear. Yu also heard the meaning of third generation, but he had no idea. Yu is definitely not a messy person, but he also wants to live a relaxed life, so it's okay to let him perform some tasks. It would be very annoying for him to weigh the interests of all parties in Konoha all day long. But it was impossible for him to express his true thoughts. Otherwise, he probably would not have the right to enter this database. Yu smiled and said, "Master Hokage is still in his prime, there is no need to think so much." Ha ha ha. How can you still be in your prime? This year I am 69 years old, and after this year I will be 70 years old. If I really couldn't find someone who could succeed me, I would have retired now to live my life. What third generation and Yu said are true, because he really regards Yu as his successor. Especially after knowing that Yu actually mastered sealing techniques. Third generation smiled, searched on the bookshelf, and asked Yu, "What sealing techniques did Kakashi teach you?" Advertisement, sealing techniques are very dangerous, did he tell you this? Yu nodded, "Well, teacher Kakashi told me, but I still want to learn. I think sealing techniques will be very useful to me." Yu's words surprised third generation. He was surprised that Yu could be so sincere. He could tell that Yu's words were true. Third generation knows very well that Yu is definitely not a person without city wealth. Thinking of something, third generation is very happy. Yu leaned on the bookshelf and said, "Now I have mastered the 4-sign seal and the 8-sign seal of the 4th Hokage, because when I went out this time, I saw Naruto going berserk. To be honest, the power of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox is really shocking. If that power is completely released, it will pose a great threat. I don't want Naruto to become a sinner in the village. The villagers already dislike him." Third generation pause. Sighing, "There is nothing we can do about Naruto. I think Kakashi should have told you Naruto's life experience, right? Do you think I did something wrong?" Yu said calmly. "I would have thought it was wrong before, but after this mission, I saw with my own eyes what it was like for Naruto to go berserk. I think you did the right thing. It is true that the villagers did something wrong, but they are just afraid of the power of Nine Tails. Although it's wrong, there is no way to solve it. Alienation is the best choice. And I don't think that if we tell the villagers about Naruto's life experience, the villagers will recognize Naruto. It's true that the 4th Hokage is a hero, but after all, there is a tailed beast sealed in Naruto that can go berserk at any time. The villagers will never change their attitude towards Naruto just because he is the son of the 4th generation. On the contrary, telling the villagers Naruto's identity will make the villagers have opinions about the fourth generation. I don't think it is a good idea. I think the best solution is for Naruto to master the power of Nine Tails as soon as possible so that no more rampages will occur. I think the villagers are still willing to trust him. Yi Yu determined this based on the villagers' changed view of Naruto after he took the Chunin exam. Most of the prejudice against Naruto among the villagers of Konoha village comes from Naruto's own pranks. As long as he makes a slight change, he will immediately win the approval of most villagers. At that time, Naruto had not yet mastered the power of Nine Tails. Third generation turned to look at Yi Yu. He didn't speak for a long time. He was surprised that Yi Yu would have such an idea. Over the years he has always felt sorry for fourth generation. But after Yi Yu said this, he felt relieved a lot. Third generation was silent for a while, and soon he felt that he had forgotten something. Advertisement. You have mastered the 4-image seal and the 8-part seal? The third generation is confused. These two seals are not basic sealing techniques. He didn't even learn it, but Yi Yu actually mastered it? Yi Yu nodded and asked doubtfully, yes. Third generation was silent for a long time, and he was confused again. He didn't know what to say. Are you sure? There is even some disbelief. Yi Yu nodded. The third generation's hands holding the scroll trembled. Are you really sure you have the 4-sign seal and the 8-sign seal, the one from the 4th Hokage? Yi Yu nodded again. Third generation burst out laughing. The Anbu ninjas who were patrolling the area around the data room were stunned. I almost thought that something had happened to third generation inside. After I rushed in, I found that third generation and Yi Yu were talking, and they seemed to be having a great time. Anbu's ninja took a deep look at Yi Yu and stepped back. They knew that Yi Yu's status in Konoha would not be low in the future. The third generation gave Yi Yu too much power. You must know that even if Danzo, who is also a high-ranking member of Konoha, wants to enter the database, he needs the consent of the third generation. Although Danzo has his own intelligence network, there is generally no need to enter here. But the ninjas who can enter here are all people whom third generation trusts very much. Not to mention that Yi Yu also gained the power to enter here without reporting to the third generation. No one has such power in Konoha now. Of course, Anbu's ninjas would never have thought that third generation had already trained Yi Yu as his successor. Third generation is happy. Since the death of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, no one in Konoha knows the 4-sign seal and 8-sign seal. These two sealing techniques are very powerful. Later, when Naruto was training with Killer Bee on Turtle Island, Killer Bee said that the sealing techniques on Yi Yu were much stronger than his. It is enough to show the power of these two sealing techniques. But precisely because the two sealing techniques are so powerful, no one in Konoha knows how to do it now. So much so that after Naruto went berserk before, they had to pay a lot of casualties to calm down the berserk Naruto. Chapter 122 Sage Art Mingshen Gate. Now that Yi Yu has mastered the 4-sign seal and the 8-sign seal, at least he will have a way to check and balance Naruto after he goes berserk. Not as passive as before. The more third generation looked at Yi Yu, the more he thought of Minato Namikaze. If Yi Yu's hair hadn't been black, he would have thought that Yi Yu was the reincarnation of Minato Namikaze. Okay, now that I have mastered these two sealing techniques, if something happens to Naruto in the future, I will need you to take action. Yi Yu smiled lightly and said, he and I are friends. If I can do it, I will try my best. Third generation nodded with satisfaction. Well, I'm very pleased that you can accept Naruto. Being able to master 4-sign seal and 8-sign seal also shows that you have a very thorough understanding of sealing techniques and your talent is extremely high. These two sealing techniques are not easy to learn. They are extremely difficult. It took several years to master the 4th Hokage back then. This is the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan is an ally of our Konoha clan. The wife of the 1st Hokage and the wife of the 4th Hokage are both from the Uzumaki clan. It is precisely because of this relationship that we in Konoha also have the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto is also from the Uzumaki clan, but he may not have the talent to learn sealing techniques. The third generation was helpless. He originally hoped that Naruto could master the sealing techniques in the future. Like his mother Uzumaki Kushina, he could suppress 9 tails with his own sealing techniques and use the power of 9 tails. But it's obvious that Naruto has no talent in this area. With his level of knowledge, he probably wouldn't even understand the principles. Moreover, sealing techniques is another type of ninjutsu that requires a superb operating foundation. There was no way Naruto could learn it. Not to mention Naruto, even Kakashi, who has been a genius since childhood, didn't learn it. Yi Yu smiled and said, Naruto does have a strong talent, but it shouldn't be in sealing techniques. Third generation also agreed, yes, this kid is more talented if he just learns some heretical ways. The third generation was speechless when thinking of Naruto's harem technique. The key is that he gets hit every time. Of course, he would not talk to Yi Yu about this kind of thing. But what he didn't know was that Yi Yu already knew it. It's just that he doesn't think it's a big deal. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya can be tricked. It's just normal for third generation to be tricked. Third generation sighed and asked, since you have mastered the 4-sign seal and 8-sign seal, you don't need other sealing techniques, right? Yi Yu smiled and said, I want to see what kind of sealing techniques there are. Third generation nodded. Advertisement, there are some powerful sealing techniques, but they are all forbidden techniques and very dangerous. I don't recommend you learn. Third generation is actually talking about sealing techniques such as ghoul seal, which can only be used once in a lifetime. The third generation knew how to do it himself, but he thought that Namikaze Minato used this sealing techniques to seal 9 tails, so he naturally didn't want EU to learn this sealing techniques. I don't think so. Whether it's a forbidden technique or not, it's just ninjutsu. Since it was created, I hope it can play its role. If it has been sealed forever, why was it created in the first place? Third generation thought about it and felt that EU was right. He sighed and said, some sealing techniques will die if you use them. They are really not suitable for learning. I'm afraid, alas, that's how the fourth Hokage died. EU was silent for a long time before saying, since the fourth Hokage chose to use it, it also means that the sealing techniques have played its role, and since the fourth Hokage uses that ninjutsu, it also means that there are no other sealing techniques except that ninjutsu. It works. It can be regarded as a means of perishing together. Seeing EU's insistence, third generation did not persuade him. He thinks EU is right, but this kind of thinking is only okay if it is applied to EU. Don't tell others whether it's dangerous or not, they simply can't learn it. Although they have only been in contact for a short period of time, third generation is already very satisfied with EU. He regretted why he didn't discover EU earlier, so that now he doesn't know EU so well. If EU had been discovered earlier and trained earlier, he wouldn't have been able to supplement ninjutsu now. Third generation feels that EU is working hard to learn ninjutsu now because she did not have the resources before. He only guessed half of it right. EU did not have the resources to learn before, and he did not have the talent to learn before. In the past, EU's talent could only be regarded as that of an ordinary person. Even if you give him a lot of ninjutsu resources, he will most likely not be able to learn it. After no longer persuading EU, third generation took out a few scrolls from the bookshelf and said, these are the strongest sealing techniques in the village at present. You can take a look, but it's best not to learn it before you are sure. What's wrong with it? If you understand, you can ask me. EU looked at these scrolls. Among them are the corpses and ghosts. Of course EU is not interested in these sealing techniques. Sealing techniques can only be used once, so what are you going to learn? He does want to learn the forbidden arts, but those are the dangerous but powerful sealing techniques. These are not sealing techniques that once learned, can only be used once in a lifetime. Advertisement EU took a few sealing techniques and sat on the ground to read. Completely ignoring that third generation is right next to him. Third generation does not think EU is rude, but thinks he is eager to learn. Myojin Gate? Is this also the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? EU said to himself. The third generation on the side explained, this is indeed the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, but this ninjutsu is very difficult, even more difficult than the 4-sign seal and 8-sign seal. The only ninjutsu I remember is the first Hokage, his wife and the fourth Hokage's wife. In addition to being very difficult, this ninjutsu also requires an extremely large chakra to release. So since the fourth Hokage's wife passed away, Konoha has no one in control. EU nodded, I see, but it looks like this sealing techniques is indeed very powerful. Third generation said, this sealing techniques is indeed very powerful and can suppress 9 tails in battle. Back then, first Hokage's wife just released it casually and suppressed 9 tails until he could not move. Oh, so strong. EU naturally knows that Mingshinman is very strong. Not to mention 9 tails, even 10 tails can suppress it. Not even Uchiha Madara can resist, but that's Sage Art Myojinman. EU also doesn't know if the Myojin Gate released using Sage Jutsu Chakra is stronger than the ordinary Myojin Gate. But EU remembered that the Whirlpool Kushina had used this ninjutsu, which could also suppress 9 tails. Thinking about it this way, the Uzumaki clan is indeed terrible in dealing with tailed beasts. Just a King Kong blockade could trap 9 tails. You know, Uzumaki Kushina was about to die at that time. Even though her body was extremely weak, she still controlled 9 tails so that she could not move. In addition to the King Kong blockade, the same is true for the Mingshen Gate. Even excluding Senju Hashirama's Sage Art Myojin Gate and Uzumaki Kushina's Myojin Gate, 9 tails cannot resist. The Uzumaki clan is indeed the nemesis of the tailed beasts. However, this clan's energy is mainly focused on sealing techniques, and it is indeed not very strong in combat. If they were as powerful as the Senju clan or the Uchiha clan, which ninja village could destroy them? Third generation looked at EU who seemed to be interested in Mingshenman. He advised, this ninjutsu is very difficult and requires too much chakra, so it is not suitable for you. Although he knew that EU had a lot of chakra, after all, EU was only 12 years old. Third generation felt that even if EU had a lot of chakra, it would not be more than him. Even he couldn't support the consumption of ninjutsu, and EU couldn't even support it. Chapter 123 Gen, are you going to rebel? EU nodded, as if he agreed with third generation's opinion. In fact, he just didn't want the third generation to know about the huge chakra on his body. Myojinman EU naturally has to learn this ninjutsu, but it can really suppress tailed beasts in battle. Whether it is the 4-sign seal or the 8-sign seal, it can only be applied after controlling the tailed beast. But Myojinman is different. It is a kind of sealing techniques and can also be used as a combat-type ninjutsu, and it is very powerful. After reading several sealing techniques, I have to say that Konoha does have many powerful sealing techniques, and most of them are from the Uzumaki clan. After writing down a few sealing techniques that EU wanted to learn, he went to find some forbidden ninjutsu. For example, even the Rasengan has the Flying Thunder God technique. However, EU found that his favorite style was lightning style, and he was not very interested in wind release ninjutsu. Rasengan is a ninjutsu with extreme form changes, and does not require the addition of wind attribute chakra, but the power of pure Rasengan is not high, at least for Yu. Rasengan is not even as powerful as his pure Chidori. Not to mention the Thundernet, Yu's Thundernet can attack and defend, both in terms of power and learning difficulty. It is an S-level ninjutsu. As a result, although Yu has 5 attributes of chakra, her favorite is lightning-style ninjutsu. However, Yu still wrote down the principles of Rasengan. Although he doesn't have much interest in Rasengan, after all, it is the famous stunt of the protagonist in this world, so he still has to give him a certain amount of respect. There's no harm in learning it anyway. Third generation sat in front of Yu and looked at the ninjutsu Yu was looking at without making any further comments. Whether it is the Flying Thunder God Jutsu or the Rasengan, they are actually ninjutsu that third generation hopes Yu can master. Especially the Flying Thunder God technique. Fourth Hokage relies on this ninjutsu to create the reputation of Yellow Flash in the ninja world. However, the art of Flying Thunder God requires a high level of talent to learn. Not even third generation has mastered it. Third generation also doesn't know if Yu can master it. After Yu carefully wrote down the principles of the Flying Thunder God technique, he closed it. Third generation, who had been watching for a long time, finally couldn't help it anymore and asked cautiously, the art of Flying Thunder God is difficult to master. Except for second Hokage and fourth Hokage, no one has ever been able to master it. You can learn it slowly, don't be in a hurry. It doesn't matter if you can't learn it, ninjutsu itself is really difficult. Yu nodded. Nothing was said. He has memorized the principles of the Flying Thunder God technique, and even while writing it down, he clearly analyzed the mechanism of the Flying Thunder God technique in his mind. There is no such thing as being unable to learn. Yu now finds that the learning talent she has received is too heaven-defying. Advertisement from the day he gained this ability, there seemed to be no ninjutsu that he couldn't learn. Even learning the most difficult sealing techniques, he just spent a little more time. As for the S-level time and space ninjutsu such as the Flying Thunder God technique, it is not something that can be learned with high talent. It also requires sufficient talent in time and space. But Yu didn't have this problem. He found that after reading the principles of Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he completely understood how this ninjutsu works. Then he just needs to practice. Seeing Yu nodding, third generation thought he didn't have the talent for learning in this area. Although I was prepared for it, third generation was still a little disappointed. He still hopes that Yu can master the art of Flying Thunder God. And Yu doesn't care what third generation thinks. Spent a whole day in the database, Yu watched a lot of ninjutsu. In addition to some forbidden techniques, Yu also mastered many A-level and B-level attribute ninjutsu. Kakashi taught Yu many attributes of ninjutsu, but not many have reached A-level and B-level. Although the learning difficulty of ninjutsu is not the same as the power of ninjutsu. But there is still a certain connection. After all, if it is very difficult to learn but has little power, then this ninjutsu would have been eliminated long ago, so why learn from him? So basically ninjutsu that is difficult to learn will be more powerful. Of course, except for those like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. They belong to the category of ninjutsu that works miracles with great strength and relies solely on the power of ninjutsu supported by a large amount of chakra. For ordinary ninjas, chakra is very limited, and they will never consume a large amount of chakra to release a ninjutsu with very little power. Therefore, for ordinary ninjas, ninjutsu, which is difficult to learn, is generally very powerful. After dark, Yu came out of the database. Although I have been reading all day long, my brain has been thinking. But Yu didn't feel tired at all. Even the thinking is very clear and full of sense of accomplishment. After all, he learned many ninjutsu in the database that he had never seen before, and those ninjutsu were extremely powerful. It makes up for many shortcomings that Yu thinks he has. In Hokage's office, third generation stood by the window, looking at Yu's back. His face was expressionless, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Advertisement. After a long time, Yu's figure completely disappeared from the sight of third generation. Third generation then turned around and sat down. After thinking for a while, he said to himself, that guy Danzo has indeed become a little active during this period. I need to warn him. As soon as he finished speaking, third generation disappeared into Hokage's office. And at the headquarters of Konoha, Danzo was listening to his subordinates report Yu's schedule for today. That's right, Danzo sent his men to keep an eye on Yu all day today. Yu naturally discovered it, but the route had no effect on him, so he didn't care. Yu cannot care, but third generation cannot do nothing. Especially after knowing that Yu actually mastered the 4-sign seal and 8-sign seal. Third generation has completely regarded Yu as its successor. After finally waiting for such a genius, third generation will never allow him to die midway. Third generation is such a person. If he really thinks highly of someone, he will be very indulgent to him. For example, Orochimaru, third generation has always regarded Orochimaru as his best disciple. In his heart, the status of Jiraiya and Tsunade is not as good as Orochimaru. So even though he knew Orochimaru was doing many inhumane experiments, he turned a blind eye. In the end, there was really no other way and I never thought of killing him. Instead, I had people capture him live. Now he does the same to Yu. The main reason is that he really has no one to choose now and he is very old. Hokage can't be a leader for a few more years. If he doesn't choose someone to take over, he will feel that he has no face to meet the first generation and the second generation. Of course, a very important reason why third generation has such high expectations for Yu is that Yu has a clean net worth and there is no interference from family forces behind her. Soon, the third generation appeared at Root's headquarters. Danzo, who was listening to the report from his subordinates, stood up and looked at the third generation walking towards him. Several ninjas also appeared in front of Danzo and protected him. Seeing this scene, third generation frowned and said, Duanzo, it seems that the Roots have indeed become your own unit. You must know that the third generation is the Hokage, and the Root belongs to Anbu and is a department of Anbu. In theory, the Root controller should be the third generation. But now these Root ninjas are on the defensive against the third generation. This behavior is almost equivalent to rebellion. Chapter 124 The future of Konoha is on him. Danzo didn't pay attention to the irony of third generation. Danzo knows the character of the third generation, and his roots belong to him, Danzo, which is an open secret to the top management of Konoha. And the roots were established with the tacit approval of third generation. So Danzo just said coldly, Hiruzen, what are you doing here? The third generation walked up to the Root ninjas and just looked at the few Root ninjas lightly. The ninja who had originally planned to protect Danzo to the death suddenly trembled all over. He even took several steps back. Danzo frowned, Hiruzen, what do you want to do? Third generation did not answer Danzo, but simply said to the few ninjas in front of him, I have something to say to Elder Danzo. You all should step aside. The tone left no room for doubt. The whole body of these ninjas was already trembling so much that they still looked as if they were dead just now. Although third generation did not express it specifically, the power of a shadow-level powerhouse was not something that a few ninjas could withstand. Not to mention that the third generation is the Konoha Hokage. They are all theoretically under the jurisdiction of third generation. If they showed any disobedience to third generation would kill them and no one would say anything. So for the first time, several ninjas disappeared immediately without asking Danzo. When Danzo saw this scene, his face was gloomy. Is the purpose of coming here just to show your Hokage identity? Danzo was furious, but he couldn't be too explicit in front of the third generation. He could see that third generation was different from usual. After Gen's ninja disappeared, third generation walked up to Danzo and said calmly, don't always send people to keep an eye on that child in the future, otherwise don't blame me for disbanding your general. I'm serious, third generation said without a doubt. Of course Danzo didn't want to. Annoyed even. Hiruzen, why do you want me to listen to you? Don't forget, I am the leader of general. If I don't disband, what can you do? In an instant, the two people's anger exploded. Third generation was very angry at Danzo's words. He said in a very cold tone, it seems that I was too indulgent towards you before, giving you the illusion that you can bargain with me. Danzo also said, are you really going to force me like this for a kid? Advertisement, everything I did was for Konoha. That boy is a great threat to Konoha. I have to keep an eye on him, and you should support me. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, a strong chakra erupted from the third generation. Rumble. In an instant, Danzo was knocked back several steps by the chakra erupted by third generation. Third generation is surrounded by blue chakra, which has condensed into substance. Although third generation is old, it still has a lot of chakra. Otherwise, when fighting Orochimaru, he wouldn't be able to release so many ninjutsu. Danzo also wants to explode chakra, but just when he was about to burst out chakra, the chakra all over his body became very heavy. Hiruzen, do you really want to go to this extent for that kid? Danzo discovers that the third generation has suppressed his chakra. Although he is also a shadow-level strongman, he is not as strong as third generation. And the most important thing is that the third generation is the Hokage. Although Danzo is also a high-ranking member of Konoha, he has no way and no position to oppose the third generation. Not many people will support him. Unless he wanted to defect to Konoha, it was impossible for him to take action against the third generation himself. Even if he wanted to assassinate the third generation before, he couldn't do it himself, and had to rely on tricking Kakashi and Yamato to assassinate the third generation. Third generation is serious from beginning to end. He is different from others. Konoha needs him to grow up. Don't destroy him because of your selfishness. I will never allow it. Danzo gritted his teeth. The third generation's move reminded him of the move he made when he gave up both him and Orochimaru in order to promote Namikaze Minato to the top. When he knew that the third generation did not want him to be the Hokage, he strongly recommended Orochimaru to be the fourth Hokage. He originally thought that Orochimaru was the third generation's favorite disciple. Who knew that in the end, third generation chose Minato Namikaze, the youngest of all candidates, against all odds. It almost d him off. Now third generation is doing this to Yu again, causing his painful memories to surface. Hiruzen, he is only 12 years old, are you crazy? Who knows what will happen to him in the future? If you are so partial to him now, if he is not as good as you think in the future, can you be responsible for your mistakes? Hearing this, third generation found it funny, if he had some doubts before. But since he knew that Yu had mastered the 4-sign seal and the 8-sign seal, he didn't hesitate at all. Because both the 4-elephant seal and the 8-sign seal require huge chakra support, and those who can master these two sealing techniques, ninjutsu talent is very high, plus Yu killed the Black Hoe Thunderfang and suppressed the rampaging Ming people. Advertisement. There is no doubt Yu's current film level performance. The difference is just a top shadow level powerhouse or an ordinary shadow level powerhouse. No matter what it is, Yu is only 12 years old. As long as he doesn't die young, his future achievements will definitely not be worse than 4th Hokage. He was very confident about this. 3rd generation sneered, "It is because he is only 12 years old now that I decided to put the future of Konoha on him." As soon as the words, 3rd generation, were spoken, Danzo looked shocked and took several steps back. Do you know what you are talking about? You want to put the future of Konoha on a 12-year-old brat, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Teacher's Konoha is not your toy. The teacher made a mistake when he chose you to be the Hokage. The future of Konoha will be affected by your mistake, destroyed by decision. Danzo couldn't believe it, the 3rd generation didn't even hide it. Such a naked statement puts the future on Yu. This statement clearly stated that he regarded Yu as his successor. Yu is only 12 years old, how could 3rd generation be so rash? The most important thing is that 3rd generation would rather choose a 12-year-old kid than him. 3rd generation looked at Danzo and said seriously, "It's because I value the teacher's instructions that I chose him. Duanzo, we are all old and the future does not belong to us." This was the last thing Danzo wanted to hear. "Hiruzen, you are getting old and confused. I don't have to send people to keep an eye on him, but if he wants to be a Hokage, it's absolutely impossible as long as I'm here. I am the Hokage, and I know who is the best candidate to become the Hokage." What Danzo is most angry about is that the 3rd generation always uses Hokage's identity to suppress him. Angrily, he said angrily, "No matter what you say, I don't believe that a 12-year-old kid has the possibility of becoming a Hokage." 3rd generation knew that Danzo had retreated. After achieving their goals, the 3rd generation naturally no longer needs to stay here. Just say, "This is not something you should think about. Remember, I want to see him grow up. If you let me know what you did to him, the roots will definitely be disbanded. I'm not kidding you." After saying that, 3rd generation turned around and left without any more nonsense with Danzo. Looking at the back of 3rd generation, Danzo was furious. Veins popped out in the hands holding the crutches. "Hiruzen, you will regret this." Chapter 125 Energy Source Planetary Level. After 3rd generation warned Danzo, Danzo was very angry. But after that, no one was sent to keep an eye on Yu. Danzo and Yu don't have any grudges. Just because he felt that Yu was designated as the successor by 3rd generation and couldn't bear it. In order to become a Hokage, Danzo has been thinking about it day and night for decades. Becoming a Hokage is his biggest wish in his life. Anyone who stands in his way, including his former comrade, 3rd generation, can kill him. Although no one is sent to keep an eye on Yu, Danzo is also waiting in the dark for Yu to make a mistake. As long as Yu makes a mistake that is enough to prevent him from becoming a Hokage, when the 3rd generation elects Yu as a Hokage in the future, then he can object with confidence. After Yu noticed that the ninja aura around him disappeared. Although I don't know what happened, but no one is watching, which is always a good thing. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Yu is summarizing the ninjutsu that were written down today. He memorized the Myojin Gate, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Rasengan, and even the Reincarnation Jutsu of the Evil Land. The reason for remembering the ninjutsu was not because he wanted to use this technique to summon the dead, but because he wanted to be able to unlock it when he encountered this ninjutsu in the future. After all, it would be quite troublesome if the opponent was reincarnated from the dirt. I have been summarizing for several hours, and it is already early in the morning. Yu just opened his eyes. As expected of a forbidden technique, it is indeed very difficult. After speaking, Yu raised his right hand. His eyes were slightly focused, the chakra in his body was flowing rapidly, and a golden chakra ball appeared instantly in the palm of Yu's hand. The light of the golden chakra ball illuminates Yu's room as brightly as a light. Looking at the chakra ball in his hand, Yu murmured to himself, "Is this Rasengan? It's quite interesting." After watching for a while, Yu had a bold idea in his mind. "I hope I don't fail. If I fail, I will have to pay off the mortgage for the rest of my life." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment Yu finished speaking, the chakra ball in Yu's hand instantly turned into a golden chakra shuriken that was spinning crazily. Suddenly, a storm blew up in the room. The storm cut the tables and chairs in the room to smithereens. "This is the Rasengan shuriken, it's really powerful. Advertisement, if we enlarge it any further, my house will be uninhabitable." Yu looked at several scratches that had been cut by the wind blade. Reluctantly, he put away the Rasengan shuriken in his hand. Then Yu prepared to experiment with the Flying Thunder God technique. He didn't even know what an outrageous thing he had just done. The Rasengan shuriken that Naruto developed with so much painstaking effort, he mastered in just a few hours of study. Haven't even practiced before. If Jiraiya found out, he would probably be so jealous that his eyes would turn red. After all, it took him a long time to master Rasengan back then. The most outrageous thing is that Yu not only mastered the Rasengan, he also mastered the Rasengan shuriken almost at the same time. Even Yu can add lightning style to it. The reason why Yu is so easy, besides his current talent being too heaven-defying, is because of the Sage Jutsu chakra he uses. He completely avoided the issue of the Rasengan shuriken. However, although he felt that his Rasengan shuriken was very powerful, Yu was not surprised, and he did not even have the desire to use it in battle in the future. Because the power of his lightning style is not inferior at all, it can even be said to be stronger, especially the Thunder Net. After learning Rasengan from Naruto, he would use Rasengan in almost every battle. Yu's favorite use in battle was Thunder Net, and he didn't even like to use Chidori and Chidori's derivative ninjutsu. After all, Lei Wang was developed by Yi Yu himself. The one developed by himself is much easier to use, which may also be a psychological effect. But Yi Yu does prefer to use Linet. Yi Yu spent the whole night in his room practicing the ninjutsu he had memorized today. It is very inconvenient to practice in the room, but Yi Yu does not need to completely release ninjutsu. Because after mastering ninjutsu, he has very high control over ninjutsu, so he can completely reduce the size of ninjutsu to a level that does not damage the room. Even though Yi Yu now has film-level talent, he still cherishes his only real estate. After all, this house is a very important factor in whether he can live a prosperous life in the future. With this house, all his future income can be saved. But without this house, Yi Yu would have to pay a lot of money to buy it in the same location in the future, and would most likely even need a loan. Thinking about having to work hard every day to make money to pay for the mortgage, Yi Yu cherishes the house in front of her even more. After practicing until midnight, Yi Yu mastered all ninjutsu, and waited until he was ready to rest. A long-lost voice appeared in my mind. Your speed has been increased to space level, your physical fitness has doubled, your energy source has been rebound to planetary level, and your chakra amount has doubled. Yi Yu was stunned. Advertisement his system hadn't alerted him in a long time. He thought it was because his body had been developed to its extreme during this period and there was no way to continue improving. So the system didn't remind me again. Soon, Yi Yu noticed some changes in the content of the system. What does it mean to bind an energy source to a planetary level? Yi Yu doesn't understand this definition at all, but the chakra has doubled. Yi Yu can feel it. He feels that his chakra is extremely abundant now. No matter what the planetary level is, it should be something very powerful anyway, but you can clearly feel it when the chakra is doubled. After Yi Yu's chakra has been doubled, in fact, Yi Yu's current chakra amount is already at the tailed beast level. Of course, it's the tailed beast level except 9 tails. The most important thing is that Yi Yu's chakra belongs to Sage Jutsu chakra, so with the same amount of chakra, Yi Yu's chakra is obviously more durable. Similarly ninjutsu, Yi Yu consumes much less chakra to use. Not to mention Yi Yu's heaven-defying chakra recovery speed. It took him about 10 minutes to restore chakra before. Although the amount of chakra has increased now, Yi Yu feels that it only takes 6 or 7 minutes to recover from a depleted state of chakra to a full state. The doubling of chakra should be due to the doubling of physical fitness. After all, you need to have enough physical fitness to support such a huge amount of chakra. What on earth is this planetary source of energy? It seems to be something very powerful. Literally speaking, does it mean that my previous energy source was natural energy, but now it comes directly from this planet? Yi Yu guessed. Why doesn't this system give any explanation? Yi Yu was speechless. Planetary energy sources are not the same as natural energy. After all, the sacred tree relies on absorbing the energy of the planet to bear the chakra fruit. It is obvious that the sacred tree has not completely absorbed the energy of this planet, and it can even be said that it is far from it. Otherwise, this planet will not have enough energy to maintain the state of the planet. Yi Yu knows how huge Ten Tails chakra is. Of course, all this is Yi Yu's guess. But Yi Yu felt that his guess was right. Yi Yu did guess right. Chapter 126 Sasuke wants to verify his strength previously. Yi Yu could absorb natural energy from the outside world, which meant that it could absorb the natural energy of the planet. And obviously, natural energy only occupies a very small part of this planet. Even the sacred tree chakra actually only occupies a small part of the energy of this planet. Planetary energy refers to all the energy of this planet. Of course, this does not mean that Yi Yu now has all the energy of the planet. With Yi Yu's current physical fitness and strength, if all the energy of a planet were stuffed into his body, he would be shattered into dust now. So the energy source changing to planetary level means that Yi Yu can directly extract energy from the planet. This is equivalent to greatly expanding his energy source. Let his chakra upper limit become very high. If his chakra upper limit was 1 before, his chakra upper limit will now become 100. The gap will be so big. Of course, it's hard to say whether Yi Yu can reach this upper limit. After studying this planet-level energy source for a while, Yi Yu took a rest. Although this improvement is huge, Yi Yu is not as surprised as before. It may be that he has adapted to the power he has, so there will be no big ups and downs in his mentality. For a period of time after that, third generation had no tasks for Yi Yu. He wanted Yi Yu to master several ninjutsu he had seen. Kakashi never came to Yi Yu. Yi Yu was indeed practicing during this period. His chakra amount has doubled, and his physical fitness has also doubled. Yi Yu needs to adapt again. As for the ninjutsu he had seen in the database, he had already mastered it that night. It's even been improved to make those ninjutsu fit Yi Yu's fighting style. Yi Yu's Flying Thunder God technique does not require marking techniques at all. He can use the Flying Thunder God technique within the range that Yi Yu can perceive. Of course, he can also mark spells. Mark the spell on the ninja tool and you can teleport over long distances. It's just that the farther the distance, the more chakra is consumed. However, after these days of practice, Yi Yu found that in battle, his favorite method was the teleportation technique. Because his teleportation technique is fast enough, and the amount of chakra consumed by the teleportation technique is much less than that of the Flying Thunder God. More than 10 days later, at a training ground in Konoha. The training ground is very large, with a radius of 5 kilometers. Although it is not as good as the Death Forest, it is still very large. Yi Yu was sitting cross-legged in the forest at the training ground, seemingly refining chakra. Suddenly, Yi Yu opened his eyes. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. Advertisement, what are you doing? Yi Yu's voice suddenly came. And in a bush 200 meters away from where Yi Yu was sitting cross-legged just now. Yi Yu looked at the three people sitting in the bushes. As for Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura who were hiding in the bushes to peek at Yi Yu's training, they were startled by the sound behind them. The three of them turned around awkwardly and saw Yi Yu standing in front of them, looking at them expressionlessly. Sasuke scratched his head in embarrassment. I learned a ninjutsu from Mr. Kakashi these days, the ninjutsu you mentioned. Sasuke said, looking at Yi Yu expectantly. It seems that he hopes Yi Yu can praise him. He does have such expectations. After Sasuke finished speaking, Naruto quickly said, I also learned taijutsu from Mr. Kakashi, and Mr. Thick Eyebrows also taught me very strong taijutsu. Yi Yu, I should be catching up with you now. Naruto said with confidence. Sakura said cautiously, I've only learned 2 genjutsu in the past few days. Yi Yu, you are right, Teacher Kai's physical skills are not suitable for me. The words of the three people made Yi Yu a little confused. Is this what you came to me for? The three of them nodded in unison. Yi Yu was speechless. He thought something had happened to the three of them, and he finally stayed quiet for more than 10 days. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Naruto said angrily, what do you mean just for these things? We have worked very hard during this time, okay? And I think I'm going to surpass you, I have a hunch. Naruto said very confidently. Yi Yu nodded, that's not surprising. In the future, Naruto will be a 6 pads level expert. Yi Yu is not surprised that Naruto will become very powerful. But not now. Yi Yu can sense that the chakra in Naruto's body has not increased much. In the past, Naruto's chakra was 10,000 times greater than his, but now Yi Yu's chakra is already dozens of times greater than Naruto's. Of course, this is without the 9 tails chakra. Although Yi Yu's current chakra amount is already at the tailed beast level, it is still not as good as 9 tails. And there is only half of 9 tails in Naruto's body. But except for the heaven-defying tailed beasts like 9 tails, Yi Yu's chakra amount at this time is definitely not inferior to any tailed beast except 9 tails. And you should know that Yi Yu's chakra is all Sage Jutsu chakra. The quality of chakra is far beyond that of ordinary chakra. At this time, Yi Yu no longer estimated his strength. Because there is no point anymore, it just depends on how much strength he can display in the battle. Advertisement after all, Kagaya, who is as powerful as Otsutsuki, will be sealed twice in a row by someone with lower strength. Perhaps the warning effect given by Otsutsuki Kagaya to Yi Yu was too great. Yi Yu's strength improved very quickly, but he has always been cautious. I am afraid that one day my boat will capsize in the gutter and I will be embarrassed. So Yi Yu did not deny Naruto's statement that he could surpass himself. After all, who can say clearly what will happen in the future? Of course, Yi Yu was indeed overly cautious. Now his strength is definitely not comparable to that of Naruto. Naruto, who has not even obtained the power of 6 paths, is basically impossible to defeat Yi Yu. Especially now that Yi Yu has mastered a large number of top-level sealing techniques. It's just that Yi Yu doesn't feel that his strength can be unscrupulous. No matter who he was dealing with, he still dealt with them in the same way as before. Naturally, he did not deny what Naruto said, and he quickly surpassed his own words. After receiving Yi Yu's recognition, Naruto laughed and said happily, seeing that there is no Sasuke, Yi Yu also recognized my strength. Sasuke ignored him. He looked at Yi Yu expectantly and said, Yi Yu, I would like to ask you to help me test the results of my cultivation during this period. Sakura also said, although I have only learned 2 genjutsu, I feel that my strength has improved a lot. Yi Yu also asked you to help me test my training results. Seeing that Sasuke ignored him, Naruto was a little unhappy. But after hearing what Sasuke and Sakura said, Naruto quickly said, Yi Yu, I want to join too. Looking at the three people, Yi Yu had a headache. Originally he thought he could live in peace for a long time. Who knew Sasuke could learn so quickly? He remembered that it seemed like it took him a month to learn Chidori during Sasuke Chunin's exam. How come you have learned it in just 10 days? Yi Yu's mind is full of questions. Is this guy's learning ability much stronger after he became less extreme? Yi Yu's guess was only half right. Sasuke was too extreme before, and he was also very eager for quick success. It is difficult for such a person to calm down and think rationally. Irrational people, on the other hand, can easily spend time on mental exhaustion and cannot concentrate on practicing. In addition, it was during the Chunin exam, and Kakashi had a lot of things to do, so he didn't have much time to teach Sasuke. Now, Kakashi will accompany Sasuke from training to the end every day. For more than 10 days, he will be by Sasuke's side to give personal guidance every day. Kakashi spent much more time teaching Sasuke in the past 10 days than during the Chunin exam. What Yi Yu is speechless about is why, after Sasuke just learned Chidori, he had to ask himself to verify his strength. Yi Yu didn't know that he had replaced Uchiha Itachi's position in Sasuke's heart before the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Yi Yu's previous deceptions or conversations with Sasuke not only changed Sasuke's extreme ideas, but also made Sasuke rely on Yi Yu as much as Uchiha Itachi. He was the same as Naruto. Naruto hopes to get Sasuke's approval, and Sasuke now really wants to get Yi Yu's approval. Chapter 127 He can actually fly the Thunder God. Yi Yu looked at Sasuke with some surprise and asked, have you learned Chidori? Sasuke smiled, satisfied with Yi Yu's surprised look. Yes, although training is really hard, I have mastered it. You are right, Teacher Kakashi's lightning style is really suitable for me. Because Sasuke has changed a lot compared to before, now Sasuke is no longer called Kakashi, but Mr. Kakashi. Listening to Sasuke's words, Yu nodded. Naruto on the side curled his lips and said, Kakashi-sensei is too partial. He actually said that lightning style is not suitable for me. Yu smiled and said, then did he say that you are suitable for Feng Dan? Naruto was a little surprised. He looked at Yu and said in surprise, how did you know? Yu said, I do know that there is a ninjutsu that is suitable for you. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. Yu planned to teach Naruto Rasengan in advance. Mainly Yu doesn't know when the Chunin exam will start. Now Naruto didn't learn Rasengan from Jiraiya either. Naruto was stunned, and then he was ecstatic, really? Yu nodded. Yu, do you really want to teach him ninjutsu? Sasuke said a little annoyed. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want Naruto to learn ninjutsu, but he was a little unhappy that Yu actually taught Naruto ninjutsu instead of teaching him. Yu explained, my ninjutsu is more suitable for Naruto, just like Chidori is more suitable for you. Sasuke didn't say anything else. Naruto looked forward to it, even though he was learning Taijutsu from Kakashi during this period. But he still hopes Yu can teach him. Not only Naruto, Sasuke actually hopes that Yu can personally guide him in training. Compared to Kakashi, Sasuke believes in Yu's strength more. On this point, no matter how Yu deceived Sasuke, he did not change his opinion. Okay, since you want me to help you test your strength, then come over here. After speaking, Yu reached out and patted the shoulders of the three of them. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura don't know what Yu means. The next moment, they suddenly felt their eyes blur and the surrounding scenery change. They appeared hundreds of meters away. Advertisement. This scene shocked the three of them. What is this ninjutsu? Why did we suddenly appear here? Naruto and Sasuke were surprised. The three of them looked at Yu in surprise. Yu explained, it's just a small ninjutsu. Come on, let me try the results of your cultivation during this period. But Yu's words didn't bring the three of them back to their senses. The Flying Thunder God technique performed by Yu just now was really shocking. Moving hundreds of meters in an instant is something that even the teleportation technique cannot do. What's more, Yu also moved the three of them together. At this time, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura did not know that several hundred meters away from them, Kakashi was standing on a big tree watching the situation here. In addition to Kakashi, there is also a ninja wearing an Anbu mask standing next to him. This ninja is the current Anbu captain, Tenzo, who will also be Yamato in the future. The two people who were originally watching Yu and Sasuke with interest were stunned when they saw Yu performing the Flying Thunder God technique. Senior, then, what's going on with that child's technique? Yamato asked with a trembling tone. Kakashi couldn't believe it for a moment. He has been staying at home during this period. Is he practicing ninjutsu? Third generation specifically communicated with Kakashi about Yu's performance in the database. At that time, third generation said that Yu did not seem to have the talent to learn the art of Flying Thunder God. Kakashi still feels a little regretful about this. Although it doesn't matter whether Yu is strong enough to use the Flying Thunder God technique, after all, he has seen the power of Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. He still hopes that Yu can master the art of Flying Thunder God. Who knew that Yu could easily perform it just now? Didn't third generation say that he doesn't have the talent to learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Why, he seems very relaxed. Kakashi didn't know what to say for a moment. Yamato on the side listened to Kakashi's words and finally understood the name of the ninjutsu performed by Yu. And he was just as shocked as Kakashi. Just now he thought Yu was using a very special teleportation technique. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the fourth Hokage's unique skill, the Flying Thunder God technique. Advertisement. Even if he doesn't know much about the fourth Hokage, he still knows the name of the Flying Thunder God jutsu. After all, a large part of fourth Hokage's Yellow Flash name was brought about by the Flying Thunder God technique. After being surprised for a while, Kakashi shook his head and smiled bitterly. This kid is still like this. He is always so casual and has mastered such powerful ninjutsu, but he didn't even tell me. But Kakashi is not surprised. After all, Kakashi knows that Yu still has many powerful ninjutsu, which he doesn't use often. Standing next to Kakashi, Yamato agreed with Kakashi's words and said, that child does have a very powerful chakra. No wonder Lord Hokage pays so much attention to him. Yamato is Kakashi's junior. Although Kakashi resigned from Anbu, he still has great influence in Anbu. For example, Yamato has a very good relationship with Kakashi, and the two have redeemed each other many times. Yamato was also rescued by Kakashi from Danzo. One can imagine how good the relationship between Yamato and Kakashi is. Yamato knew that Kakashi admired Yu very much, or in other words, he knew that Yu was Kakashi's disciple. From this conversation, it was clear to him that Kakashi was completely different from Yu than Sasuke. So Yamato is also curious about what kind of person Yu is. Why do both Kakashi and the third Hokage pay so much attention to him? That is to say, Yamato doesn't know that Kakashi and Kimoto are the same, and even third generation warned Danzo because Yu went to the root headquarters. It would be even more unbelievable if I knew. Not to mention Kimoto Tong. Kakashi and third generation almost represent the leaders of the younger and older generations in Konoha. These two people are so optimistic about Yu. Anyone with some brains can guess that Yu's future achievements will definitely not be low. Kakashi smiled and said, he is indeed different from others and always brings a lot of surprises to people. Yamato looked at Kakashi's proud smile. He had never seen Kakashi smile like this by a person. And when Kakashi is with him, he rarely smiles. But when talking about Yu, Kakashi always smiles from the bottom of his heart. Yamato nodded and said, it's really surprising, or quite unexpected, that someone can actually learn the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. After all, apart from the fourth Hokage, there aren't many people who know ninjutsu. Several of the guards from the fourth Hokage used to do it, but they required 3 people to activate. It cannot be used in combat at all. But Yu not only learned it, but also performed it very easily. Yu is only 12 years old. The 12-year-old Yu not only has enough chakra to perform, but also does it so easily. Yu's current strength may have reached the level of Jonin. Yamato doesn't know Yu, so he can only guess this. Chapter 128 How to Open Sharingan. Yu was aware of the existence of Kakashi and Yamato from the beginning, but he knew it was Kakashi, so he did not say hello to them. Looking at Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura, Yu said, come on, do you want to start directly or formulate a strategy first? Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura looked at each other. The 3 of them seemed to have had a premonition. Soon, the 3 of them formed a combat formation. Sasuke and Naruto stood in front of Sakura, protecting her behind them. Sakura also raised her fingers, ready to activate Genjutsu. Naruto also immediately formed the Shadow Clone technique. 4 shadow clones immediately appeared around him. Yu, take the move. Naruto was the first to attack. Throwing a dozen kunai and shurikens at Yu. Shuriken and kunai shot over with the sound of breaking wind. Almost all possible dodge directions for Yu were blocked. The corner of Yu's mouth raised slightly. It seems that the practice during this period has achieved some results, and the ninja tools have been used very well. Yu expressed appreciation. But Yu didn't use ninjutsu to resist. Instead, he pulled out a kunai from his ninja bag. Just when Naruto's kunai and shuriken were about to hit him, Yu waved the kunai in his hand. Ding, ding, ding. In an instant, gold and iron intertwined, sparks flew out, and a dozen kunai and shurikens thrown by Naruto were all knocked away by Yu. Konoha Tornado. Just after Yu blocked all the kunai and shuriken, Naruto's 4 shadow clone used taijutsu to kick towards Yu. Yu smiled and said, Naruto, that's good, he actually mastered this taijutsu. Kakashi-sensei will definitely find another teacher for you, right? Yu said as he kicked 4 shadow clone away. The 4 shadow clone heavy Konoha whirlwinds were all kicked away by Yu before they even got close to Yu. All 4 shadow clones exploded in the air and turned into 4 streaks of white smoke. Just as Yu finished speaking, Naruto appeared in front of Yu. Haha, I have made great progress Yu, you have to be careful. Yu did not use any ninjutsu, and simply used taijutsu to fight Naruto. After the 2 of them exchanged more than a dozen moves, Naruto suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Then, before he could react, his body flew back. Rumble. Naruto's body was kicked tens of meters away like a cannonball and blasted towards the woods. Of course, Yu must have been merciful and would not let Naruto be seriously injured. Chidori. Advertisement. As soon as Yu kicked Naruto away, Sasuke appeared in the air behind Yu, and had already opened the Sharingan, and the Chidori in his hand made a violent hissing sound. You're really powerful, Sasuke. Yu didn't turn around, just stood there calmly. The Chidori in Sasuke's hand shone with blue-white arcs of electricity, and the Sharingan in his eyes stared closely at Yu. Yu, try my strongest blow. Yu didn't say anything. Just for a moment, Yu suddenly felt himself refreshed. Then he raised his head and looked at Sakura in the distance. It's a bit surprising, Sakura. I didn't expect that your genjutsu has been practiced to this extent. I was almost hallucinated by you. Of course, Yu didn't tell the truth. Sakura's genjutsu just made Yu feel it. With Yu's current strong mental power, even the ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan's genjutsu can't do anything to him. Not to mention Sakura, a beginner's basic genjutsu. However, it can cause Yu to have mental fluctuations, and Sakura's genjutsu level is definitely pretty good. The moment Yu and Sakura were talking, Sasuke had already appeared above Yu. Sasuke yelled, Yu, I'm coming. Yu was a little speechless. If you attack, just attack. Why are you reminding your opponent? Although Yu knew that Sasuke was worried about hurting Yu, so he reminded him. But Yu still hopes that Sasuke can treat this test with a practical attitude. In an instant, Sasuke swung out Chidori, stab. Rumble. Sasuke stabbed Chidori towards Yu. But Yu, who was very close at hand, suddenly disappeared in front of him. The next moment, Sasuke suddenly felt his arm being grabbed. The Chidori in his hand failed to hit the target, and countless thunder and lightning struck everywhere without any target in an instant. A large crater of several meters was suddenly blasted out of the ground. The soil in the pit was scorched black by lightning. Sasuke was stunned, looking at Yu grabbing his arm. At this moment, the newly built self-confidence was shattered by Yu. Sasuke almost lost his temper. If it had been before, he would have been very angry and would have used any means to become stronger and defeat Yu. But now, Sasuke only thinks that Yu is too powerful and too hopeless. Sasuke smiled bitterly and said, "You be asterisk 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 D. Why are you acting like a monster? How can you let us live like this?" Yu didn't even use ninjutsu, he just used a teleportation technique to stop his strongest ninjutsu. With this hopeless gap, Sasuke would have already regarded Yu as an opponent that must be surpassed. Now, Sasuke only feels that he has no hope of catching up with Yu. Advertisement. Yu put away his hand and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. "That's right. You mastered the power and speed of this technique perfectly. It's just that your body speed can't keep up. You still have to strengthen your physical training with Mr. Kakashi, especially in terms of movement speed." Sasuke nodded. He also noticed, "Should I learn from Teacher Kai?" Sasuke thought about how Kakashi had asked Kai to teach Naruto Taijutsu. He thought he could learn Taijutsu from Kaya. Yu thought of Kai's exercise method. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Sasuke was obviously not suited to that kind of training. So he shook his head and said, "Teacher Kaka is the creator of Chidori. Is there anyone who is as professional as him in this field? Just learn from him. And your Sharingan, I have also thought about it these days. Sharingan evolution is mainly related to mental stimulation. And mental stimulation includes not only hatred but also strong love or affection. So you know what I mean? Find a girl you like." The reason why Yu said this is because he seemed to remember that this is how Sasuke's daughter turned on Mangekyo Sharingan. She opened her eyes because of strong love, not hatred. Sasuke was stunned. But the Uchiha clan only opened Sharingan because the person they loved most died. Sasuke said. Yu shook his head. "Do you know why strong hatred is the most common?" Sasuke shook his head. "That's because hate is the simplest and easiest to create artificially, but strong love is difficult. It's easy to destroy something, but it's very difficult to create it. But I think it would be healthier and maybe stronger to start Sharingan with love." Sasuke still trusts Yu. Since Yu said so, he also thinks it makes sense. So he nodded. But, Sasuke agrees with Yu's statement, but he doesn't have any girls he likes right now. Yu looked at Sasuke with a confused look on his face. He turned his head towards Sakura who was walking over. Sakura looked at Sasuke with a worried look on his face. Just now, Sasuke was hit by lightning that was scattered in all directions, so his clothes were somewhat torn. Sakura thought Sasuke was hurt. Yu smiled and said to Sasuke, "She really cares about you." Sasuke was silent for a while, then turned to Yu and said, "I don't want to get close to her just because I opened my eyes." Yu smiled. "That's right. If you think so, it already means you have feelings for her. Only true feelings can stimulate your Sharingan, so you don't need to do anything, just let nature take its course." Sasuke nodded. "You're right. Chapter 129. Sasuke has double Magatama." After Sakura walked over, she looked at Sasuke and said worriedly, "Sasuke, are you okay? Are you injured?" Just when Sakura was about to take out the medical supplies and bandage Sasuke, Yu joked, "Sakura, I almost got hit by him." Sakura blushed a little. Yu is so strong, how could he be hurt? Sakura has seen Yu fight several times with her own eyes. How could she believe that Yu would be injured by Sasuke? Sasuke felt Sakura's feelings for him for the first time. This feeling is very different. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes hurt. Hiss, one of Sasuke's eyes began to bleed. This sudden change made both Yu and Xiaoying panic. "I didn't fight back just now, why are you hurt?" Yu looked confused. Sakura held Sasuke's head and carefully wiped the blood from his eyes. His face was full of worry. Sasuke's eyes hurt, but Yu and Sakura were here, so he could only grit his teeth and didn't want to show it. But if he acts like this, it's useless whether he shows it or not. Seeing Sasuke's appearance, Yu was also a little worried that something would happen to him. And prepares to use medical ninjutsu on him. That's right, Yu has learned not only combat-type ninjutsu and sealing techniques these days, but also some medical ninjutsu. Among them, Yu's most important thing is to master the art of creation and regeneration. This ninjutsu is the ninjutsu created by Senju Hashirama. The power of this ninjutsu is that it can consume chakra to heal wounds in battle without forming seals. However, this ninjutsu requires a high level of medical ninjutsu attainment. Later, Tsunade's Hyakuho no Jutsu was actually the art of creation and regeneration. Because Tsunade doesn't have as much chakra as Senju Hashirama, she uses the yin seal to store large amounts of chakra until she can use it in battle. Yu's chakra amount is obviously much more than that of Tsunade, but not as much as Senju Hashirama. However, because Yu's body has a strong self-healing ability, when he uses the art of creation and regeneration, he consumes much less chakra than what Senju Hashirama uses. So Yu also mastered some medical ninjutsu. Now Yu is going to be a medical ninja, and his level will definitely not be worse than that of the medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital. Just when Yu was about to take action, Sasuke's eyes stopped bleeding. Advertisement double Magatama Sharingan suddenly appeared in his two eyes. Yu was stunned. Sakura didn't notice, she was very anxious now, worried that something would happen to Sasuke. Yu laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Sasuke, it seems I was right, it has been verified now." Sakura was stunned. What is Yu doing? How can he smile so happily when Sasuke is injured? Sakura was confused and prepared to ask Yu what was going on. She won't be angry with Yu, because she knows what Yu is like, and Yu has saved her many times. Even if she has no feelings for Yu, she still regards Yu as a very important friend. Sasuke's eyes suddenly stopped hurting, and he found that his vision was much clearer. After hearing Yu's words, Sasuke stood up from Sakura's arms and ran towards the river in the distance. When I came to the river, I lay down and looked at myself in the water. After seeing that both of his eyes were already double Magatama Sharingan, Sasuke also smiled. You are indeed right. Now he completely believes what Yu said. Although he believed in Yu before, it was because Yu was a very important friend in his heart. It's based on trust in friends. But now the facts tell Sasuke that his Sharingan can really evolve because of feelings. Sasuke's Sharingan used to be a double Magatama and a single Magatama, but now they're all double Magatama. This way of opening your eyes is probably healthier. Yu's voice came from behind Sasuke. Sasuke stood up and said with a faint smile, "Sometimes I feel that you are from our Uchiha clan. Your understanding of Sharingan is deeper than mine." Yu smiled and said, "I hope so. Who doesn't want to own a pair of Sharingan? I'm very curious about what the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan looks like, and Sharingan is indeed handsome." Sasuke was quite happy after hearing what Yu said before. Yu recognized the power of the Uchiha clan, and what Sasuke wanted most was Yu's recognition. But after hearing Yu's words, Sasuke's head was full of black lines. He said speechlessly, "What is your excuse?" Yu waved his hand, "Ha ha ha, don't worry, I believe you will eventually unlock Mangekyo Sharingan, and you will definitely be able to surpass your brother." Sasuke nodded, "I will work hard, and I will also remember what you said, don't be eager for quick success." Sakura ran over and asked nervously, "How is Sasuke?" Advertisement. Yu smiled. Sasuke looked at Sakura's worried look and said calmly for the first time, "I'm fine, my Sharingan just evolved." Sakura was stunned for a moment and looked into Sasuke's eyes. I found that it had indeed turned into a double Magatama Sharingan. With a look of surprise on his face, he said, "Sasuke, you are so powerful. You will be able to activate Mangekyo Sharingan soon." Because they have seen the secrets of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura already know the types of Sharingan very well. Even Kakashi only found out through the explanations of Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura that there is a powerful eye called Mangekyo Sharingan on top of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Sasuke looked at Yu and Sakura and smiled and said, "Mangekyo Sharingan is the legendary eye, but I believe I can open it." Yu nodded and said, "I believe it." Sakura also smiled and said, "Of course I believe Sasuke too." The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Returning to where he was just now, Naruto clutched his chest and walked out of the forest. Looking at Yu and the 3 people who had already sat down to chat, Naruto ran over and said, "Is it over? Have you won?" Sakura looked at Naruto and said, "How can you win?" Naruto was a little disappointed when he heard that he had lost. "I thought I could win. What's wrong with you, Sasuke? You've obviously mastered Chidori, so why can't you beat Yu?" Naruto asked looking at Sasuke. Sasuke was speechless. "Why can I defeat Yu after I mastered Chidori? Don't forget, Yu also knows Chidori, and he is much stronger than me." Naruto held his head and looked very sad. "I've tried hard for so long, but I still can't beat Yu. It's so uncomfortable." Seeing Naruto like this, both Sasuke and Sakura shook their heads. Both of them were helpless. In the past, Sasuke would have only thought that Naruto was embarrassed and an idiot. "Now I just feel helpless." Sakura explained, "Naruto, we have only practiced for more than 10 days. How can we surpass Yu so easily? Can we just work harder in the future?" Naruto sat down unhappily. "Yu, did Mr. Kakashi give you special training? Why are you so strong?" Yu said lightly, "That's not true. Basically, during the ninja school, when you were skipping classes, I just spent my time on training." Yu said without blushing or heart beating. Now he makes up lies without even writing a draft. When Yu pointed out the performance of the ninja school, Naruto could only look away in embarrassment, as if he didn't want to talk to Yu. Chapter 130. This is Rasengan. Seeing Naruto's frustrated look, Sasuke and Sakura both laughed. Sasuke laughs a lot more now than before. Ever since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Sasuke had not smiled once before meeting Yu. After the 4 of them chatted for a while, they felt hungry, so they caught some fish in the river and grilled them. Sasuke's fire style is reduced to the ninjutsu of grilled fish. This left Sasuke speechless. Kakashi and Yamato, who were watching this scene from a distance, were both pleased. Yamato sighed, "Senior, that child's maturity is indeed beyond my expectations." Kakashi looked at Yu in the distance with soft eyes. "I'm very lucky that he is my disciple." Yamato smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, there's no need to stress, of course I know he is your disciple." Kakashi didn't answer. Since Yu became his disciple, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke have all improved a lot. The strength has increased a lot. Moreover, the cultivation suggestions given by Yu to the 3 of them were very reasonable. The current strength of the 3 of them, except for Sakura, is still at the Genin stage. Sasuke already has the level of a Chunin or even a special Jonin. Naruto has the strength of Chunin without breaking out 9 tails. Although now Naruto has only learned the Shadow Clone technique and Kunai Throwing technique plus some Taijutsu taught by Kai. But his strength is definitely that of Chunin. It was less than 3 months before they graduated from the ninja school. Kakashi said to himself, I don't know what ninjutsu Yu wants to teach Naruto. Because Kakashi doesn't know what ninjutsu Yu has learned, he doesn't know what ninjutsu he wants to teach Naruto. Kakashi tested Naruto's chakra attribute, and his chakra attribute is wind. Kakashi guessed that Yu would teach Naruto some wind release ninjutsu. After a long time, Yu and others had finished eating the grilled fish. Yu stood up, looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, I want to teach you a ninjutsu. Naruto also stood up. Sasuke and Sakura stood up. Naruto looked at Yu expectantly. What is ninjutsu? Sasuke and Sakura are also curious about what ninjutsu Yu will teach Naruto. Yu said nothing and walked to the side, came to a wide grassland. Advertisement. Yu raised his right hand. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura all looked at Yu's right hand. The ninjutsu I'm going to teach you is called Rasengan, and it's an A-level ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes lit up when he heard that it was actually an A-level ninjutsu. Even Sasuke was surprised. A-rank ninjutsu? Chidori is also an A-rank ninjutsu. Sakura looked at Naruto with envy. Unfortunately, she knew that she couldn't learn it because she didn't have enough chakra. Although her chakra control is the best among the three, the amount of chakra is far inferior to that of Sasuke and Naruto. As Yu condenses chakra, a golden chakra ball appears in the palm of Yu. There are also several golden chakra cyclones spinning around the chakra ball. Kakashi in the distance was stunned when he saw the Rasengan in Yu's hand. It's actually a Rasengan from the 4th Hokage. Isn't it too dangerous for Yu to teach Naruto this ninjutsu? Rasengan is actually a forbidden technique, and only Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya master it in Konoha. Kakashi has not mastered it and can only use Sharingan to survive. Basically it has little practical value, because Rasengan is the ultimate form change of chakra. So Sharingan is not something that can be easily imitated. After all, it takes a long time of practice to achieve the ultimate transformation of chakra form. Not to mention that for most ninjas, there is simply not enough chakra to support the use of Rasengan. And it is also difficult to fulfill the request to release Rasengan. Kakashi was surprised that Yu actually learned Rasengan, and was even more worried about whether Naruto would be able to learn Rasengan and be counterattacked by Rasengan. The reason why forbidden techniques are forbidden techniques is that in addition to being very difficult to learn, they are also extremely dangerous, both for the person being attacked and for the person who performs the technique. Yamato on the side was shocked by the power of Rasengan and said, is that the Rasengan of 4th Hokage? Even from such a distance, you can still feel the power of this ninjutsu. Kakashi frowned and said, you can feel it, not because of how powerful the ninjutsu is, but because Yu injected a huge amount of chakra into it. This kid is too messy. With such a huge amount of chakra, he wants to imitate the tailed beast, Jade. Kakashi used Sharingan and saw that the amount of chakra contained in the Rasengan in Yu's hand exceeded the standard. Senior, do we need to stop it? Yamato on the side felt that as Jonin, he should still take care of it. Kakashi shook his head, no, as long as he's here, there won't be any danger. If he can't solve it, it's useless for both of us to go up. Advertisement. Kakashi said this not to compliment Yu, but to state a fact. The two of them combined are not as powerful as Yu, and Yu can't solve it, so what's the use of them going up there? Kakashi's strength is not as good as Yu's. Kakashi didn't just know it now. It was already determined when he was on the mission in the country of waves. It's just that Yu doesn't feel that he has surpassed Kakashi now. Because Yu's impression of Kakashi is the state of Kamui's eyes during the 4th Ninja War. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya suffered at the hands of Kakashi in that state. Yu doesn't think he can have Otsutsuki Kagaya now. Yamato felt that Kakashi had gone too far. After all, Yu is only 12 years old. Yamato feels that no matter how powerful Yu is, he will only be at the level of Jonin at best. Not better than them, but since Kakashi said this, Yamato would not refute it. He felt that Kakashi should have a reason for saying this. Yamato has great trust in Kakashi. Of course, it is precisely because of this that I am often tricked by Kakashi. For example, when I eat with him, I am often tricked into paying the bill. On Yu's side, when Yu condensed the Rasengan, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were stunned when they saw the golden Rasengan. Especially Naruto, not only was he very surprised, he also looked excited. Yu, is this the ninjutsu you are going to teach me? Is this ninjutsu called Rasengan? Yu nodded. This ninjutsu is very suitable for you. Rasengan does not need to change the nature of chakra. It only needs to practice the change of form. Of course, Yu said it was so easy, but it was not easy at all. Just the extreme form change is very difficult. It's not something ordinary people can do. But Yu knew that Naruto could definitely learn it. After hearing Yu's explanation, Naruto didn't say anything because he didn't understand it at all. But Sasuke and Sakura understood. Sasuke keenly caught a piece of information. This ninjutsu does not require a change in the nature of chakra? Yu nodded. This ninjutsu is a non-attribute ninjutsu. And the most important thing is that it can be activated without forming a seal, which is very suitable for Naruto. Naruto nodded in understanding. Sakura agreed, that's true. Naruto's seal level is average. This ninjutsu does not require any seals and is really suitable for him. Naruto, who had nodded in agreement just now, twitched his lips slightly when he heard what Sakura said, and said speechlessly, "Sakura, am I so stupid in your mind?" Sakura just smiled and said nothing. Facts speak louder than words. Chapter 131 The terrifying Rasengan. Naruto looked at the Rasengan in Yiyu's hand and asked, "Is this ninjutsu really strong? Why do I feel like it just looks cool and doesn't have much lethality at all?" Sasuke opened the Sharingan and shook his head. The chakra contained in this ninjutsu is very strong, and its power is definitely not inferior to Chidori. Naruto, who was still a little skeptical at first, suddenly became happy when he heard what Sasuke said. "Really? Yiyu, did you create this ninjutsu yourself?" Yiyu shook his head. "No, this ninjutsu was created by the fourth Hokage. I guess other than him, not many people know it." Naruto admires the fourth Hokage the most. After hearing that ninjutsu was actually the ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage, he looked excited. "Is this really ninjutsu created by the fourth Hokage?" Yiyu nodded. "Great, Yiyu, teach me, teach me." Sasuke opened Sharingan and originally wanted to copy it. But he found that it was impossible to copy it. As expected of an A-rank ninjutsu, my Sharingan cannot be copied yet. Sasuke looked at Yiyu and said, "Let's see how powerful this move is." Naruto nodded eagerly. "Yes, Yiyu, release this ninjutsu and see how powerful it is." Yiyu nodded and said, "Stand behind me. This ninjutsu is very powerful and destructive." All three of them knew that Yiyu's ninjutsu was very powerful. Even Naruto didn't show off and stood obediently behind Yiyu. After the three people stood behind Yiyu, Yiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Buzz. In an instant, Yiyu disappeared from the spot, and almost at the same time, he appeared hundreds of meters away. Rasengan. Bang. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, Yiyu released Rasengan, and the ground beneath him flashed with a golden light. Then, the earth was torn apart by a terrifying force. Within 100 meters, the earth collapsed, rocks flew everywhere, and violent wind pressure swept away instantly. The terrifying power destroyed everything within a few hundred meters. After a long time, the light disappeared, the storm stopped, and the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing a huge pit with a radius of about 100 meters and a depth of more than 10 meters. Everything stopped, but everyone was stunned. Advertisement. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura standing in the distance looked at the huge pit that appeared in front of them, trembling all over. "Is this the Rasengan? Is it too strong? Is this a power that humans can have?" Sakura said tremblingly. Sasuke, who was standing next to her, also fell silent. "It's much more powerful than Chidori. Is this the ninjutsu that Yiyu said is similar to Chidori? UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* terrifying power. Sasuke felt that he was deceived by Yu. The most his Chidori can do is create a hole of several meters in the ground. As for Yu and Rasengan, they both created a huge hole of hundreds of meters. These two types of ninjutsu are not at the same level at all. Naruto was also stunned. He couldn't believe that the power of ninjutsu that Yu was going to teach him could be so terrifying. Even though he knew he was about to master this ninjutsu, he couldn't help but be shocked by the power of this ninjutsu. Naruto swallowed his saliva and said with shock on his face, Yu, is this really what Yu wants to teach me ninjutsu? Can I really master it? Naruto no longer had the confidence he had just now. Yu appeared in front of the three people. He smiled and said, Naruto, are you satisfied with the power of this ninjutsu? Naruto nodded quickly, I'm so satisfied, but can I really provide the amount of chakra needed to activate this ninjutsu? How could such a powerful ninjutsu require less chakra? This was the first time that Naruto was not confident in his chakra capacity. Yu walked up to Naruto, patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry, you can provide the amount of chakra needed for this ninjutsu. The power may not be as powerful as what I just released, but it won't be too far off. Sasuke's lips twitched slightly on the side, is it really not too far off? Sasuke was speechless. He felt that Yu had overestimated Naruto. He did have a lot of chakra, but not enough to release such outrageous ninjutsu. Because Sasuke's current Sharingan can see the amount of chakra in Naruto's body. Although the chakra of 9 tails in Naruto cannot be seen, Naruto's own chakra Sasuke can. Naruto does have more chakra than him, but it is definitely not as much as Yu. Yu nodded, don't worry, it's just that the power will be smaller, there won't be much change. The reason why Yu said this is because when he released Chidori, the destructive power caused was no less than when he released Rasengan. This is still under the condition that Yu accepted it. Advertisement Naruto said excitedly, Yu, I want to learn this ninjutsu, teach me. Okay, I will make this method of how to learn ninjutsu into a scroll, and you can learn according to that scroll. Hearing Yu's words, Naruto was stunned for a moment, won't you teach me yourself? Yu shook his head, my vacation is coming to an end, and I will be very busy next time. Naruto was a little disappointed, I thought you would teach me yourself. Don't be so disappointed, if you don't understand anything, you can ask Mr. Kakashi. Mr. Kakashi learned this ninjutsu back then. He can guide you. Yu was right, Kakashi did learn Rasengan from Namikaze Minato, but he didn't learn it at the beginning. In other words, Kakashi originally wanted to perfect Rasengan, but he failed to do so. Because he wanted to add changes in the nature of chakra in Rasengan. Later, Chidori was developed because Rasengan didn't suit his fighting style. This is what Kakashi told Yu. If Kakashi hadn't told Yu, he would have thought that Kakashi relied on Sharingan to copy Naruto's Rasengan. Naruto was still a little disappointed. I still hope you can teach me personally. Sasuke rolled his eyes at Naruto. I thought to myself, Yu didn't even teach me personally, how could I possibly teach you personally? He was jealous of Naruto just now, but Yu didn't teach Naruto himself, so he felt balanced. Yu looked at Naruto and said, as a teacher, Mr. Kakashi is obviously much better than me. If I were to teach you, I would definitely not be so careful. Kakashi-sensei has been a jonin for many years, he is a better teacher than me. Naruto curled his lips, it's just that you don't want to teach me, and you still find so many excuses. Yu was a little helpless, but he didn't want to explain anything. Of course, Naruto was right, Yu just didn't want to teach. Not that he had any problem with Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura. But he doesn't like teaching others, because his patience will be exhausted in the process of teaching others. Kakashi and Yamato in the distance were silent for a long time before speaking after Yu released Rasengan. Yamato's face was full of shock. Senior, you were right, Yu may be stronger than you. Although Kakashi was shocked, he was not surprised because he had seen Yu unleash the power of Chidori. This kid, Ninjutsu is still so powerful. Chapter 132 The Unmarked Flying Thunder God Technique. Yamato looked at Kakashi. Senior, did you already know he was so strong? Kakashi smiled and said, I told you before, you don't believe it yourself. Actually, before Rasengan, I had seen him release Chidori who was equally powerful. You thought his Rasengan just now was powerful, but in fact it was just a very common move of his. What surprised me even more was his Flying Thunder God technique just now. Yamato was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Kakashi stopped smiling and said seriously, didn't you realize that he didn't use the teleportation technique when he teleported just now? Yamato thought for a moment and nodded, maybe, his speed is too fast and I can't keep up with my eyes. I don't have a Sharingan, Yamato said speechlessly. Kakashi explained, I opened the Sharingan just now and looked at it. When he released the Rasengan just now, the movement was not using the teleportation technique at all, but the time and space ninjutsu. It was obviously the Flying Thunder God's technique. Yamato said doubtfully, didn't I know just now that he can fly the Thunder God's technique? Yamato doesn't know what's so strange about this. Kakashi shook his head, didn't you realize that he didn't mark the Flying Thunder God technique in advance at all? The movement he just made was completely using the Flying Thunder God technique without the marking technique. Yamato suddenly woke up and said, yes, does the Flying Thunder God Jutsu still have such an ability? No, there is no Flying Thunder God technique. Even if it is the 4th Hokage, when he uses the Flying Thunder God technique, he has to mark the Flying Thunder God technique in advance. But Yu had no mark at all just now. Yamato was silent for a while, and suddenly he thought of something. Looking at Kakashi with wide eyes, you mean, he used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu without a mark? Yamato was shocked. Kakashi nodded and sighed, that guy is too brave. He actually dares to change the way in which time and space ninjutsu, such as Flying Thunder God Jutsu, operates. Fortunately nothing happened, otherwise it would have been terrible. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu is a forbidden technique. Not only is it very difficult to learn, but it is also a time and space ninjutsu, so if something goes wrong, it can be easily torn apart by space. Namikaze Minato taught Kakashi the Flying Thunder God technique before, but Kakashi did not learn it, but he knew the dangers of the Flying Thunder God technique. If the operation is not good, it is easy to die. This is also the reason why only the 2nd generation and the 4th generation have fully mastered Konoha village for so many years. Even a genius like Kakashi has not learned it. Without this talent, Namikaze Minato did not dare to let Kakashi continue learning rashly, because he knew it was very dangerous. Advertisement Yu was even more outrageous. Even Namikaze Minato didn't dare to change the technique at will, but he actually changed the operation method in just a few days. If something goes wrong, the damage in space will be difficult to prevent. Kakashi was frightened for a while. He knew Yu's talent was very good, so he was not surprised that Yu could master the Flying Thunder God technique. On the contrary, it was a surprise that Yu could not master it. But after he knew that Yu had changed the way the Flying Thunder God's technique worked, he felt it was very risky, and even now his heart is racing. He was frightened when he thought that Yu might be swallowed by space. If he looked carefully, he would even break into a cold sweat. This is also the first time Yamato has seen Kakashi so nervous. I understand better how important Yu is to Kakashi. Senior, they are finished, do we want to go over? Kakashi nodded. This kid is too courageous when no one is watching him. You have to keep a close eye on him from now on. Kakashi was really scared just now. Yamato was a little helpless. I think that kid is quite independent, and I think he should be sure, otherwise he wouldn't take such risks. Kakashi looked at Yamato. Shaking his head, that's because you don't know his character. Although this kid is usually calm, he is very adventurous at heart. After saying that, Kakashi disappeared. Yamato smiled and disappeared. The next moment, Kakashi and Yamato appeared behind the 4 people. Yu looked in the direction of Kakashi and smiled, Teacher Kakashi. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were stunned for a moment and looked at Yu's gaze. Kakashi and a ninja wearing an animal mask walked towards them. Teacher Kakashi, Yu just developed an ninjutsu. The power is simply terrifying. Look, Yu created this deep hole. Naruto said pointing to the pit. Yu was speechless. Naruto, you sold me out too quickly. Naruto was stunned for a moment, he didn't know what Yu meant. Sasuke said calmly from the side, Kakashi-sensei must have known for a long time whether to sell it or not. Yu glanced at Sasuke and said with a smile, Sasuke is good. His perception has improved a lot. Although Sasuke also wanted to say that his perception had improved, he was just guessing. You can guess it. Sakura looked at Yamato curiously and asked in confusion, Kakashi-sensei, who is the ninja next to you? Advertisement Kakashi introduced, this person has a great background, he is currently the captain of Konoha Anbu. Because of Yu's popular science, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura all know what department Anbu is. So when they heard that Yamato was actually the captain of Anbu, the three of them were shocked. Captain Anbu is a big shot to the three of them. Captain Anbu is actually Kakashi-sensei's friend. Kakashi-sensei is really awesome. Naruto crossed his hands and commented in a profound manner. The reason why Kakashi brought Yamato here was actually to help Yu get to know the heads of important departments in Konoha. These are all Yu's connections in the future. Yu could see Kakashi's purpose. He was a little helpless, he just wanted to live out his ninja career peacefully. I don't really want to get involved in the power struggle at the top. But he had no choice but to do so, and he also knew that it was impossible for him to do so now. So we can only try not to get involved in the power struggle at the top. Yamato on the side kept his eyes on Yu. He could feel Yu's strong aura. The closer I get to him, the more I feel like this. Yamato did not maintain his identity and took off his mask. Looking at the four people, he smiled and said, you don't have to be so surprised. Kakashi-senpai used to be Captain Anbu and is my senior. This time it was Sasuke and Sakura's turn to be surprised. Kakashi-sensei is actually Anbu's captain? It's really hard to imagine. Kakashi was speechless, what's so unimaginable? Yu smiled and said, it's really not surprising. Teacher Kakashi's Chidori is good at assassination. Sasuke was stunned for a moment, then agreed with Yu's words, indeed, it's not that unimaginable when you think about it. Looking at the comparison between Sasuke now and Sasuke before, Kakashi was very satisfied. Sasuke has changed a lot, and he knows very well that it was all done by Yu. Who could know that all Yu did was not to let Sasuke and Naruto trouble him? Who knew he really fooled Sasuke into changing? Chapter 133 Let him be a Hokage at the age of 20. Kakashi no longer dwelled on these small things, looked at the huge pit and said, is this the Rasengan you just learned? Yu nodded. Naruto said to Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei, Yu is going to teach me this ninjutsu, and I will be able to master it soon. Kakashi nodded. Looking at the deep pit in front of me, even if I had seen something similar before, I was still a little shocked to see it again. How much chakra did you consume? It's too powerful. Yu said with some embarrassment, I just wanted Naruto to see the future potential of this ninjutsu, so I added some more chakra. Of course Yu can add a little less chakra, and the power will be much less. But if it's not powerful enough or cool enough, how can Naruto be interested? As long as Naruto focuses on learning the Rasengan, it won't bother him. Previously, Yu asked Sasuke to learn Chidori from Kakashi. The main purpose was to hope that he would not bother him. Facts have proved that Yu spent these 10 days of vacation very comfortably. No one came to disturb him. He practiced at the training ground during the day, took a shower and went to bed at night to have a good sleep. For Yu, these 10 days were probably the most enjoyable time he had spent in so many years. Because I practiced during the day, I learned a lot of ninjutsu, and I felt very satisfied with my continuous improvement. Moreover, I was tired from practicing during the day, and I slept well at night. However, after these 10 days of leisure time, Yu has to take over the task and continue to be a cow horse. Yu's words made Yamato on the side twitch his mouth slightly, it doesn't look like it just added a little chakra. This kind of destructive power already belongs to Super S level destructive power. Yu was a little embarrassed. It's true that chakra is added a little more. By the way, Mr. Kakashi, I made the Rasengan training method into a scroll, and I will have to trouble you to teach Naruto. Kakashi said helplessly, okay, you are too lazy. Naruto nodded in agreement, yes, Yu is too lazy, he can teach me himself. Naruto still has deep resentment towards Yu for not being able to teach him personally. Before Yu could speak, Kakashi explained for Yu will start taking over tasks in the village. After all, he has become a chunin and is very busy. Although Kakashi just said that Yu was too lazy, when he heard Naruto complaining about Yu, he still wanted to explain it to Yu. Naruto curled his lips and said unhappily, yes, teacher Kakashi is always like this, the teacher explains it for Yu. Yu smiled and patted Naruto on the shoulder, Mr. Kakashi is right. It's not that I don't want to teach you personally, but that I really want to start taking on tasks. Advertisement, after all, I have only just been promoted to chunin, so I have to take on as many missions as possible to gain experience. Sasuke also said, Yu really needs to accumulate more tasks, otherwise others will be dissatisfied with his promotion so quickly. Sakura also echoed Sasuke and said, yes Naruto, Yu became a chunin so quickly, there will definitely be many people who are dissatisfied. As his friends, we must understand and support him. Although Naruto understood, he still wanted Yu to teach him personally. The main reason is that Yu didn't teach Sasuke personally. If Yu could teach him personally, wouldn't he be better than Sasuke? This was what Naruto cared about most. but since Sakura said so, Naruto was too embarrassed to say anything else. Okay, who made me your friend? Although Naruto hopes to be recognized by Sasuke more, he also cares about Yu as a friend. He longs for friends in the first place. Kakashi was very pleased to see the four of them understanding each other so well. Yamato also envies this kind of friendship. Yamato has been trained as a weapon by Danzo since he was a child, and he has no friends at all. Only after Kakashi appeared did he have real friends. So he knows exactly what it's like to have a good friend. Of course, he would have been happier if he hadn't been deceived by Kakashi into settling the bill later. After chatting for a while, they went to a barbecue restaurant to have a meal. Of course, Yamato paid the bill. A barbecue meal emptied his wallet, after Yu and others left the training ground. The third generation appears here, looking at the big hole that Yu has filled with earth style. Third generation looked solemnly, this kid is much stronger than I thought. And he actually mastered the art of flying Thunder God, how strong must he be now? Maybe the only thing missing is actual combat experience. Fourth generation, he is becoming more and more like you. Maybe he will surpass you in the future. Hopefully I can hold on until the time comes when he takes over. The third generation is now 69 years old, which is considered an advanced age in the ninja world. Third generation is not sure how long it will live. Because ninjas in the ninja world will still be threatened by injuries. Advertisement, who knows if he will get sick in the next few years. At his age, a serious illness might end his life. Third generation is urgent. He can't afford to wait anymore. He can maintain his film level strength for no more than 10 years. Onoki is about 7 years older than third generation. It can be seen during the fourth ninja war that Onoki's body cannot support the output of combat power without Tsunade's support. The same is true for third generation. Now he already feels that his physical condition is not very good. Even if there is no illness in the future, his physical fitness may not be able to support him in a long-term battle. Third generation now very much hopes that Yu can grow up as soon as possible, and then he can pass the position of Hokage to Yu early, and then he can just retire and become a Hokage consultant. This was the case when he recommended Namikaze Minato, and he retired to become Hokage's advisor, Namikaze Minato Hokage. You definitely don't have to worry about so many things when you were a Hokage consultant. At that time, as long as Yu is strong enough, even if he is younger, with him as a Hokage consultant, others will not be able to object even if they want to. After all, Namikaze Minato became a Hokage at the age of 20, which was not very young. This record will not be broken until Gaara later. Gaara became a Kazekage at the age of 15. Third generation actually hopes that Yu can become Hokage when he is 20 years old. This is the youngest age third generation can imagine. Being a Hokage as a teenager is still too difficult for the third generation to accept. Even if Yu becomes Hokage at the age of 20, there are still 8 years left. 8 years is enough for Yu to accumulate tasks and practical experience. Third generation has already made up its mind. Looking at the hole that had been filled perfectly, third generation smiled and said, "It seems that we have to add some more tasks to him. To stop Danzo's mouth, Yu, you have to work hard next." Yu didn't know that third generation had decided to let him accumulate more tasks in the past few years. This means that Yu is really going to be a bully in the past few years. If Yu knew what third generation was thinking, he would probably be speechless. He had never thought about becoming a Hokage, not that he didn't want to be one, but because he felt that he was no match for those old foxes at the top of Konoha. Moreover, Yu's ideal life is to accept tasks normally like other ninjas, rest when it's time to rest, and work when it's time to work. You can be a cow or a horse, but you have to give yourself a break, right? Of course, Yu doesn't know what third generation is thinking. Next, he will just think, "I'll go. Why is there so many tasks?" Chapter 134 Third Generation Showdown. Third generation stood at the training ground for a while, when 3 figures suddenly appeared next to them. Third generation said calmly, "That kid looks a lot like fourth generation." The 3 people behind him looked at each other. They all nodded. They are indeed very similar, just as powerful. These 3 people were the 3 older generation Inoshika Dai who were watching the training ground with the third generation just now in the Hokage office. While Yu was demonstrating Rasengan to Naruto, third generation and the others were in the office looking at the situation here through the telescope technique. The 3 were shocked when they heard what third generation said. The meaning of the phrase, third generation, is too great. They knew that third generation had already decided to choose Yu. They originally thought that third generation would choose Kakashi. After all, Kakashi is the disciple of third generation disciple. Who knows, Yu suddenly appears. But Yu is too young, only 12 years old now. But since third generation wants to, no one will object. As long as Yu has enough strength by then and has the support of third generation, no one can shake his position as Hokage. This was the case with the fourth Hokage before. Without the support of the third generation, and with the third generation watching over him as a Hokage advisor, some people would be dissatisfied with Namikaze Minato's military exploits no matter how outstanding they were. Moreover, the top management of Konoha at the time did not approve of the choice of Namikaze Minato. If the third generation hadn't stood up to all odds and served as a Hokage consultant, Namikaze Minato wouldn't have been able to become a Hokage. Therefore, the 3 of them know very well that as long as the third generation is here and the third generation supports Yu, there will be no problem if Yu becomes a Hokage at the age of 15 or 16, not to mention that Yu is young. The premise is that Yu's strength must be sufficient. His strength needs to be able to reach Hokage's level. After all, Hokage is not only the leader of the village, but also needs to protect the village when it faces powerful enemies. Without enough strength, it is absolutely impossible. But with Yi Yu's strength, the three of them looked at the big hole that had been filled. The last thing Yi Yu needs to doubt is his strength. Even the three of them felt that Yi Yu's strength should already be at the Hokage level at this time. Just now they saw with their own eyes how Yi Yu released Rasengan in the Hokage office. Not only the terrifying destructive power of Rasengan, but also the flying thunder god technique used by Yi Yu. With the blessing of these two ninjutsu, Yi Yu's strength has reached the cage level. If Yi Yu is now over 20 years old, it is estimated that third generation will simply abdicate and let Yi Yu take over. Looking at third generation's expectations for Yi Yu, Zhu Ledi and the other three all think that third generation can do such a thing. Advertisement. Third generation looked at Yamanaka Hai. Hai, I heard that Ino has a good relationship with Yi Yu. Yamanaka Hai was stunned for a moment. Akamichi Dingza and Nara Shikaku's eyes widened. They all looked at Yamanaka Hai. They know very well what third generation means. Yamanaka Heiichi also reacted. Of course he knew that his daughter had a crush on Yi Yu, or even that she no longer had a crush on her. These days he often saw her running to the training ground where Yi Yu was. He didn't care what he was going for, but he could guess it. Yamanaka nodded immediately and said, that kid Ino really likes Yi Yu. That kid likes good-looking boys. Third generation smiled and said, if the two children have intentions, Hai, will you stop them? Yamanaka thought for a while and said, if the two children are interested, as long as Ino likes them, that's fine. Third generation is very satisfied with this answer. As for Hanyadako, third generation naturally also knows about it. But he doesn't think Benye Tianzi is suitable for Yi Yu. Yi Yu will be a Hokage in the future, and he will definitely need the support of the ninja family. The Senju clan has declined and has no influence in Konoha. As for the Benye family, it is purely a business family and will not be of any benefit to Yi Yu. Being with Ino is very helpful to Yi Yu. Third generation's move is actually to accumulate enough support for Yi Yu. As long as Yi Yu is with Ino, it is equivalent to gaining the support of the three Juludi families at the same time. Among the wealthy families in Konoha, apart from the special family of the Hyuga clan, the more prominent ones are the Sarutobi clan, the Inorikacho clan, and the Aburame clan. The Inorikacho family has always been on the same side as the Sarutobi family. With the support of the Inorikacho family and the support of the third Hokage, it means that the Sarutobi family will also support Yi Yu, and Yi Yu will have the support of most branch house families. With the support of Kakashi and Kimoto, Yi Yu will have the support of Anbu and most of the Konoha Jonin. As long as Yi Yu has enough strength and accumulates enough tasks by then, becoming Hokage will be a matter of course and no one will object. During this time, Ino would indeed come to the training ground to watch Yi Yu practice when she had no tasks. But she didn't disturb Yi Yu's practice, she just watched secretly from the side. Yi Yu naturally knew, but Yi Yu didn't care. After all, in Yi Yu's heart, he just treats Ino as a child. Third generation looked at the three of them and said seriously, that kid still lacks enough prestige, so we elders should help him. Advertisement. Nara Shikaku, Akamichi Dingza and Yamanaka Heiichi all nodded, as it should be. Since third generation has made it clear, the three of them can naturally express their stance directly. But it also means that Yi Yu will be treated as a bully for a long time in the future. He needs a sufficient amount of tasks, and there will also be various difficult tasks. Yi Yu didn't know about third generation's plan, and he didn't know that he would be strengthened by third generation in the future. A few days later, after Yi Yu handed the scroll to Kakashi, he was informed by someone from third generation that the vacation was about to end. After a relaxing few days at home, Yi Yu received the commission from third generation. Hokage office. Yi Yu opened the door and saw a somewhat familiar middle-aged man standing in the office. Master Hokage, are you looking for me? Third generation nodded to Yi Yu and began to say, there is a commission task that you need to complete. Yi Yu nodded and looked at the person who seemed to be the client. This man also looked at Yi Yu, but he frowned. Yi Yu is too young. Being young means lack of experience and strength. This person does not trust Yi Yu. Third generation went on to say, this gentleman is called Asama Santao. He is the agent of Ms. Fujikazu, a famous actress from the Land of Fire, and is the client of this mission. Yi Yu nodded towards Mrs. Asama. Although he was not satisfied with the fact that third generation actually asked a child to take over this mission, Mr. Asama still returned the favor. Third generation continued. Mr. Asama Sadafu entrusted Konoha to send people to escort Miss Fujikazui to the Land of Snow for filming. This is a B-level mission. I hope you can complete it well. Listening to the information third generation said, Yi Yu finally remembered why this person looked familiar. Isn't this the mission of the Snow Country? But, shouldn't Kakashi take on this mission? And he took over after Tsunade took over. Why is this mission advanced? Yi Yu didn't understand. And this mission is not a B-level mission. Judging from the difficulty of the mission, it is a proper S-level mission. The several ninjas encountered in this mission are basically at the level of Jonin. With the blessing of Chakra armor, Feng Hua Furu Dao even has strength close to cage level. But Yi Yu can also understand why this mission is B-level. Because the name entrusted by Asama Santafu can only be B-level. Obviously, it was just a security mission, and third generation wanted Yi Yu to cancel this mission. Chapter 135. Should Embu Jonin be sent to follow? Yu asked. Master Hokage, am I the only one on this mission? Third generation nodded. What? Are you not sure you can finish it? Yu shook his head. Not really, it's just a little unexpected. There are no surprises. I will give it to you only if you can complete it. Yu didn't ask again, but if Yu doesn't ask, Mr. Asama will quit. He asked the third generation angrily, Hokage-sama, did you just send a child to protect our Fushui lady? If it is a matter of funds, I will increase the commission. Mr. Asama doesn't believe Yu. This is not his fault. Mr. Asama wants to hire his own princess's bodyguard. How can he believe that a ninja of Yu's age can protect her well? Yu didn't speak. Originally, this was a matter between the Leaf Village and the client, and Yu was just an executor. Third generation looked at Mr. Asama and said very seriously, Mr. Asama, Yu is a very good ninja in Konoha. Even though he is young, he is definitely strong enough to complete this mission. Please rest assured about this. Mr. Asama frowned. But third generation said it so seriously that he looked at Yu with doubt. But he shouldn't be an adult yet, right? A ninja only needs to have enough strength and experience. Yu has all these. If Mr. Asama Santao is unwilling to hire, then please find another village. Mr. Asama had no choice but to accept third generation's arrangement. But he still has doubts about Yu. Yu saw these things in his eyes, but he didn't feel anything. If he were Mr. Asama, he would also be suspicious. Yu is too young, and her mission this time is to escort a princess of a country, so she cannot make any mistakes. It's right for Mr. Asama to be cautious. Of course, third generation did not know that the true purpose of this mission was to escort the princess. After the entrustment was completed, Mr. Asama gave Yu some information and left. Advertisement: he has to leave first because he still has to arrange a boat to the snow country. After third generation Asama left, third generation stopped Yu. Yu, this is your first time to perform a mission alone, and it is also a B-level mission. But be careful. Don't be careless just because this mission is just a B-level mission. Third generation gave Yu serious instructions. Yu nodded. Don't worry, Sir Hokage, I will do it. Third generation looked out the window and sighed. As a ninja, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Even if the mission fails, as long as the person is still there is still a chance to make up for it. Third generation said this because it hoped that Yu would not get carried away and must complete the task. Anyway, this mission is just a B-level mission. Even if it fails, it will not have any impact on the village. That's why third generation said this to Yu. He asked Yu to perform this mission to train him and to increase his workload, but not to risk his life. Yu nodded. I know, but there shouldn't be any danger in this mission. It's just that the environment is a bit harsh. After all, we are going to the snow country, which is a country covered by ice and snow all year round. Third generation frowned and said, I always feel that this mission is not easy. You should always be vigilant. This is your first B-level mission after becoming a Chunin. Don't get into trouble at the beginning. Although Yu knew that there would indeed be changes in this mission, he couldn't say it. I can only agree with third generation's instructions. After third generation gave Yu a few words, Yu left the Hokage office. Soon after Yu left, another person appeared in Hokage's office. The third generation turned its back to this man, looked at the village outside, and sighed. Kakashi, do you really don't need to send people to follow him? Even if his strength is enough, I'm still worried that something will happen to him. After all, this is his first time performing a mission alone. I think it's better to let Tianzing follow him. Third generation is still worried about Yu. Yu is too young. Third generation does not want Yu to capsize in the gutter. He is only 12 years old now. Kakashi disagrees with what third generation said. He said, Master Hokage, with his perceptual abilities, anyone sent to follow him will be discovered. If you send someone to protect him secretly, it is better to just send someone to perform the mission with him. Don't worry, I believe in his strength. And he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. If anything happens, he can just use the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha. Advertisement: there is absolutely no need to worry about his safety. Third generation then nodded with confidence. I had forgotten that this kid can also fly the Thunder God technique. This kid really mastered the Flying Thunder God technique without saying a word. If it weren't for Sasuke and Naruto that day, we wouldn't have known about it. Kakashi explained. He didn't hide it on purpose. Since Yu can show it unabashedly in front of Sasuke and Naruto, he won't think about hiding his ability to fly Thunder God Jutsu and Rasengan. I guess he simply felt there was no need to say it. Kakashi was worried that third generation might misunderstand Yu and had bad thoughts, so he explained to Yu. Third generation did not doubt Yu. I just feel that Yu is different from other peers. After all, he has arranged Yu's future path, and even has a candidate for Yu's future wife. How could you not believe him? Just because third generation put all its resources on Yu, he didn't dare to let Yu make any mistakes. So you have to know Yu very well. Third generation smiled and shook his head. This kid is really different from Sasuke and Naruto. He can be so calm after mastering two such powerful ninjutsu. It feels like he has mastered two sparse and ordinary ninjutsu. Kakashi saw third generation and had no doubts about Yu. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, maybe to him, those two ninjutsu are really the same as two ordinary ninjutsu. After all, he can easily teach Naruto Rasengan. I guess he doesn't take the Rasengan ninjutsu seriously. I guess if Sasuke and Naruto didn't have the talent to master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he would have taught them the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Kakashi said there was no problem with why. Yu did think about teaching Sasuke the Flying Thunder God technique. And I actually explained the principles to him, but Sasuke was confused when he heard it. Yu knew that he did not have the talent to master the art of Flying Thunder God, so he did not continue. Yu's idea is that by letting Sasuke learn the Flying Thunder God technique, and working with Chidori, Sasuke's strength can be instantly raised to the level of Jonin. If Sasuke possesses the 2 Magatama Sharingan, masters the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and also controls Chidori, he will definitely have the strength of Jonin. Third generation listened to Kakashi's words and shook his head helplessly. Ninjutsu is something that people find difficult to learn even if they try their best, but he treats it like an ordinary ninjutsu. That is to say, he can do it. After all, he is the only one who has mastered those 2 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God Jutsu and Rasengan are definitely very advanced ninjutsu, even the third generation thinks so. But Yu didn't seem to care very much. 6 Hectares Chapter 136 Special Kunai Kakashi recalled. The 4th Hokage also taught many people the Flying Thunder God technique back then, but no one could learn it. Third generation thought of Minato Namikaze and smiled. The 2 are really similar, but Yu is more casual than Minato. But the talent will be higher. This is based on the observations of third generation during this period. Yu is more similar to Namikaze Minato in their background and extremely high ninjutsu talent. And Yu is obviously taller than Namikaze Minato, because Yu's physical condition is much stronger than Namikaze Minato. Yu also has far more chakra than Namikaze Minato. You know, Yu is only 12 years old now and already has a film-level chakra. Even third Hokage doesn't have as much chakra as Yu. In terms of ninjutsu talent, Yu is similar to Namikaze Minato, but in terms of physical hardware, Yu is similar to first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Kakashi did not answer third generation's words. After all, Namikaze Minato is his teacher, so it's hard for him to comment, although he agrees with third generation's statement in his heart. After learning more information about Yu from Kakashi, third generation felt comfortable letting Yu carry out this mission alone. Otherwise, he had planned to send Yamato to follow him and protect him secretly. The captain of Anbu is sent to secretly protect him when he goes on a mission. This kind of treatment is definitely a very high level of treatment. Yu has always treated Naruto as a prince, but third generation really treats him as a prince. In the third generation plan, Yu was originally treated as the successor, but isn't he the prince? Yu was born a commoner, and third generation wooed the Inuudi family to support Yu, and even tacitly allowed Kakashi to introduce Yamato to Yu. You know, Yamato is currently the captain of Anbu and is in charge of Anbu. Anbu is a unit directly under the Hokage and belongs to the personal guard unit. He can tolerate Kakashi introducing Yamato to Yu, which is actually sending supporters to Yu, and he is also a supporter at the captain level of Anbu. All I can say is that third generation is really a little anxious. In recent years, Konoha has been too weak, and no strong man like the 4th Hokage has appeared. Even a 69-year-old man like him can't survive for more than a few years. After finally creating Yu, he immediately put all his resources on Yu. Yu still doesn't know that there is actually a very huge force behind him. Even Kakashi was not sure. Kakashi thought that he and Kimoto were the only 2 people standing behind Yu. Even Yamato he didn't count. He took Yamato to see Yu before, just to let Yu get familiar with Yamato. Advertisement: he will be able to help Yu if anything happens in the future. Who would have thought that third generation has decided to let Yu take his place? Third generation didn't tell anyone about this kind of thing except for the 3 old pigs, Shikacho and Danzo. Other families or forces in the village have speculated that the third generation may want to train Yu to be a Hokage, but this is just speculation. They have no definite information. Kakashi came out of the Hokage office, went to the ninja shop, and spent a lot of money to create a special kunai. Came to Yu's house. Yu is practicing at home. The mission Yu received did not require immediate departure. Asama Santaifu would not leave for the land of snow until a month later. Yu just needs to arrive before departure. At Yu's speed, he can reach his destination in about 10 days. Yu, who was practicing, opened his eyes and looked at Kakashi, who appeared in his home. Yu asked, "Teacher Kakashi, are there no tasks today? Why are you here?" Kakashi held a wooden box in his hand and sat cross-legged in front of Yu. "I already know that you are going out on a mission, and you are going out alone." Yu smiled and said, "For me, it's a good thing. It can hone my practical experience. And the commission for the mission is mine alone." Hearing Yu's words, Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. "Why are you so money-crazed?" Kakashi was speechless, but he thought Yu was joking. But what Yu said was true. Kakashi thought Yu didn't like money. But in fact, although Yu is not greedy for money, he still likes it very much. After teasing Yu a few words, Kakashi placed the wooden box in front of Yu and said, "This is my gift for your first solo mission." Yu smiled and said, "Teacher Kakashi, you are very unusual today. Is there something you want me to do?" Yu knows that Kakashi is very stingy. How is it possible to give yourself a gift? Kakashi looked at Yu's questioning look and really wanted to leave just like that. What image does he have of himself in his mind? Kakashi was helpless. "It's really a gift. Open it and see if you like it." Advertisement. Kakashi didn't want to say anything more to Yi Yu. Yi Yu looked at the wooden box in front of him with a serious expression. He always felt that there would be some prank crops inside, although Kakashi probably wouldn't do that. But who knows? Maybe Kakashi has a little hobby like this that goes unnoticed. Yi Yu carefully and slowly opened the lid of the wooden box. What was in the box turned out to be an exquisite kunai. Yi Yu was stunned because this kunai was very beautiful, larger and longer than ordinary kunai. Yi Yu picked up the kunai, which was several times heavier than the ordinary kunai. Well, it can actually store chakra? Yi Yu was surprised. Kakashi-sensei, is this kunai made of chakra metal? Kakashi nodded. Yes, it is indeed made of chakra metal. Can you try it and use it smoothly? Yi Yu put chakra into the kunai in his hand, and Yi Yu's golden chakra immediately appeared on the kunai, making the blade sharper. This kunai is very similar to 4th Hokage's special Flying Thunder God kunai. Sure enough, Kakashi said, I made this kunai based on the appearance of the Flying Thunder God kunai of the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage often used this kunai to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. I think it should be suitable for you. Yi Yu looked at the kunai in his hand. After inputting chakra, the entire kunai became extremely sharp, and he could feel it. The strength of the kunai increased a lot. After Yi Yu played with it for a while, he put away the kunai. He sighed, Teacher Kakashi, you must be bleeding profusely. The chakra metal required for such a heavy kunai is not a small amount. Chakra metal is very expensive. It is estimated that the material cost plus production labor cost for such a kunai is at least about 100,000 taels. That is almost the price of a B-level mission, and it also requires that the village does not take a commission and Yi Yu can take it all. One can imagine how expensive this kunai is. You can also imagine how heroic Namikaze Minato was when he scattered kunai on the battlefield. What was thrown out was not kunai, it was money scattered by golden light. Of course Kakashi was heartbroken, but he felt that this gift was very suitable for Yi Yu, so he gritted his teeth and paid for it. Kakashi asked, how is it? Is it easy to use? Yi Yu smiled and said, how can it be easy to use if it's so expensive? It's just that I basically don't use it in daily battles. It's a pity to have such a good weapon in my hands. Yi Yu usually fights without using any kunai. He really felt that the kunai was buried in his hand. Chapter 137 Meeting Tsunade. By chance Kakashi waved his hand and said with a smile, since it suits you, it has its use. Maybe it can get a name with you in the future. Yi Yu shook his head and said with a wry smile, you are quite far ahead. But since you said so, I will accept it. Although it is very valuable, since Kakashi has already given it away, it would be too unkind for him not to accept it. Kakashi then told Yi Yu many things he needed to pay attention to when performing tasks. Although he trusts Yi Yu's strength, Kakashi is still a little worried. After all, this mission was carried out by Yi Yu alone, so he was not reassured. In the next few days, Yi Yu left the village after making some preparations. After Yi Yu left, Sasuke sat at the entrance of the village, watching Yi Yu's back getting further and further away, and murmured to himself, I will never let you down. Yi Yu, just wait, maybe I can catch up with you in the future. Footsteps. After Yi Yu disappeared from his sight, Sasuke disappeared from the entrance of the village. Next to where Sasuke was standing just now, Kakashi was leaning against the gate of Konoha, seemingly lazy, but his eyes kept looking at the back of Yi Yu who gradually disappeared from the field of vision. After Sasuke left, Kakashi raised his lips slightly, Sasuke has changed a lot because of you. Will Konoha be different in the future because of this? Kakashi is very satisfied with Yi Yu as his disciple. After Yi Yu left, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura had been practicing with Kakashi. Sasuke and Naruto competed against each other, training very hard, even harshly. Even Sakura couldn't keep up with their training intensity. Kakashi had no choice but to let Sakura learn Genjutsu from Yuhi Kurenai after practicing basic Taijutsu. Yuhi Kurenai was very happy with Kakashi's request. She likes the student Sakura very much, and there is no one in her class who can learn Genjutsu from her. And Sakura's Genjutsu talent is very high. While Yi Yu had been out of Konoha for several days, he was in no hurry to go to the address given to him by Asama Santao. Yi Yu estimates that he can get to Asama Santafu within 10 days. Asama Santao and the others did not set off until a month later. Yi Yu only needs to arrive within a month. When Yi Yu left the village alone for the first time, she was interested in all kinds of things along the way. Basically, whenever he encounters a famous tourist destination, he will go and visit it. He basically treated this mission as a public trip. Completing the task was a matter of course. This day Yi Yu passed by a commercial town. Advertisement: this town is a tourist attraction. The hot springs are especially famous. Yi Yu will naturally not let it go. Standing at the entrance of the town, he checked the wallet in his hand. Well, it's quite exciting. Enjoy and enjoy. Yi Yu had never soaked in a hot spring in Konoha before. Now that he had such a good opportunity, how could he let it go? When Yi Yu walked in the town, he didn't attract any attention. Because this is a tourist attraction, there are not only ordinary people, but also all kinds of ninjas. Yi Yu blends in and doesn't look out of place. After asking people in the town which hot spring store had the best one, Yi Yu walked straight towards his destination. Just walking, his stomach growled. Holding her stomach, Yi Yu felt a little embarrassed. Forget it, let's find a place to eat first. He looked around and found a tavern next to him. I'm not old enough to drink. I don't know if I can go in. Even ninjas need to be adults before they can drink. Yi Yu thought for a while, do I need a transformation technique? Just a thought flashed across his mind and Yi Yu gave up. Forget it, let's just go in and ask. Yi Yu did not continue to struggle and turn around and walked towards the tavern. As soon as we entered the tavern, it was very lively with many customers. No one noticed Yi Yu. When he came to the counter, the boss who was settling the accounts raised his head. When he saw Yi Yu, he frowned, Brother Ninja, this is a tavern. Are you underage? Yi Yu leaned on the counter and explained, I don't drink, just serve me some snacks and rice. Maybe his leader Jonin will come later. Yi Yu chatted with the boss for a few words and then walked towards the lobby. But Yi Yu didn't know it. She noticed it just when Yi Yu glanced at Tsunade. With this combination and the blonde woman's unusual figure, Yi Yu still has memories even though she has been in this world for 12 years. These are all Kakashi's experiences and knowledge gained from performing tasks outside over the years. Advertisement. Yi Yu just took a look and continued to find a seat to sit down. If he had just come to this world, he might still feel fresh and follow it like a star chaser. Shizune, who was drowsy at the side, was stunned for a moment when she heard Tsunade's words. Even if Yi Yu doesn't have any bad thoughts about Tsunade, Yi Yu has to admit that Tsunade is really beautiful, and with her perfect figure, even if she knows that her real age is over 50, but her appearance makes it easy for people to forget her true age. After Yi Yu sat down, she looked towards Yi Yu while holding the wine glass. Going out to perform a mission alone? If that's the case, this kid should be the genius of Konoha's generation, right? But it has been 12 years since Yi Yu came to this world, and Yi Yu no longer has the same feeling as before. In peacetime, Yi Yu is a chunin at this age, and the village can trust him to carry out tasks alone. Yi Yu is definitely a genius ninja cultivated by the village. The reason why Tsunade thinks so is that Yi Yu performs the mission alone, which means that Yi Yu's level must be above chunin. Yi Yu found it very interesting and used it as a travelogue to kill the boredom of being on the road. Yi Yu was very satisfied with the boss's arrangement and said with a smile, thank you. What is recorded in it are the ninja world notes given to him by Kakashi. But she is indeed very beautiful. She is indeed the woman that Jiraiya has been obsessed with. She is indeed unusual. The tavern owner was stunned for a moment. Because Yi Yu is a little over 1.6 meters tall, although he is not very tall, he is not very short either. But Yi Yu didn't go over to say hello. Just when Yi Yu was looking for a vacant seat, he passed by a box. The person in the box looked familiar to Yi Yu. After Yi Yu sat down, he took out a notebook and read it. Shizune nodded, it's true, but I haven't seen him before. Could it be that he is a new person trained by the village? I was a little confused. This person should be Tsunade, right? Tsunade raised her red lips and smiled slightly. Shizune, it seems that the village is developing well. So it didn't attract many people's attention. Tsunade shook her head and said with a smile, impossible. Do you see him reading there, looking so seriously, as if he is waiting for someone? I saw Yi Yu sitting not far away reading a book. The boss also smiled and said, it's no big deal, please. In the box, sat a woman who was drinking, and next to her sat a girl holding a pet pig. But it was only a momentary feeling. However, he did not drive Yi Yu out, but nodded, okay, you can find an empty seat and sit down. The food will be served later. When she came to her senses, she followed Tsunade's gaze. Chapter 138 Fourth Raikajev's Tsunade, isn't it obvious? Tsunade said speechlessly. Shizune was a little embarrassed. Yi Yu looked very young. How could he be an old man if he wasn't a newcomer? But why did he come to the izakaya to eat? He must be underage, right? Shizune was a little dissatisfied with Yi Yu's behavior. After all, Yi Yu seems to be underage. Tsunade smiled and said while drinking, funny little guy, he noticed us just now, and he must know us, but he didn't come over to say hello. It seems he doesn't want to know us. Listening to Tsunade's analysis, Shizune immediately had some initial impressions of Yi Yu. Arrogant, and doesn't know how to respect his seniors. Not a very good impression. Tsunade didn't feel that way. She just thinks Yi Yu is interesting. After recognizing her, no one approached her to try to establish a relationship. This was the first time Tsunade saw her. After all, Tsunade has a very high status. Not only is she one of the Sannin, she is also the granddaughter of the first Hokage. With these two identities, as long as they are Konoha ninjas, they will basically want to know her and get in touch with her. Tsunade watched for a while, but Yi Yu didn't even look here, so she didn't have much interest. Take care of yourself and drink your own. It is true that Yi Yu stopped paying attention to Tsunade after taking a look at her just now. Even if Yi Yu knew that Tsunade would become the fifth Hokage and his immediate boss, Yi Yu never thought of currying favor with her in advance. It's not necessary. Yi Yu is not willing to do that, and Tsunade will definitely not like such a person. After waiting for a while, Yi Yu finished the food in 10 minutes. Just when Yi Yu was about to check out and leave, two people walked in from outside. Seeing these two people, Yi Yu frowned. He originally planned to leave, but he sat down again. At this time, Tsunade, who was so drunk that she was lying on the table, was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and she was not afraid of being taken advantage of by people in the pub when she was drunk. Shizune next to her actually fell asleep holding her pet pig. Looking at the master and apprentice, Yi Yu's lips twitched slightly. It's a miracle that these two are still alive. When a ninja is drunk, he is no different from ordinary people. The reason why Yi Yu didn't rush to pay and leave was because he saw Tsunade was drunk and Shizune fell asleep. Yi Yu also knew the two people who came in from the outside. Yi Yu was worried about what these two people would do to Tsunade and Shizune. The reason Yi Yu thinks so is because he knows one of the two people. The two people who walked in were both ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village, a bronze-skinned man nearly 2 meters tall, who was now the fourth Raikage. Advertisement. The other person, Yi Yu, didn't know him, but he had an impression that he appeared during the Fourth Ninja War. When these two people appeared, Union Village and Konoha continued to refuse to deal with each other. Although Yi Yu doesn't want to meddle in other people's business. But seeing two people from the same village who might be in danger, Yi Yu had to take care of it. After all, it's not like Yi Yu doesn't approve of Konoha. He himself is from the Leaf Village, but he just doesn't want to compete for fame and fortune. It doesn't mean that he ignores the danger to the ninjas in the same village. Not to mention a heavyweight ninja like Tsunade, if something happened to her, it would have a huge blow to Konoha. And the other party is 4th Raikage, but Yi Yu has no confidence that he can beat 4th Raikage. And the opponent is 4th Raikage, who is higher than Yi Yu, a small Konoha village shunin, who knows where he is. Therefore, Yi Yu did not dare to act rashly, otherwise it would cause diplomatic conflicts. Yi Yu doesn't want to cause trouble. Yi Yu did not pay the bill, but took out his notes and continued to read, but his attention was already on Tsunade. 4th Raikage found Tsunade with his escort Amaya. Looking at Tsunade, who was extremely drunk, 4th Raikage frowned instinctively. He felt that it was inappropriate for one of the dignified Sannin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, to be so imageless. Then 4th Raikage shouted in a low voice, "Tsunade Heim, get up." Although the voice is deep, it contains chakra and is very rough. The customers in the store all looked this way. 4th Raikage doesn't care. He kept his eyes fixed on Tsunade. The customers in the store looked at 4th Raikage and Tsunade. Although I didn't know what happened, I also realized that something was wrong. They all checked out and ran out. The tavern owner wanted to ask what the 4th Raikage was all about. But seeing his iron tower-like body and tangled muscles, I still didn't dare to go up. I could only pray that these people wouldn't destroy his shop. Yi Yu sat aside. Although he seemed to be reading a book, his attention was entirely on Tsunade and 4th Raikage. Tsunade, who was sleeping on the table, heard 4th Raikage's words and got up with difficulty. She looked at the two people standing in front of her with a confused expression. "Are you guys?" Tsunade was so drunk that she no longer recognized the 4th Raikage in front of her. And hearing Tsunade's words, even Yi Yu was speechless. Advertisement. Although 4th Raikage is a generation younger than Tsunade, he is still 4th Raikage after all. Tsunade should have known such an important person. Who knew she was actually confused? Shizune on the side was even more outrageous. She was drooling while sleeping and didn't seem to wake up at all. 4th Raikage looked at Tsunade like this and clenched his fists. If he hadn't asked Tsunade for help, he would have turned around and left long ago. He didn't even want to know the woman in front of him who was as drunk as mud. Amaya, standing behind 4th Raikage, could only introduce himself to 4th Raikage. "Tsunade-sama, this is the 4th Raikage of our Hidden Cloud Village." Upon hearing that it was Cloud Hidden Village, Tsunade's eyes immediately changed and became very solemn. "Union Village? What do you want to do?" Obviously, Tsunade doesn't have a good impression of Cloud Hidden Village. 4th Raikage did not speak, but Amaya behind him walked to Tsunade and knelt down in front of Tsunade, saying, "Tsunade-sama, please help treat one of my companions. My medical ninjutsu is too shallow to save him, but you can bear it. The best medical ninja in the world of medical ninjutsu, you can definitely do it." Looking at Amaya, who was kneeling on the ground, Tsunade said coldly, "Ha, Kumo Hidden Village, the guy who covets our Konoha Hyuga clan with supercilious eyes. There's no way I can help you." It was obvious that Tsunade was very dissatisfied with what Cloud Hidden Village had done back then. 4th Raikage frowned, but he still didn't speak. Because he knew that only Tsunade could save people. Amai also explained, "Both parties have resolved the matter peacefully, right?" Tsunade said coldly, "You really know how to quibble." Although the matter back then was indeed resolved, it is a fact that Hyuga Hizashi died in Konoha. Tsunade still can't stand Cloud Hidden Village. Amai still wanted to explain, but 4th Raikage couldn't help it. He said sternly, "Tsunade, even if you don't go, I will take you there by force." For a time, the atmosphere in the tavern was very solemn. Tsunade also became serious. "Oh, take me there by force?" At this time, neither 4th Raikage nor Tsunade knew the strength of the other party. Therefore, neither 4th Raikage nor Tsunade thinks that the other party can defeat them. 4th Raikage said seriously, "I'll wait for you outside." He has decided to take Tsunade away by force, but the tavern will be destroyed here, and 4th Raikage will ask Tsunade to fight. Tsunade frowned, but she noticed that Yi Yu was still there. Although he was reading a book and seemed not to pay attention to the situation here, Tsunade knew very well that Yi Yu did not leave because of what happened with 4th Raikage and her just now. Chapter 139 Tsunade's Purpose. Tsunade was even more surprised that Yi Yu was not afraid of 4th Raikage and stayed aside to watch. This kid, isn't he afraid that he will be affected by our battle? Or is he confident enough not to be affected? Tsunade frowned. Tsunade paid no attention to the 4th Raikage waiting outside. Instead, he stood up and walked unsteadily towards Yi Yu. Yi Yu felt it too. Yi Yu was speechless. He didn't want to know Tsunade now. Yi Yu was just worried that Tsunade and Shizune would be in danger, so she stayed and watched them. If Shizune hadn't fallen asleep, Yi Yu might have left. Although Shizune is not as talented as Sakura, she is definitely as strong as Jonin. She could protect Tsunade well if she wasn't drunk. But Shizune was so drunk that she even fell asleep and didn't wake up now. Yi Yu had to stay, but Tsunade came towards him. Helpless, Yi Yu could only put away the notes, pay and leave. Just as he stood up, his shoulders were held down by Tsunade. Pushed him back into position. The strong smell of alcohol came from Tsunade's body, and Yi Yu didn't like this smell very much. No matter in the past life or in this life, Yi Yu has no habit of drinking. I don't even like the smell of alcohol. At this time, Tsunade was so drunk that she looked like she had just come out of a wine vat. Tsunade leaned over and put a hand on Yi Yu's shoulder. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yi Yu. Boy, why didn't you leave just now? Yi Yu turned away. If he continued to smell the alcohol smell, he felt like he was getting drunk. Tsunade was really drunk, and her voice was a little unclear. His eyes were blurry and he looked like a drunkard. Yi Yu didn't know how to answer this question. Despite such close contact, Tsunade's hot figure is indeed very attractive. But Yi Yu kept reminding herself that this man was already in his 50s. So even though the drunken state of the perfect woman in front of him was extremely tempting, Yi Yu had no unnecessary thoughts. Advertisement. He was thinking about how to answer Tsunade's question. After thinking a lot, Yi Yu finally chose to answer truthfully. I think you and that sister will be in danger. They are both Konoha ninjas. I can't pretend not to see it. Tsunade was stunned. Yi Yu stared blankly for a long time before he started laughing. Kid, do you know who that person is? Tsunade found it interesting that Yi Yu actually wanted to protect them. In Tsunade's view, Yi Yu was overestimating his abilities. Even if Yi Yu is a genius, the person he is facing is fourth Raikage and her, one of the Sannin. Not even elite Jonin dared to get involved in their battle. Yi Yu actually said he wanted to protect them. Although she felt that Yi Yu was overestimating her abilities, Tsunade was still moved by Yi Yu. After all, Tsunade could feel that Yi Yu meant it when she said this. In fact, Yi Yu didn't want to care about Tsunade's affairs, but the opponent was fourth Raikage after all, and it was too dangerous for Yi Yu to ignore it. Not to mention that Tsunade is completely drunk, and it is completely unknown how much fighting power she can still have. So even if Yi Yu didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs, he still had to intervene. Yi Yu raised her head and looked directly into Tsunade's eyes with a calm face. I know, fourth Raikage. Tsunade looked at Yi Yu's calm eyes and was stunned for a moment. That's Raikage, what can you do? Tsunade's tone was not as mocking as before, but rather serious. Yi Yu said calmly, I know he is Raikage, but I can't pretend not to see him. Yi Yu said it very seriously. Tsunade stared at Yi Yu blankly for a long time. It made Yi Yu feel a little uneasy. He thought Tsunade would scold him. If he wants to help Tsunade and she scolds him, then he really doesn't want to care about it. After a long while, Tsunade smiled and said, as long as you have this heart, what's your name? Yi Yu was a little surprised that Tsunade didn't say that he was overestimating his abilities. Jingwen Yi Yu. Tsunade nodded and stood up. It seemed like the drag of her body made her a little tired. Tsunade folded her hands, looked down at Yi Yu, smiled and said, Jingwen Yi Yu, what level of ninja are you now? Yi Yu thought for a while and said, Chunin. Tsunade sat opposite Yi Yu and continued to ask, are you going out on your own to perform the mission? Yi Yu nodded, well, it's the first time. Advertisement. Tsunade was a little surprised. First time? Yi Yu nodded. At your age, you should have just graduated from ninja school, right? Tsunade asked. Yi Yu nodded again. Newly promoted Chunin. This is my first time to carry out a mission alone. Tsunade frowned. You just got promoted to Chunin, third generation, and that old man asked you to perform a mission alone? It's too chaotic. Tsunade was very unhappy. She felt that third generation's arrangement was too cruel, and Konoha village would not be in such a state of embarrassment. Yi Yu had just been promoted to Chunin, yet he was asked to carry out the mission alone. Yi Yu didn't care. Seeing Yi Yu's calm look, Tsunade was very curious about him. After all, a child of Yi Yu's age would definitely not be as calm as Yi Yu when faced with a person of her status in such a scene. What can you do if you stay here? If you are someone who can't defeat me, wouldn't you just drag me down if you stay here? After Tsunade finished speaking, she thought Yi Yu would show off, just like her brother. But Yi Yu just said lightly, it's precisely because I know that I won't drag you down if I stay here that I stay here. I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Yi Yu spoke calmly, but the words were too loud, even a little arrogant, especially in front of a strong person like Tsunade. As expected, Tsunade frowned. She felt that Yi Yu was too arrogant. Kid, why do you think so? Do you really think you can participate in the battle between Sannin and Raikage? Yi Yu glanced at Tsunade and said calmly, I never thought about participating, but I won't drag you down. If you weren't from a Leaf Village, I wouldn't want to meddle in other people's business, but unfortunately you are, so I can't just sit back and watch. This is not a question of whether I can participate in your battle, but that I cannot help but participate. Tsunade was stunned. It is completely impossible to refute Yi Yu's words. Even Yi Yu's words made what she said just now seem like a joke. What Yi Yu thought was completely different from hers, and not on the same level. Tsunade frowned, a little unhappy. After all, Yi Yu, a junior, said this, but she couldn't refute it. It was really embarrassing. After drinking the wine in his hand, Tsunade slapped the table and stood up. Boy, go and perform your mission. My affairs have nothing to do with you, and you are not qualified to participate. After saying this, Tsunade wandered over to Shizune. Of course, the reason why she said this was not because she was angry, but because she just wanted Yiyu to leave. In her opinion, Yiyu's words just now were just sophistry. He did not understand the power of a shadow-level warrior, so Tsunade must get rid of Yiyu. It's just that she underestimated Yiyu's temper. Although Yiyu's personality is not particularly gentle, he rarely gets angry. He also knew very well the purpose of Tsunade's words. Chapter 140. Is he protecting us secretly? But Yiyu really didn't want to appear in front of Tsunade. The reason why Yiyu was worried about Tsunade and Shizune is because Tsunade was drunk and Shizune was also drunk and fell into a deep sleep, and they haven't woken up yet. After Tsunade went back, Yiyu paid and left. After watching Yiyu leave, Tsunade was inexplicably relieved. It's obvious that she doesn't want Yiyu to get involved in her dispute with Hokage. That was not a fight he could enter. Despite the verbal exchange just now, Tsunade seemed very angry with Yiyu. But she actually admires Yiyu very much. She likes Yiyu's character very much. Moreover, Yiyu is obviously a genius, and Tsunade does not want the genius that Konoha has finally cultivated to die here. After Yiyu left the tavern, she turned on her perception. Yiyu's perception range is extremely exaggerated, and now he can perceive chakra within 50 kilometers. Of course, the farther the distance, the less accurate the perception. But it's enough for combat. The purpose of Yiyu's perception is naturally not to have any special hobbies. Instead, he wanted to find out where 4th Hokage and Amaya were. When Yiyu opened his eyes, Yiyu walked in one direction. A few minutes later, Yiyu walked outside a park. He saw two people standing in the park. It is 4th Hokage and Amaya. 4th Hokage thought Tsunade would follow, so she waited here for Tsunade. But it was obvious that Tsunade ignored him. Yiyu looked across the park and booked a room in the hotel opposite the park. Although Yiyu wanted to leave, but when he thought that 4th Hokage was here, Yiyu was worried that if something unexpected happened, Tsunade would not be the opponent of 4th Hokage. Although Yiyu is not sure of defeating the 4th Hokage, he is confident of protecting Tsunade and Shizune. The 4th Hokage is too fast, and although it is not as strong as Tsunade, it is only not as good as Tsunade. 4th Hokage's lightning-style chakra mode can make Tsunade unable to fight. Speed is king. In terms of attack power, Namikaze Minato is not strong, but his speed is very fast and he can kill the opponent before he can fight back. The 4th Hokage did the same to Tsunade. Yiyu doesn't know whether Tsunade can defeat 4th Hokage, but in Yiyu's opinion, 4th Hokage clearly restrains Tsunade. Tsunade's speed is not very fast, so what's the use of being strong enough if she can't hit anyone? Yiyu didn't want Tsunade to see him, so he planned to protect them secretly. Yiyu will not leave until Tsunade and Shizune are completely safe. Advertisement anyway, he still has about a month left. Staying here for a day or two won't waste anything. Yiyu opened a room in the hotel opposite the park, and turned on her perception when sleeping. This is extremely chakra consuming. It is impossible for ordinary people to support it. But this chakra consumption is not as fast as Yiyu's own chakra recovery speed. Tsunade didn't show up all day. 4th Hokage is also an honest person, and he just waited for Tsunade in the park all day. By noon the next day, Tsunade didn't show up. 4th Hokage realized that he had been let down by Tsunade. The furious 4th Hokage said angrily, "Tsunade, you be asterisk 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 D, you actually tricked me." Yiyu was standing in the hotel at this time, looking at the furious 4th Hokage outside and was speechless. "You are really simple-minded. Only now do you realize that you have been fooled. But it seems like nothing unexpected will happen. Tsunade should be sober now. Wait until they finish the operation and leave." Yiyu knew that Tsunade would lose to 4th Hokage in an arm wrestling match, and finally agreed to treat 4th Hokage's companions. As long as Tsunade and Shizune are not in danger, Yiyu will not take action. 4th Hokage angrily went to the tavern to find Tsunade. After Tsunade sobered up, she didn't even recognize who he was. The guards of 4th Hokage were forced to introduce them again. What happened after that was indeed the same as Yiyu remembered it, and it did not change because of Yiyu's appearance. However, Yiyu quietly left after Tsunade performed the surgery on the 4th Hokage companion. During this period, Yiyu met Tsunade, who was afraid of blood. That look of helplessness and fear was the first time Yiyu had seen it. But Yiyu didn't have much sympathy, because Yiyu knew very well that it wouldn't be long before Naruto would let Tsunade overcome her hemophobia. After performing the surgery on 4th Hokage's companions, 4th Hokage did not do anything to Tsunade, but left with the group. Tsunade and Shizune continued to drink and gamble in this town. Yiyu also left quietly. After Yiyu left, Tsunade came to the hotel where Yiyu stayed. Shizune didn't know what Tsunade was doing here. Tsunade came to the counter and asked, "Boss, was there a Konoha ninja who was about 13 or 14 years old who stayed at your place yesterday?" When the boss saw it was Tsunade, he immediately said respectfully, "It turns out to be Tsunade-sama. I'll check it for you. Please wait a moment." Tsunade nodded, sat down and looked calm. The boss handed the register to Tsunade and said, "Tsunade-sama, the person you are looking for should be this person." Advertisement of course, Tsunade's love for Yiyu must be the same as the senior's love for her junior. Tsunade said nothing. Tsunade looked at the registration information above. Shizune, who was sitting next to Tsunade, asked in confusion, "Tsunade-sama, who are you looking for?" After a long time, the boss finally found out. Yi Yu is completely different from Naoki and Kato Dan. Thinking of the conversation between Yi Yu and herself yesterday, Tsunade smiled. But since it was Tsunade's personal order, he naturally did not dare to disobey it. After much deliberation, Tsunade concluded that the person was Yi Yu. For Tsunade, Yi Yu is a very reliable person and very responsible. There is no love between men and women at all. After all, she is over 50 years old and her favorite is Kato Dan. For Yi Yu, she appreciates and values outstanding juniors. Shizune on the side had no idea what Tsunade was doing. Because she didn't notice Yi Yu at all yesterday. Tsunade came to the window. Through the window, Tsunade could clearly see the park in the distance. I still feel warm in my heart, even though Yi Yu secretly protects her and Shizune because they are Konoha ninjas. Said, take me to see the room where he lives, although the boss didn't know what Tsunade was going to do. It seems he is the one following us today. He smiled and said, this kid is quite interesting. It seems that he is really worried about us, but his personality is a bit cold. Jingwen Yi Yu, that's him. But Tsunade was very shocked. If it were Yi Yu, then Yi Yu would be a bit stronger. Everyone likes such people, and Tsunade is no exception. When Tsunade was arm wrestling with 4th Raikage, and later when she performed surgery on 4th Raikage's companions, she felt that someone was following her. Shizune looked confused. Jingwen Yi Yu? Who is this? Because when ninjas stay in hotels, they usually need to register, and this is the country of fire. Other ninja villages may not be willing to do so, but ninjas in Konoha generally abide by the rules. The most important thing is that Yi Yu is really worried about them, not because of her identity. Tsunade took the register and looked at it. Naturally, Tsunade would not have the same high hopes for him as she did for Naruto. Tsunade completely understood Yi Yu's purpose. Seeing Tsunade's serious look, Shizune stopped talking. Even Tsunade and 4th Raikage cannot detect this. This kind of concealment ability shows that Yi Yu's strength is not low, and even his strength far exceeds that of Chunin. But my heart is full of doubts, taking Tsunade and Shizune to the room where Yi Yu lived. But Tsunade still has a good impression of Yi Yu. Chapter 141 Water Dragon vs. Three Tails. After Yi Yu left the town, he drove for several days and was only 2 days away from the meeting point agreed with Mr. Osama. He was in no hurry to get to the rendezvous point. Crash. Just as Yi Yu was walking through a forest, he suddenly heard the sound of water splashing in the distance. Stopping and standing on the big tree, Yi Yu immediately activated his perception. Soon, Yi Yu opened his eyes in shock. How can there be such a huge chakra here? Such a huge chakra, could it be a tailed beast? Yi Yu sensed a very large chakra group in the distance. The huge amount of chakra is the largest chakra Yi Yu has ever seen except 9 tails. It should be the chakra of the tailed beast. Even the psychic beasts from the 3 holy places don't have such a huge amount of chakra in their bodies, right? Yi Yu frowned. Thinking of this, Yi Yu immediately rushed towards the source of the huge chakra. If it's really a wild-tailed beast, it would be a prophet. Yi Yu looked excited. It's too slow, use the flying thunder god technique. Yi Yu was so excited that she wanted to rush to the target location. In an instant, Yi Yu started to perceive again. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yu disappeared. Almost at the same time, Yi Yu appeared on a huge lake a few kilometers away. In the forest, there is also a huge lake with a width of about 30 kilometers. And Yi Yu suddenly appeared, attracting the attention of the giant creatures playing on the lake. After Yi Yu appeared, he immediately saw the giant creature that was tens of meters tall in front of him. After seeing the appearance of the giant creature, Yi Yu looked surprised. I guessed right, it is indeed a tailed beast. The turtle-like creature in front of me is Three Tails Isobu. There has been no Jinchuriki in the Three Tails since the 4th Mizukage died. It is precisely because Three Tails is wild, so when Konoha discovered it later, it had to seal away Three Tails. It happened that Orochimaru also wanted to get Three Tails. The tailed beast does not have Jinchuriki, so it is not very powerful, and only needs a shadow-level strongman to seal it. Except for 9 tails, ordinary shadow-level experts are no match for 9 tails. But 3 tails is obviously not as powerful as 9 tails. Deidara and Obito subdued the 3 tails without spending much time and energy. Yi Yu raised his head and looked at the giant turtle that looked like a hill in front of him. He smiled and said, it seems that my psychic beast has been found. Advertisement Yi Yu has been thinking about what kind of psychic beast would be more beneficial to him. After much deliberation, he had always felt that the 3 holy places were the first choice. But suddenly seeing 3 tails, Yi Yu felt that compared to the psychic beasts of the 3 holy places, 3 tails was obviously more suitable as a psychic beast, and the tailed beasts were much stronger than the psychic beasts of the 3 holy places. This is true even for 3 tails, which is relatively weak among the 9-tailed beasts. The reason why it was so easily subdued by Deidara and Obito, or defeated by several of Naruto's ninjutsu, was because there was no Jinchuriki and it did not show its true strength at all. If 3 tails were really that weak, Tsunade wouldn't want to seal 3 tails away in the future. The appearance of Yi Yu gave 3 tails an ominous premonition. The man in front of him posed a great threat to it. 3 tails, who was originally calm, suddenly became furious and opened his mouth towards Yi Yu. Buzz. A ball of white light condensed in 3 tails' hands. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. Are you going to attack without even saying hello? it seems that tailed beasts really hate humans. Yi Yu actually guessed wrong. Three Tails simply felt that Yi Yu had the ability to threaten its safety, so it just wanted to strike first. Buzz buzz. The huge chakra condenses in the mouth of Three Tails. A ball of light with a diameter of several meters is condensed and formed. The direction is towards Yi Yu. Yi Yu naturally will not sit still and wait for death. It's really powerful, it's worthy of being a tailed beast. Although it's not as powerful as the Nine Tails chakra, it's still very scary. The amount of chakra in Three Tails is definitely not as good as Nine Tails, but it is just not as good as Nine Tails. In the ninja world, there are not many people who can reach the level of chakra of Three Tails. It is estimated that apart from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Yi Yu can't think of anyone else. Yi Yu forgot that he already had more chakra than Three Tails. Of course, not much more. Seeing that the ball of light had condensed into shape, Yi Yu also put his hands together. Water-style super water explosive bomb. Yi Yu starts off with an A-level water-style ninjutsu. This water-style ninjutsu was developed by Yi Yu based on the water-style ninjutsu. As soon as Yi Yu activated the chakra, the lake water under his feet immediately shot out water columns towards the sky. These water columns gathered together in the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The condensed water column with a diameter of several meters instantly shot out towards Three Tails. Although it is a water column with a diameter of several meters, it forms an extremely high-pressure water gun. The moment it bursts out, it even triggers a terrifying sonic boom. It is enough to see the terrifying speed of the water column. Three Tails also immediately blasted the ball of light from its mouth. Bang, advertisement, rumble. In an instant, the water column and the light ball collided together. In an instant, light covered hundreds of meters around it, and the terrifying energy caused violent vibrations. The surrounding forest birds and beasts were frightened by the violent vibrations and fled in all directions. In just a moment of collision, the ball of light blasted by Three Tails was blasted through by the super water bomb released by Yi Yu. The terrifying power instantly bombarded Three Tails. Even though Three Tails had a body that was more than 10 meters tall, it was blown hundreds of meters away by the water column. When it landed on the lake, it even slid hundreds of meters across the lake before stopping due to its extremely fast speed. Suddenly, the calm lake surface became rough, with waves rising and water splashing. Within several kilometers around, the lake water fell and formed a heavy rain. The shocking scene shocked the Three Tails who fell into the lake. The human in front of him was the most powerful ninja he had ever seen besides Sage of Six Paths and Senju Hashirama. With just one ninjutsu attack, Three Tails knew that they could never be a match for the human in front of them. Seeing Three Tails about to dive, Yi Yu smiled and said, "How could I let you run away?" After saying that, Yi Yu disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, Yi Yu appeared above Three Tails. At this time Yi Yu clapped his hands. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Another water-style ninjutsu. Ho, a roar came from the lake. Then, a giant water dragon hundreds of meters tall flew into the sky from the lake. Three Tails were stunned. Ho, but Three Tails showed no signs of weakness and roared towards the dragon head in the sky. Yi Yu was standing on the head of the water dragon at this time. Yi Yu smiled and said, "Three Tails, be my psychic beast." After saying that, Yi Yu immediately activated the water dragon under his feet to attack the Three Tails on the lake. Ho, the giant water dragon roared and rushed towards Three Tails. Rumble. A dragon and a turtle collided instantly. Water Dragon's body is constantly broken, but under Yi Yu's chakra, it is constantly reorganized. The hundreds of meters long dragon body wrapped around Three Tails like a giant python. The huge force suppressed Three Tails and let out a violent scream. Ho, the Water Dragon's power is actually greater than that of Three Tails. Three Tails couldn't break free even though they struggled hard, and couldn't even move. Chapter 142 Three Tails becomes a psychic beast. Three Tails was angry and tried their best, but still couldn't break free from the shackles of the Water Dragon. It wanted to condense the tailed beast Jade, but this human seemed to know what he was going to do, as his head was already controlled by the Water Dragon. Even if it condenses the tailed beast Jade, it cannot reach the Water Dragon and this human being. After struggling for a long time, Yi Yu kept standing on Three Tails' turtle shell. It was only after Three Tails lost his strength that Yi Yu said, "Three Tails, how about we talk about it?" Yi Yu knows that all tailed beasts can talk. The huge one eye of Three Tails looked at Yi Yu. The human being in front of it posed a huge threat to it, and it even felt as if the Senju Hashirama of the past had reappeared. Especially Yi Yu's hundreds of meters of water dragon. Although it is water style, it is too similar to the wooden dragon in Senju Pillar. It is as if it is alive and can be controlled by the caster. But Senju Hashirama used the wooden dragon back then. The wood style itself has high strength, but the water dragon's body is made entirely of water, so it should not have much power. But Three Tails felt that the power of the water dragon that bound it was no less powerful than the wooden dragon back then. And the strength is very high. The most important thing is that it will continue to reorganize after being broken. Three Tails struggled for a long time and finally gave up after knowing that they could not get rid of it. He said to Yi Yu gloomily, "Human, what do you want to talk about?" Three Tails doesn't have a good impression of humans. Even the fourth Mizukage, one of the perfect Jinchuriki, didn't like it very much. Otherwise, when Obito used Genjutsu on fourth Mizukage, it would have solved it for fourth Mizukage. Perfect Jinchuriki can rely on the Jinchuriki in the body to help unlock Genjutsu. But if the tailed beast in the body doesn't want to, there's nothing we can do. Yi Yu sat on Three Tails' turtle back, looked at Three Tails and smiled and said, I want to sign a psychic contract with you. Yi Yu said it straightforwardly without any nonsense. Three Tails was stunned. Yi Yu looked at him in disbelief. What are you talking about? Three Tails can't believe that a human actually wants to be a psychic beast for him? Are you kidding me? Yi Yu said seriously again. I said, I want to sign a psychic contract with you. Ho! Three Tails was so angry that Yi Yu actually dared to repeat it again. Advertisement, he roared at Yi Yu angrily. The violent sound even formed a hurricane. But no matter how hard it struggled, it still couldn't break free from the shackles of the water dragon. Human, you are looking for death. You dare to let me become your psychic beast. I will kill you. Roar. Three Tails roared and struggled hard, but no matter how hard it struggled, the water dragon on its body did not relax its restraint at all. Yi Yu was not angry, sitting on the turtle's back and watching Three Tails struggling calmly. Yi Yu himself didn't even notice that it was so easy for him to suppress or subdue a tailed beast now. You know, even if Three Tails is not very strong among the 9-tailed beasts, it still gives Orochimaru a headache, and even though he has used many mysterious powers, there is no way to subdue him. But Yi Yu just used 2 water-style ninjutsu to suppress it. Even Yi Yu can actually suppress Three Tails by just using the water dragon bullet technique. The super water bomb he used at first was just to test the attack power of Three Tails. After Three Tails struggled no longer, Yi Yu continued, Three Tails, it's actually good for you to be my psychic beast. Brad, you don't want me to be your slave. Three Tails said angrily. Yi Yu sighed and said helplessly, look, why do you think of my psychic beast as a slave? I just want you to be my comrade who fights side by side. I won't treat you as a slave. Roar. Three Tails roared again. It doesn't believe Yi Yu at all. Human, you just want my power, seal me in the hateful human body, and make me lose my freedom. Yi Yu sighed. It seems that you have experienced some bad things before. But please don't worry. I didn't want to seal you. I really just wanted you to sign a psychic contract with me. I happen to be short of a psychic beast who can fight alongside me. How about you sign it? Yi Yu looked at Three Tails sincerely, but Three Tails was angered by Yi Yu's attitude. Brad, you actually dare to let me be your psychic beast. You just want to take advantage of my power. I won't let you succeed. Yi Yu looked embarrassed. No, you are just my psychic beast, and I will not seal you away. Except sometimes I will summon you to fight together, at other times you are free, and as long as if there is any danger, I will help you, isn't that good? And I want you to be my psychic beast, not because I want to use your power, I just think it's cool to have you as a psychic beast, that's all. Would you think about it? Advertisement. Yi Yu didn't say it was okay, but saying so made Three Tails furious. You Brad, I'm going to kill you. You B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** came and went, and the sound waves got louder and louder. What Yi Yu just said not only meant to enslave it, but the most important thing was to look down on it. What does it mean to just make you look cool as a psychic beast? This guy actually doesn't think much of his own power, right? Yi Yu indeed thinks so. Nowadays, with Yi Yu's strength, psychic beasts are basically of little help to him. The reason why Yi Yu still wants to find a psychic beast is because he simply thinks that a psychic beast would be quite handsome. Otherwise, he would only use 2 ninjutsu to suppress the 3 tails. The 3 tails would not only be a benefit to his battle, but would actually be a drag on him. After all, if Yi Yu encounters a strong enemy, he will have to be distracted to protect it. What is it if it is not a drag? But no matter how furious 3 tails is, it still can't break free from the shackles of the water dragon. Yi Yu sat on its turtle back and watched it quietly. It wasn't until it had no strength to struggle anymore that Yi Yu said, "If you think about it carefully, it will really be of great benefit to you. Do you think with my strength, I really need to use your power? But if you become my psychic beast, you don't need to worry about being sealed anymore. At least until I die, you will be free, and all you need to pay is to be called out to fight by me occasionally. How about it? If I were you, I would definitely agree. I can guarantee that whoever seals you will definitely help you before I die. You should know very well that as long as you are discovered, there will definitely be a ninja village to seal you. After all, no ninja village will let go of the power of the tailed beast." 3 tails didn't want to talk to Yi Yu at all. If it hadn't lost its strength, it would definitely roar at Yi Yu now. 1 person and 1 turtle just stayed there quietly. Yi Yu kept staring at 3 tails. 3 tails was so angry that they didn't want to look at Yi Yu at all. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Yi Yu was very calm, but 3 tails was getting more and more angry. Just now it was angry because Yi Yu wanted to use its power, but now it is angry because Yi Yu actually looks down on it and its power. Chapter 143. Just a cool tool. After the two were in a stalemate for a while, 3 tails spoke first and said angrily, "You brat, you can never let me become your psychic beast. It will never be possible." Yi Yu stood up calmly. He looked at 3 tails and said calmly, "No, if you don't want to be my psychic beast, I will seal you in my body and I will become Jinchuriki." 3 tails sneered, "Seal me? Ha ha ha, stupid guy, do you know sealing techniques? Can your sealing techniques seal me?" Yi Yu didn't talk nonsense and started to form seals with his hands. In an instant, dozens of black chains flew out of Yi Yu's body. These black chains were all composed of mysterious runes. 8 sign seal. Dozens of 8-sign seals quickly spread out and wrapped around Three Tails. Three Tails suddenly felt that his soul was being held back. The moment those black rune chains touched it, they suppressed the chakra in its body. The chakra in the body seems to be frozen and cannot be mobilized at all. This is Yi Yu's modified 8-sign seal. It is improved based on King Kong's seal and 8-sign seal. So this sealing techniques can be used to capture tailed beasts like King Kong blockade, but can also be used to seal tailed beasts. Even those black rune chains can be used in combat. Three Tails senses a threat that touches their souls. Damn, how can this be D be so scary with sealing techniques? Who the hell is this guy? Three Tails panicked. It could really feel the suppression of its soul coming from the rune chain. It's clear that this sealing techniques can really seal it easily. Yi Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and dozens of rune chains bound Three Tails' entire bodies. Just when Yi Yu was about to drag Three Tails into him, Three Tails quickly said, "Okay, I'm willing to sign a psychic contract with you." Three Tails is still scared. Rather than being sealed in Yi Yu's body, it chose to become Yi Yu's psychic beast. After all, after becoming Yi Yu's psychic beast, it is still free, but if it is sealed in his body, it will be trapped in Yi Yu's body for decades. After hearing Three Tails' words, Yi Yu raised her lips slightly. That's right. Being my psychic beast is not a shameful thing, so why resist so much? Seeing the rune chain slowly retracting into Yi Yu's body, Three Tails breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Three Tails was speechless. I'm a tailed beast, so of course I need to save face. Yi Yu smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about being embarrassed. Nine Tails has been a psychic beast. What are you embarrassed about?" Three Tails was stunned. It didn't know that Nine Tails had also been a psychic beast. Advertisement after all, it's quite embarrassing for a tailed beast to be regarded as a psychic beast. Are you telling the truth? Yi Yu nodded. I am the ninja of Konoha. Can I lie to you? At this time, Nine Tails in Naruto's body suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Just don't know why. If it knew that Yi Yu had revealed all its secrets, it would probably have the intention to kill Yi Yu. That was the last thing it wanted to mention. Three Tails nodded. Finally I had some psychological comfort. Although it didn't know whether it was true or not, it at least knew that the tailed beast had done this. Still the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts, Nine Tails. After taking back the rune chain, Three Tails said, "You remove this water snake, otherwise how can I sign a contract with you?" Yi Yu was not worried about Three Tails running away. So Yi Yu just waved his hand, and the water dragon that was still entangled with Three Tails dissipated instantly. The body of hundreds of meters dissipated, and a huge amount of water hit the lake surface, raising waves tens of meters high. But Yi Yu doesn't care. Three Tails looked at the water dragon that had turned into a pool of water, feeling a little dazed. What is this ninjutsu? Ordinary water-style ninjutsu cannot achieve this effect. Three Tails looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu said lightly, "It's just an ordinary water dragon bullet technique." "Okay, sign it." Yi Yu learned the art of channeling. So it's clear how to sign a contract with a psychic beast. Although Three Tails is a little reluctant, in this case, it has no other choice. And it also thinks that becoming Yi Yu's psychic beast is a better choice. It is very clear that it will not be long before a ninja discovers it. After discovering it, it has experienced what the ninjas in each village will do before. Rather than being sealed in Jinchuriki's body for a long time, it would be better to be Yi Yu's psychic beast. At least most of the time, it's free. In fact, the most important thing is that Yi Yu is very strong. Three Tails believes that Yi Yu has the strength to fulfill his promise and can really protect it from being sealed. After signing a psychic contract with Yi Yu smiled and said, "I finally made up for the last shortcoming." Yi Yu said lightly, "I don't think that different battles have different needs." Advertisement. It even felt that Yi Yu might not call it once a year. Don't you even know each other? In any case, Yi Yu suppressed it with just 2 water-style ninjutsu. This strength still made Three Tails very relieved. But Three Tails is not very disgusted with Yi Yu. Besides, if other ninjas summon psychic beasts during the battle, even if I can solve the battle on my own, I still feel like I'm on a lower level than them. Three Tails became angrier as he thought about it. It's just a bit unpleasant to be used as a cool tool. Three Tails complained. It's just that it thinks Yi Yu is a little unreliable. Fortunately, you are strong enough, otherwise we will definitely be tricked to death by you if we fight together in the future. From Three Tails' point of view, he didn't need to summon it to help in the battle. Shaking his head, Three Tails slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. The most important thing is that it can feel that Yi Yu is different from others. Yi Yu really has no idea of using it. Three Tails looked at Yi Yu smiling so happily and said somewhat speechlessly, "I don't think you need a psychic beast at all, considering your strength." What's going on with this guy? This guy doesn't know what will happen after becoming his psychic beast. Perhaps it was true as Yi Yu said, he really just wanted a psychic beast that would look cool after being summoned. If we are so unfamiliar, how can we jointly fight together in the future? Three Tails was helpless. Don't tell me that the last reason is your real purpose? The reason why it thinks so is because Yi Yu is too strong. Three Tails is speechless. And it just became Yi Yu's psychic beast. It existed as Yi Yu's comrade, instead of becoming the energy source of Jinchuriki as before. Just thinking of this, Three Tails didn't know what to say. Of course, it doesn't have any hatred for Yi Yu. Yu's strength has indeed been recognized by it. Three Tails knows very well that with Yu's strength, Yu will not summon it many times in the future when fighting. This is very clear to Three Tails after the battle just now. Especially now that Yu has signed a psychic contract with it. It has been sealed in a dark and uncomfortable environment. Yu just finished speaking and disappeared on the back of Three Tails. If even Yu can't defeat the enemy, it won't be able to defeat it even if it comes out. Three Tails were stunned. Yu did not answer, but said, "Okay, I still have tasks to do, so I'll say goodbye first." Damn it, the more I think about it, the more I realize that guy really just sees me as a cool tool. Chapter 144 Chunin Examination, Orochimaru appears. At this time in Konoha, half a month after Yu went out, the Chunin exam was held in the village. In the secret room of Konoha, Sasuke, who was given the Heaven's Curse seal by Orochimaru, asked Kakashi to find a way to seal the Heaven's Curse seal in his body. Sasuke sat cross-legged on a platform carved with runes. Kakashi stood behind him and asked seriously, "Sasuke, have you really thought about it? It will be very painful to seal this seal." Sasuke gently touched the location of the curse seal and said coldly, "Teacher Kakashi, I can bear the pain. Just do it." Although Sasuke knew that the heavenly curse seal could greatly enhance his strength. But Sasuke doesn't want to rely on this method to increase his power now. If it were him before, he would definitely not refuse as long as he could improve his strength. But now he has a better plan to improve his strength, and he doesn't want to let Yu down. I don't want Yu to think that he is a quick success person. He wants to rely on himself and improve his Sharingan to gain Yu's approval. Kakashi nodded. "I understand, please be patient and seal the evil seal." Kakashi quickly formed seals with his hands, and suddenly, the runes on the ground began to pour into Sasuke's body. Finally, they slowly gathered around the cursed seal of heaven. However, the sealing process caused severe pain, and Sasuke gritted his teeth and couldn't help shouting. The severe pain made Sasuke sweat profusely, but when he thought of what Yu had said to him before, no matter how painful it was, he still gritted his teeth and held back the severe pain. The sealing techniques lasted for about a minute. After the technique was completed, Sasuke fainted from the pain. Looking at Sasuke, whose clothes were soaked with sweat, Kakashi sighed, "If Yu were here, maybe there would be a better solution. And I don't know if this sealing techniques can be sealed." Kakashi sighed. At this time Kakashi was worried. Because of the appearance of Orochimaru in the Chunin exam, Kakashi became aware of the crisis. He knew very well that he was far from Orochimaru's opponent. In front of Orochimaru, he didn't even think of resisting. Just when Kakashi was thinking about this, a figure slowly walked in from the entrance of the secret room. A voice came from the darkness, "Kakashi, there is no way you can seal that curse." Hearing this familiar voice, Kakashi immediately stood in front of Sasuke and quickly formed seals with his hands. Advertisement, stab, instantly activated Raikiri and opened Sharingan. Sharingan stared closely at the person coming out of the darkness. "Orochimaru," Kakashi said solemnly, and the man who walked in was indeed Orochimaru. Orochimaru walked under the light and looked at Kakashi, saying in a contemptuous tone, "You used Sharingan well, but it's a pity that you don't have the body of the Uchiha clan. It's just a fake after all." Kakashi was under great pressure. Under Orochimaru's murderous intent, he was still trembling as before, unable to muster the courage to resist. Kakashi gritted his teeth. Although his body was trembling, he still said, "I am no longer the same as before. At least now I can die with you. You can't take Sasuke away from you." Kakashi knew Orochimaru was here for Sasuke. Orochimaru sneered, "Sasuke will never be able to reach the limit of his bloodline if he continues in Konoha. I have decided to make him the candidate for the next body. Don't even think about it. As long as I'm alive, I will never let you take Sasuke away. If you have the ability, come and stop me." Orochimaru sneered, turned and walked out of the secret room. Not worried about Kakashi attacking him at all. Until Orochimaru disappeared into the secret room, Kakashi did not take action. After removing Raikiri, Kakashi gritted his teeth and said, "I actually thought I could die with him just now, it's so ridiculous." Kakashi looked solemn. He turned to look at Sasuke who had fainted from the pain. Kakashi frowned. "It's hard to stop Orochimaru just by relying on me. Yu, it would be great if you were here." The Chunin exam was held when Yu was on a mission. Originally, Kakashi thought it was just an ordinary Chunin exam, but who knew there would be such a big change? Even Orochimaru appeared. Soon, the news of Orochimaru's appearance in the Chunin exam was known to the third generation. After the first half of the Chunin exam, the third generation summoned all the Jonin in Konoha. They all looked at the third Hokage. Is it Orochimaru, one of the Sannin? After all, although Moonlight Hayate is only a special Jonin, his penetration allows him to escape even if he can't defeat him. What? And third generation themselves are not sure they can defeat Orochimaru. Advertisement. He knew very well that third generation's words meant that he was not sure. And, I believe you. Hokage office. Although it was later proven that third generation could defeat Orochimaru, even 1 against 3, he was not sure of this at all now. At this time, Kakashi was extremely happy that he had discovered Yu. If Yu hadn't been discovered, I'm afraid he would be even more desperate than he is now. But he was actually killed, because even he wasn't sure about defeating Orochimaru. The third generation informed all the Konoha Jonin about Orochimaru. But that Kabuto is related to Orochimaru, so this matter is also related to Orochimaru. I'm thinking in my heart, Yu, it would be great if you were here, and we wouldn't need to be so nervous. Hearing Orochimaru's name, all the Konoha Jonin were shocked. Third generation's words immediately inspired all the Jonin. I thought, as expected of Sannin. They all became excited. Although their opponent was Sannin's Orochimaru, they were still willing to join the war for the sake of the village. But Yu is not here, and in Kakashi's opinion, the only one in the village who can stop Orochimaru is the third generation. But Kakashi's expression was always solemn. The appearance of Orochimaru made third generation very nervous. The third Hokage nodded and said solemnly, one more thing, Moonlight Hayate was killed in Platycoden Castle. All the Jonin were very nervous. Sannin's name is very resounding. Even now, Sannin has a high degree of intimidation in the ninja world. Kakashi also looked solemn. All the Konoha Jonin were shocked when they heard that Moonlight Hayate was actually killed. Did Orochimaru do it? Kakashi knows very well that if Yu is here, even Orochimaru can be blocked by Yu. Kakashi also feels that third generation is old, and it is still unknown whether it can defeat Orochimaru. Orochimaru's strength once again shocked all the Jonin. The third generation saw all the Jonin being so nervous. Although they were very solemn, they still said seriously, the only way now is to gather all the ninjas in the village and start a war with him. Seeing the shocked looks on all the Jonin's faces, third generation also said solemnly, it wasn't Orochimaru who did it, but Moonlight Hayate was killed after chasing the ninja named Kabuto. There is a high probability that it was the ninja named Kabuto. Do it. How could it be? Chapter 145. It would be nice if you were here. After the meeting, third generation stayed alone in the Hokage room. Look at the Hokage statues on the wall. Third generation was silent for a long time. After a while, the door to the Hokage room was opened. Mitarashi Anko walked in. I looked at the Hokage statues through the ages. Sighing, Hokage-sama, I'm sorry, Anko felt really guilty. She felt that she had failed the village by not dying with Orochimaru. Third generation sighed and said, you mean you didn't die with Orochimaru in the Death Forest? Anko, you have nothing to do with Orochimaru now, so there is no need to feel guilty. Anko was stunned for a moment, but if Orochimaru appears, he will definitely start a war on the village. Third generation said helplessly, I know this, but there is no way. No one in the village can stop him now, not even me. At this time, third generation feels that it is already old and its combat effectiveness must have dropped a lot. And Orochimaru has defected for many years, and he doesn't know how powerful Orochimaru is now. Anko raised her head and looked at the photo of fourth Hokage on the wall. Sighing, it would be great if the fourth Hokage were still here. Although the fourth Hokage is not as prestigious as the third Hokage, his power is well known. After all, it was because of him that Konoha was able to win the third ninja war. It can almost be said that Konoha was able to win the third ninja war mainly because of the strength of the fourth Hokage. Anko feels that if the fourth Hokage is still alive, he should be able to stop Orochimaru. Third generation shook his head and said bitterly, fourth Hokage has sacrificed for the village. He has sacrificed a lot for the village. And that was 13 years ago. For a time, the Hokage room fell into a long silence. For a long time, third generation thought of Yu who was still performing tasks outside. He smiled bitterly and said, if he were here, he might be able to stop it, but it's just such a coincidence. The third generation all wondered whether Orochimaru deliberately picked Yu to attack the village when he was not in the village. Although third generation does not know much about how powerful Yu is now, Yu alone can easily kill Black Hoe Thunderfang, suppress the rampaging Naruto, and even mastered various powerful sealing techniques and flying Thunder God Jutsu, and even masters the powerful Rasengan and Chidori. He already has film-level strength. If he were in the village, it would indeed be possible to stop Orochimaru. Anko, who was behind the third generation, listened to the third generation's muttering and was a little confused. Who is the person Mr. Hokage is talking about? She doesn't know Yu very well. Advertisement when Yu became a chunin, the people who paid the most attention were actually the ninjas from each family. But Hongdu's mind was not on these things, so she never knew there was a Yu in Konoha. After all, Yu's story is only spread among people who are familiar with Kakashi or among the top brass of Konoha. Third generation obviously doesn't want to explain too much. He just said vaguely, if he were here, I can guarantee that Orochimaru would not be able to succeed. Anko frowned, not sure who third generation was talking about. Are you talking about Jiraiya-sama? Anko thought for a long time, but she only thought of Jiraiya. After all, the only ones who can stop Sannin are the other two Sannin. Third generation didn't mention anyone by name, but just said, Anko, go back. Remember, you have nothing to do with Orochimaru, so don't feel guilty. Third generation didn't want Anko to feel guilty about her relationship with Orochimaru. Hongdu has been wondering, who is the person that third generation is talking about? But she really had no clue. But third generation obviously didn't want to say that Anko could only withdraw from the Hokage room. After Anko left, third generation looked at the portrait on the wall. I originally wanted to see you become a Hokage with my own eyes, but I'm afraid I won't have the chance. Third generation stood up and picked up Hokage's hat. He has decided to take action himself to prevent Orochimaru from destroying the village. The reason why third generation thinks he will die is because he knows Orochimaru's strength and his physical condition at this time. He is no longer as strong as he was when he was young. He had no chance of defeating Orochimaru, but now he is the only person in Konoha who is most likely to stop Orochimaru. He had to go up. After the meeting, all Jonin in Konoha were in a low mood. After all, the opponent is Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, and they have heard of Sannin's name since they were children. They don't know how to stop it. In Konoha Hospital, Kakashi came to Sasuke's hospital room. Seeing Sasuke who hadn't woken up yet, Kakashi was worried. I don't know if my seal has any effect. If Yu is here, I can definitely get rid of the cursed seal. But because of Yu's seal, the risk of Naruto going berserk has been reduced a lot. Although Naruto didn't admit it, he knew very well that Sasuke was the strongest among the three of them. Advertisement at this time, the relationship between the three of them is much better than before. But after seeing Sasuke being tortured by the cursed seal, he still fell in love with Orochimaru. But even though they were so powerful, when facing Orochimaru, the three of them were still crushed by him. After staying in the ward for a while, I met Sakura and Naruto coming to the hospital to see Sasuke. So among the three, Sasuke is definitely the strongest one now. For a long time, Naruto lowered his head and said in a low voice, Kakashi-sensei, is that Orochimaru strong? Even Sasuke is no match for him. Naruto wasn't around at the time, so he didn't quite believe it. Because Yu gave Sasuke many ways to practice Sharingan, Sasuke trusted Yu very much. Kakashi-sensei, when will you teach me how to practice? The two saw Kakashi as soon as they entered, so when we get along, we don't have as many scruples as before. Naruto has the strength of elite Chunin, and if he performs well, he can reach the level of special Jonin. Kakashi leaned on the windowsill and said calmly, let's talk about it after Sasuke wakes up. Sakura, on the other hand, is already at the level of an average Chunin. In addition, Yu made him prefer to practice the teleportation technique. Because Sakura has already explained her relationship with Sasuke, Naruto also knows it, although he is very reluctant to accept it. But seeing Sakura looking happy, he could only accept it. Naruto looked at Sasuke on the bed and fell silent. As a result, his eye power is much stronger than at this time in the original work. This is without going berserk. The destructive power of a berserk Naruto can reach Kage level, and his combat power can reach Jonin level. This is normal, after all, even elite Jonin's Kakashi couldn't even resist in front of Orochimaru. And because of Yu, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto are now much stronger than in the original work. Practice honestly according to the method given by Yu. Orochimaru's murderous aura alone can make Kakashi feel like he's been killed several times. But such a strong Sasuke was actually killed instantly by Orochimaru. Even after he mastered the Rasengan, he still couldn't defeat Sasuke. If Kakashi and third generation knew that Yu felt that she only had the strength of elite Jonin at this time, their jaws would probably drop. Sakura came to Sasuke's bedside and looked at the unconscious Sasuke with distress. Even at this time, it is regarded as the only hope. At this time, Sasuke's strength is close to Jonin, or reaching the level of special Jonin. Naruto asked as he approached Kakashi as soon as he saw him. Yu didn't know that he was already so reliable in the hearts of Kakashi and third generation. But it was precisely because he accepted it that he understood more clearly the appropriateness of the relationship between the three of them. Chapter 146 Jiraiya returns. Kakashi was silent for a long time and then slowly said, well, he is very strong. He is the legendary Sannin. Even I am not his opponent. Naruto was shocked and looked up at Kakashi, even you are no match for him. Kakashi nodded, yes, the Sannin are all very powerful, and each of them has Hokage level strength. It's definitely not something that ordinary ninjas can match. Naruto asked again, Kakashi-sensei, what exactly is Sannin? Kakashi was stunned for a moment, but looking at Naruto he understood. It's normal for Naruto not to know who Sannin is. So the origin of Sannin was explained to Naruto. After hearing this, Naruto was also shocked. Sannin turns out to be so powerful, no wonder Sasuke is no match. After thinking for a while, Naruto seemed to remember something. Teacher Kakashi, then, is Yu their opponent? Kakashi was silent for a while and then said, I don't know, maybe Yu can resist them. It's not that Kakashi said that intentionally, but he didn't know whether Yu could defeat Sannin. But Kakashi believes that Yu at least has the same strength as Sannin. Naruto said excitedly, then why not let Yu come back? Kakashi looked at Naruto, a little speechless. Yu is probably in another country now, how can we call him back? Really, why does it have to be at this time? Teacher Kakashi, if Yu doesn't come back, can anyone in our village resist Orochimaru? Not even Grandpa Hokage. Kakashi was silent. He thinks that third generation should be able to do it, but everyone knows that third generation is very old now and has not made a move for many years. Kakashi is not sure whether third generation is capable of stopping Orochimaru. Looking at Kakashi's appearance, Naruto knew the answer. Yu, why are you not here at this time? Kakashi-sensei, can't even you stop Orochimaru? Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, I am far from his opponent. Naruto clenched his fists. If I were stronger this wouldn't be the case. For the first time, Naruto felt a deep sense of powerlessness. After fighting Shiro in Wave Country, he was suppressed and he knew that Kakashi and Yu were still there, and he knew that there were still people who could save them. Yu is not in Konoha now, and it may take a long time to come back. No one in the village can stop Orochimaru. Advertisement. Even Kakashi can't help it. After a long time, Naruto raised his head and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, if I can master the power of 9 tails, can I stop that Orochimaru? Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Looking at Naruto confused, he said, why do you think so? Naruto held his stomach and said, Yu said that when I master the power of 9 tails, I can surpass him. Kakashi didn't know what to say for a moment. Can he say that Yu deceived you? But if Naruto masters 9 tails chakra, he will indeed improve a lot. Maybe he can actually stop Orochimaru. Maybe, Kakashi said. He didn't know why Yu said those words to Naruto, but he probably said it to encourage Naruto. Kakashi will naturally not expose Yu. Naruto held the clothes on his abdomen and said seriously, from today on, I will work harder to practice. I will master the power of 9 tails. Kakashi nodded, it's good that you have this heart. Fortunately, the 8-sign seal and 4th Hokage that Yu imposed on you before are different. So Orochimaru's sealing techniques didn't work out. While in the Forest of Death, Orochimaru disguised himself as a ninja from another ninja village and attacked Team 7. Originally, he wanted to impose a 5-element seal on Naruto to interfere with the 9 tails chakra in Naruto's body. But because Yu's 8-sign seal was there, Orochimaru failed. The 8-sign seal applied by Yu is too strong. Not only can it seal 9 tails chakra, it can also suppress additional seals from outside. Even Orochimaru was weird, but he didn't care. After all, Naruto was not his target. Just assume that the seal of the 4th Hokage has some kind of defense mechanism. But Kakashi knew very well that the 4th Hokage's 8-sign seal could not stop Orochimaru's 5-element seal. But Yu's 8-sign seal really works. The difference between Naruto now and the original work is that his chakra is not interfered with by Orochimaru's 5-element seal. Naruto listened to Kakashi's words and asked, is it Yu's seal? Kakashi nodded. Yes, it was the seal left by Yu that prevented the seal imposed by Orochimaru. Otherwise I'm afraid you would be affected by Orochimaru's seal now. Because although Orochimaru's sealing techniques were not successfully applied, they left traces in Naruto's body. Kakashi also knew that Orochimaru was preparing to impose the 5-element seal on Naruto. Kakashi, who knew something about the 5-element seal, looked up the information and learned about the function of the 5-element seal. Advertisement. He also knew Orochimaru's purpose. If Orochimaru really succeeded in applying it, you should no longer be able to use 9 tails chakra now. And when you use chakra, you will also be affected by the sealing techniques, causing a serious decline in chakra control. After Kakashi's explanation, Naruto lowered his head and said solemnly, Yu is protecting me again. From the beginning of the Kingdom of Waves to now, Naruto feels that Yu has protected him many times. And he seemed to have become a fledgling under the wings of Yu. Naruto clenched his fists and said seriously, I will become stronger, and one day I will be the one to protect him. Seeing Naruto's serious look, Kakashi was very pleased. Just thinking about Orochimaru made him a little sad. This will be a catastrophe for Konoha village. I don't know how to spend it. Kakashi sighed. Sharingan Kakashi, who was famous in the ninja world, had to sigh helplessly at this time. During the disaster, Kakashi immediately knew how important Yu was to Konoha. For a time, the entire Konoha village ninjas were very gloomy because of Orochimaru's appearance. All were shrouded in the shadow of Orochimaru's attack. After looking at Sasuke for a while, Kakashi went back. Walking on the street, Konoha's noisy market was completely opposite to Kakashi's mood at this time. Kakashi, who was walking, suddenly raised his head and looked ahead. A tall ninja with white hair stood in front of him. Seeing this person, Kakashi's original gloomy mood immediately dissipated. It was replaced by ecstasy. Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya smiled and said, Yo, Kakashi. After the two said hello, they disappeared into the street market. When they appeared again, the two of them had appeared on a rooftop. Kakashi leaned on the guardrail and said, You haven't been back for several years. Jiraiya also leaned on the guardrail and said calmly, I haven't been back for several years, and there are still not many changes. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya. Orochimaru has appeared. Jiraiya leaned on the guardrail, looked into the distance and said lightly, I know. But now that you are back, the risk has been reduced a lot. Kakashi said. Chapter 147. Give me Naruto. Jiraiya looked calm and seemed to be thinking about other things. After a long silence, Jiraiya said, Kakashi, leave Naruto to me. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Can you tell me why? Although Kakashi believed in Jiraiya, Naruto was a Jinchuriki after all, and was entrusted to his care by the 3rd generation. He could not make decisions privately without the permission of the 3rd generation. Jiraiya was silent for a while before saying, Naruto is 9 tails Jinchuriki. Kakashi didn't answer. Everyone knew that. You know I've been out there spying on Orochimaru all these years, Jiraiya said. Kakashi nodded. Jiraiya continued, when I monitored Orochimaru over the years, I discovered that he also joined an organization called Akatsuki. Kakashi frowned. There are a total of 9 members in this organization. Over the years, this organization has taken on tasks everywhere in the ninja world, and has also collected ninjutsu from various ninja villages. At the same time, they are still investigating the tailed beast Jinchuriki in various ninja villages. Kakashi was shocked. You mean? Jiraiya nodded. Yes, they will probably collect tailed beasts for their use just like they collect ninjutsu. Kakashi frowned. Can't you even get rid of this organization? After all, Jiraiya is a Sannin, so he should be capable of this. Jiraiya shook his head. No, the ninjas in this organization are very strong. Almost every ninja has the power of a shadow. Kakashi was stunned. Has Kage's power? Kakashi couldn't believe it. This kind of thing was beyond his imagination. You know, Jiraiya said that there are 9 people in the Akatsuki organization, 9 Kage-level experts, who have the strength to conquer the country. One Orochimaru made Konoha so nervous, and 9 Orochimarus were as strong as him. It was terrifying to think about it. Jiraiya said solemnly, so I have to take Naruto with me. He must master the power of 9 tails to avoid being captured by the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi was silent. He didn't know how to answer. Logically speaking, this matter would be good for Naruto, but he didn't know if Naruto was willing. The third generation should not object. After all, the third generation is very aware of Jiraiya's strength. Following Jiraiya was much safer than wandering around the village. But Kakashi thought of Yu again. Immediately, Kakashi decided. Jiraiya didn't have any further reasons, so Kakashi nodded. It will indeed be safer for Naruto to follow you. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Kakashi to agree so easily. I thought you would object, Jiraiya said in surprise. Kakashi sighed. I just hope he can be safer, and he really won't learn much from following me. Jiraiya frowned. He always felt that Kakashi was not for this reason. Advertisement, Kakashi, this doesn't look like you. Kakashi knew that he couldn't deceive Jiraiya, so he had no choice but to tell his true thoughts. I just don't want another of my disciples to fight to the death. Jiraiya asked confused. Are you talking about Sasuke? Because Yu only rose to prominence recently, Jiraiya did not know of his existence. Kakashi shook his head. No, Sasuke doesn't have that strength now. Jiraiya was a little surprised. No, your other disciple, isn't that a girl? Does she have the same talent as Tsunade? Jiraiya thought the other person Kakashi was talking about was Sakura. However, Sakura's talent is indeed very high. Without any bloodline bonus, she mastered most of Tsunade's ninjutsu, and even ended up with Kage-level strength. It's just that the person Kakashi was talking about wasn't Sakura either. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, he is one of my disciples. If he were in Konoha, I would not be so worried about Orochimaru's invasion. Jiraiya was surprised. You mean, that disciple of yours is Orochimaru's opponent? Jiraiya couldn't believe that Orochimaru was a Sannin just like him. Kakashi looked into the distance and sighed. I don't know, but it's probably possible. Kakashi, don't you know how powerful the shadow is? Jiraiya didn't want to believe it, it was too incredible. Kakashi smiled and said, I didn't believe it at first, so I observed him for a long time. He indeed has the strength of a shadow. Lord Hokage also knows about this. Jiraiya, who didn't quite believe it at first, had no doubts after hearing that third generation also knew about it. If that's the case, then you have gained a very strong disciple. Who is he? Can you tell me? Jiraiya is curious as to who can make third generation and Kakashi make the judgment that they can resist Orochimaru. Kakashi thought for a while and introduced Yu to Jiraiya, which would be good for his future connections. What's more, Jiraiya is from the Hokage family, so he will know about Yu sooner or later. So Kakashi said, my disciple's name is Jingwen Yu. He performed a mission with us before. During that mission, he single-handedly killed the Black Hoe Thunderfang of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Jiraiya was a little surprised. During this period, the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen was still very high. So Jiraiya was very shocked. How old is your disciple? Kakashi said, they are in the same class as Naruto and Sasuke, and they are the same age. What, same age as Sasuke and Naruto? Are you kidding me? Jiraiya couldn't believe it. He thought Yu was at least 15 or 16 years old. At the age of 15 or 16, he has the strength to kill elite Jonin. Although his talent is extremely high, Jiraiya can understand it. After all, Namikaze Minato had such a talent back then. But Kakashi actually said that Yu was the same age as Naruto, which far exceeded Namikaze Minato's talent. It's just that he doesn't quite believe that someone with such talent exists. Advertisement. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya and said calmly, do I need to lie to you? Seeing Kakashi's calm look, Jiraiya was shocked. Kakashi shook his head. Master Hokage hopes that Yu can accumulate tasks, so he gave him a B-level task and asked him to perform it alone. Otherwise, it would be enough to let Yu slowly accumulate the workload on his own, and he would not be in such a hurry. Isn't he going to take part in this Chunin exam, as the Invigilator? The main reason is that he has never seen anyone with such talent. Kakashi said, Master Hokage said he already has the strength of a Kage. Although Yu is indeed qualified to perform B-level missions, such missions generally require Jonin to accompany him. Kakashi nodded. It's the Chunin that the third Hokage gave him. After a long time, Jiraiya frowned and said, you mean, he has the strength to resist Orochimaru now? Now Jiraiya completely believed it, and it was promoted recently. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, I don't know, but I think with his current strength, it's not a problem. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to perform B-level tasks alone. Jiraiya asked curiously, why isn't he in the village? Jiraiya was silent for a long time. This news was too incredible. The most important thing is that he obviously wants Yu to accumulate tasks. Why should Yu accumulate tasks? At only 12 years old, he already has Kage-level strength. Jiraiya has never seen this kind of ninja. Even Orochimaru, who he thought was a genius back then, wasn't that scary. But he couldn't quite believe it. When Jiraiya heard this, he looked at Kakashi in shock. What did you say? Kakashi repeated it again. It's just that he couldn't believe that such a genius could exist. He needs time to digest, it is rarely performed alone and almost never occurs. Because Kakashi is Yiyu's teacher, and his strength is only elite Jonin, Jiraiya is worried that Kakashi will misjudge. This is a good thing, or at least several Chunin teamed up together. He said to himself, what does third generation want to do? Could it be that they chose that kid? It was the same as when they chose Minato. Of course he knew Kakashi couldn't lie to him, obviously he wants to train Yiyu to become Hokage. Third generation plans to train Yiyu to become Hokage. Third generation also knows about this. As a disciple of the third generation, Jiraiya had already vaguely guessed the third generation's plan. What does third generation think of him? Jiraiya was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. If third generation does not want Yiyu to die, there is only one possibility. That is, third generation feels that with Yiyu's strength, there will be no danger even if he performs a B-level mission alone. Chapter 148 Naruto actually knows Rasengan. Jiraiya was silent for a long time. This news had a huge impact on him. He had been out of the village for a few years, but he didn't expect such a person to appear in the village. After a long while, Jiraiya nodded and said, it's better if he goes out. Even if he may really have the power to resist Orochimaru, he is only 12 years old. If anything goes wrong, it will be a huge loss to the village. In the end, Jiraiya still hopes that such outstanding juniors can grow up safely. Transferring hope to a safe place is what third generation did during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Jiraiya naturally had the same idea. Kakashi, then leave Naruto to me. He will have to master the power of Nine Tails on his own. He will be safer if he follows me. He can easily be captured by the Akatsuki organization if he stays in the village. In the eyes of others, Konoha village seems to be safer than outside the village. But Jiraiya knew very well that with the strength of the Akatsuki organization, it would not be difficult for them to attack the village and capture Naruto. It is most unsafe to stay in the village. Kakashi nodded. Then I'll leave him to you. After that, Jiraiya and Kakashi chatted for a while and left. Kakashi was alone on the rooftop. He looked at the sky in the distance and sighed. Jiraiya-sama is right. It doesn't matter that you are not in the village. The opponent is Orochimaru after all. It is too dangerous. Kakashi agreed with Jiraiya's idea. The next day, Naruto got up early in the morning and prepared to go to Sakura's house to go to the hospital with her to see Sasuke. While passing by a flower shop, Naruto suddenly remembered that Sakura bought flowers when she went to see Sasuke yesterday. He touched his wallet, turned around and walked towards the flower shop. Along the way, many villagers subconsciously stayed away when they saw Naruto. But after being successfully enlightened by Yiyu, Naruto didn't care. When he came to the flower shop, he ignored the strange look the flower shop owner gave him, took the flowers, dropped the money and left. I didn't even say a few words to the flower shop owner. This strange behavior stunned the surrounding villagers and flower shop owners. What happened to that nine-tails demon fox brat today? Yeah, what's going on? You used to make noises all the time, why are you so quiet today? Who knows, maybe you will become wiser after becoming a ninja. Yes, if you continue to be the same as before after becoming a ninja, you will easily die. Naruto didn't know what others were saying about him, he just wanted to see Sasuke. After Sasuke fell into coma, he was worried. Just as Naruto passed by a hot spring pool, a huge toad suddenly flew out of the hot spring pool. Quack quack quack. Naruto was stunned for a moment and saw the huge toad rushing towards him. Advertisement, is it an enemy? After this thought appeared in his mind, Naruto frowned and immediately formed seals with his hands. Shadow clone technique, Konoha tornado, bang. After Naruto separated 3 shadow clone, the main body turned towards the toad and made a Konoha cyclone. This is the Konoha fluid technique he and Kai learned. A powerful and heavy kick hit the toad, which was 3 people tall. The heavy force kicked the huge toad back into the hot spring pool. Rumble. The huge toad shot into the hot spring pool like a cannonball, blasting waves of more than 10 meters into the hot spring pool. A shadow clone appeared above the giant toad, ready to apply another whip leg. It's just that the giant toad reacted very quickly, spitting out a long tongue from its mouth and sucking the shadow clone away. Naruto stood on the shore, looked at the toad in the hot spring pool and asked, "Who are you and why are you attacking me?" Naruto thought the toad might have been sent by Orochimaru. After all, when he returned home yesterday, Naruto was thinking about Orochimaru and how to defeat Orochimaru. He wanted to protect Sasuke and Sakura. The giant toad ignored Naruto at all. After adjusting its posture in the hot spring pool, it pounced towards Naruto again. Naruto frowned. Sure enough, he was sent by Orochimaru. After confirming what he was thinking, Naruto immediately stretched out his right hand. The shadow clone next to it immediately began to condense chakra. Puff puff puff. Shadow clone continuously condenses chakra over Naruto's right hand. Soon, a blue chakra ball appeared in Naruto's hand. At this time, Jiraiya, who was watching the battle from a distance, was stunned. He was the one who sent the toad to test Naruto. It also gives him a suitable reason to appear. Jiraiya exclaimed, "How did this kid master the Rasengan?" "No, Minato and I are the only ones who know this ninjutsu. Who did he learn it from?" "Is it really Orochimaru who sent you?" Soon, Jiraiya thought of the conversation with Kakashi yesterday. Advertisement, yo. Rumble. Could it be that boy named Yiyu taught you? Bang! Naruto had never seen a psychic beast, so he didn't know how the giant toad disappeared. Naruto looked confused at the sudden appearance of a man and a toad. Jiraiya, who was observing from a distance, knew that he could no longer watch the show from the sidelines. It was just this weird way of appearing that made Naruto, who was no longer as entangled as before, feel very embarrassed. It also didn't expect that a ninjutsu that was just a genin could be so scary. He felt that there was something wrong with this person's brain, and this weird way of appearing did not have the same effect as in the original work. However, the giant toad, which had returned to Mount Myoboku at this time, probably hated Jiraiya in his heart. Even Kakashi's use of Sharingan is poorly controlled. Rasengan's terrifying power slammed the giant toad into the hot spring pool. The water in the hot spring pool was splashed dozens of meters high. Naruto used a teleportation technique and appeared above the giant toad. After the giant toad disappeared, Naruto appeared on the shore again. Watching Jiraiya's singing and dancing performance with a speechless expression, Naruto folded his hands. The giant toad also turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. It has almost no practical value. Instead, it made Naruto feel that there was something wrong with Jiraiya's mind. Kid, you were pretty good just now. For so many years, only he and the Namikaze Minato Society have proved it. Just when Naruto was about to leave, Jiraiya appeared in front of Naruto standing on the head of a giant toad 2 people tall. Rasengan. Especially when looking at the old man with white hair standing on the toad's head, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. If it hadn't run so fast, it would probably be dead. Naruto's Rasengan did not lose control, but hit the giant toad very accurately. Looking at the hot spring pool that had become a mess, Naruto frowned. What on earth is going on? What a mess. This technique is too early for Naruto. Ordinary ninjas can't even learn it, and if this ninjutsu gets out of control, people will really die. Jiraiya was even ready to take action to prevent Naruto from losing control. After all, Rasengan is an ill-level ninjutsu, but it's also very dangerous. He could feel that Jiraiya had no ill intentions towards him. Chapter 149 Jiraiya was actually rejected. Naruto watched Jiraiya's performance with an embarrassed look on his face, then frowned and asked, "Is that toad just now yours? Why are you attacking me?" When asked by Naruto, Jiraiya didn't know how to answer. Everything was completely different from what he expected. The way he appeared was so amazing, how could Naruto not be shocked? Standing on the toad's head, Jiraiya also felt a little embarrassed. However, he had encountered this kind of thing many times. Jiraiya regained his composure and watched Naruto announce his name. "You kid, you are so rude when talking to this toad sage. Do you know who this immortal is?" Naruto looked at Jiraiya calmly. It made Jiraiya very embarrassed. He said bravely, "This toad sage is Sanin's Jiraiya-sama." Just after Jiraiya finished speaking, Naruto, who was originally calm, suddenly stared at Jiraiya with wide eyes. "Who do you think you are?" Seeing Naruto's cannibalistic gaze, Jiraiya felt a little numb and stuttered, "Jiraiya-sama? Don't you know him?" Jiraiya thought Naruto didn't recognize him. But Naruto took a few steps towards the toad, looked at Jiraiya and shouted, "Are you Sanin's Jiraiya?" Seeing that Naruto knew him, Jiraiya burst into laughter. "Of course, how about it, are you shocked?" Naruto ignored Jiraiya's words and looked at Jiraiya expectantly. Is he the Jiraiya who is called Sanin along with Orochimaru and Tsunade? Jiraiya felt that Naruto was strangely excited, but he still admitted, "Yeah, how about it, are you surprised?" Naruto ignored Jiraiya again and said to himself, "So the village can be saved. You can definitely beat Orochimaru, right?" Naruto asked, looking up at Jiraiya. Looking at Naruto's expectant eyes, Jiraiya felt a little weird. But he still said confidently, "Of course, but you actually know the 3 of them, as well as Orochimaru and Tsunade. Who told you this?" Naruto ignored Jiraiya again, after Jiraiya admitted. Naruto jumped up with excitement. "Yeah, the village is saved. I'm going to tell Mr. Kakashi and Sakura." Advertisement. Seeing that Naruto was about to run away, Jiraiya's lips twitched slightly. This guy actually ignored me so many times. But he knows so much about Sanin. It seems that he learned well in the ninja school. Jiraiya thought Naruto was a Sanin he knew from the ninja school. Seeing that Naruto was about to run away, Jiraiya quickly stopped him. "Stop, kid." Just as he was about to tell Kakashi and Sakura about Sanin's appearance, Naruto turned around and looked at Jiraiya and asked unhappily, "What's wrong?" Jiraiya said speechlessly, "I'm Sanin, don't you have anything to say to me?" Naruto was stunned for a moment and muttered to himself, "Yes, you are Sanin, what should I say to you?" Naruto's words made Jiraiya even more speechless. "You guys really have a bad mind." Naruto was not angry. He looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Is that toad just now yours? Why did it attack me?" Jiraiya nodded, and Naruto finally entered into the arrangement planned by Jiraiya. So he nodded, pretending to be profound. "Yes, that toad just now was summoned by this toad sage." "Psychic beast?" Naruto asked curiously. Jiraiya nodded. "Yes, how about it? It's very powerful, isn't it?" "It is indeed very powerful, but it is not my opponent yet," Naruto said confidently. Jiraiya was a little speechless. If Kakashi had told him before that Naruto had mastered the Rasengan, he would not have summoned the toad. Instead, it will summon a more powerful toad, but Jiraiya was very pleased. Jiraiya looked at Naruto in confusion. "Then why do you still refuse?" "Because Yu was taught by Mr. Kakashi. Yu is no worse than you." Naruto was stunned for a moment, frowned and asked, Do you mean to let me learn ninjutsu with you? Do you think your teacher will be stronger than me? But Naruto thought for a while and then shook his head and said, no, I can't learn from you. Although you are a Sannin, I am a student of Mr. Kakashi, and I believe that Mr. Kakashi can make me stronger. In the past, others begged him to become a teacher, but now he took the initiative and was rejected. Naturally, no matter how powerful Jiraiya is, he feels that Jiraiya cannot understand him better than Yu. Advertisement, but Jiraiya didn't know that the information he was looking at was from a long time ago. This was the first time someone rejected him. Jiraiya nodded confidently, he felt that Naruto would not refuse. Jiraiya didn't understand at all, but if you follow me, you will be stronger. I am stronger than Kakashi and can teach you more powerful ninjutsu. Naruto raised his head and looked at Jiraiya, and shook his head seriously. I didn't say that, you are Sannin. Kakashi-sensei told me how powerful you are. He had read some information about Naruto before, and in the information, Naruto would not say such things. Naturally, he had no interest in studying with Jiraiya. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and smiled and said, because Kakashi-sensei is more likely to make me stronger. So shameful. Naruto felt that according to Yu's plan, he would become very strong in a short time. After he mastered the power of 9 tails, he could surpass Yu and Sasuke. The three are also much stronger now than in the original. You all have Hokage level strength, much stronger than Kakashi-sensei. Naruto smiled. Maybe, but Kakashi-sensei is more suitable for me. Moreover, Yu also made a training plan for Naruto, and Naruto handed that plan to Kakashi and asked him to train himself according to that plan. In less than a month, he already felt that he was much stronger than before. After all, Naruto has grown well over the years and has mastered Rasengan at this age, and even if Rasengan is not counted, Naruto's physical performance and practical awareness have already reached the level of Chunin. Jiraiya was speechless. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and smiled and said, kid, I also have a very powerful psychic beast. Do you want to learn from me? Jiraiya, who originally thought Naruto would be weak, didn't expect it at all. Although Naruto regards Yu as an opponent to surpass, he has great trust in Yu. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a surprised look on his face. Don't you know my strength? Moreover, the reason why Naruto trusts Kakashi is because he has deep faith in Yu. Yu changed Team 7 a lot during this time, and Kakashi also took the three of them more seriously than in the original work. Tell me why Kakashi is better than me. Jiraiya was stunned. He didn't expect Naruto to say such words. Because the training plan Yu gave him really made him a lot stronger. Naruto thought for a while and said, I didn't say Mr. Kakashi is better than you, but he knows better how to make me stronger. A friend of mine said that the method that suits you is the best, and the method that doesn't suit you is better, it won't make you stronger. And Jiraiya didn't expect Naruto to reject him. Chapter 150 Sasuke's Gaara. There was no other way. Jiraiya could only say, if I say that I have discussed it with Kakashi and he has agreed to hand you over to me, what do you think? Hearing this, Naruto frowned. Impossible, he didn't believe it. Jiraiya also regained his composure, looked at Naruto and said seriously, we met yesterday. Naruto was silent. Based on his understanding of Kakashi, what Jiraiya said is very likely to be true. It's just that he doesn't want to, but he is still more willing to practice with Kakashi. But he also knew that Kakashi was capable of such a thing. Naruto was silent for a long time, raised his head and said dully, can you tell me why? I don't believe Mr. Kakashi handed me over to you for no reason. Naruto's words were already filled with tears. Although he knew that Kakashi must have his own reasons, Naruto couldn't help but feel sad. After being together for such a long time, Kakashi has become a very important existence to him. It's the same existence as Sakura and Sasuke. Sensing Naruto's emotions, Jiraiya explained, because of the 9 tails inside you. Naruto was stunned. 9 tails? Yes, the 9 tails in your body is the target of a certain organization, so it will be safer to hand you over to me. Unlike in the original work, Jiraiya now told Naruto everything. Naruto scratched his stomach, his expression solemn. Are you targeting the 9 tails inside me? But will it be safe if I follow you? Naruto said solemnly. Jiraiya was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Naruto was not surprised by 9 tails. Based on his experience, Jinchuriki generally hate the tailed beast within them. Jiraiya said, it's really not safe for you to stay in the village. The organization that captured you has many powerful ninjas, more powerful ninjas than Orochimaru, and there are more than one. Staying in the village will not only bring many threats to the village, but it will also be very convenient for the organization to arrest you without having to find your location. Naruto was moved, but he still felt very uncomfortable. I originally wanted to master the power of 9 tails and surpass them. Although Naruto felt uncomfortable, he still accepted Jiraiya's reasons. After all, Naruto now has a deep understanding of how important tailed beasts are to Konoha. Naruto raised his head and looked at Jiraiya. I want to master the power of 9 tails, can you really help me? Jiraiya didn't expect Naruto to accept it so quickly. He didn't expect that he could understand how important the tailed beast was to the village. In any case, the result at least went in the direction he expected. Advertisement. He looked at Naruto and smiled and said, I am Sannin's Toad Sage, you can trust me. Naruto nodded and said, I'm going to tell Kakashi-sensei. Jiraiya didn't object. Okay, I'll wait for you here tomorrow and I will teach you a very powerful ninjutsu. Naruto wasn't surprised in the slightest. On the contrary, he felt very uncomfortable at this time. If possible, he still wants to stay in Class 7. There's Kakashi, there's Sakura and there's Sasuke. They can occasionally go to Yu, who will teach him many things and many ninjutsu. Naruto liked that kind of life, but he also knew very well how important the tailed beast in his body was to the village. He felt that if Yu and Sasuke were here, they would also agree with his decision. After leaving Jiraiya, Naruto went to Sakura's house. But he didn't tell Sakura about this, and this time in Konoha Hospital. Sasuke, who had woken up, was sitting on the bed concentrating chakra. Suddenly, he noticed something. Sasuke opened his eyes and frowned. Is it that guy? Sasuke noticed the familiar chakra. Slowly standing up, Sasuke walked towards a ward. Arriving at the door of the ward, Sasuke met Naruto and Shikamaru, who were going to see Xiao Li. When Naruto saw Sasuke awake, he looked surprised and said, "Sasuke, you're awake." Sasuke didn't answer and looked at the door. Shikamaru also noticed Sasuke's gaze. "Naruto, keep your voice down." Shikamaru also noticed something was wrong in the room. In the room, Gaara was controlling the sand and preparing to kill Xiao Li. Walking to Sasuke, Shikamaru looked at Sasuke and Sasuke nodded. Shikamaru also understood Sasuke's thoughts immediately. Immediately start forming mudra with both hands. Shadow mimicry. Shikamaru's shadow immediately entered the room along the crack in the door. Sasuke kicked the door open, kicked away the sand that bound Xiao Li's body. Gaara looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. He frowned and said, "It's you." Advertisement. He didn't know about the battle between Xiao Li and Gaara, because the battle between Xiao Li and Gaara only started after he was unconscious. Sasuke glanced at Xiao Li, but Sasuke also knows that Xiao Li is very strong. Standing next to Sasuke with a kunai in hand, when Gaara saw Sasuke's Sharingan, he suddenly felt heart palpitations. Sasuke and Xiao Li had fought before, although it was just a simple physical battle. Sasuke frowned. This guy's mind is a little abnormal. But he felt very strenuous. Seeing that the person coming was Sasuke, Gaara said coldly. After all, he had interacted with Gaara before. He knew that Gaara was very strong, and he also knew that this guy's personality was not normal. The crazy look on Gaara's face made Sasuke think that Gaara was not mentally normal. He nodded. Rock Lee is very strong. Anyone who can defeat him knows that he is very strong without even thinking about it. On the other side, Naruto also rushed in. It's just that Shikamaru doesn't know how strong Sasuke is. What on earth do you want to do to Xiao Li? Fortunately, Naruto looked at Gaara warily and said to Sasuke, "Sasuke, be careful. This guy is very strong." This guy made his thick eyebrows look like this. So Shikamaru was a little worried that Sasuke would be hurt by Gaara. So Naruto was under great pressure. He is no longer as aloof as before, and Class 7 even got together with his class before the Chunin exam. How did Rock Lee become like this? Gaara didn't want to wait until the finals of the Chunin exam and planned to kill Sasuke now. Shikamaru knows that Sasuke has changed a lot compared to before. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? Why can he be so calm after being controlled by my shadow imitation technique? Naruto had seen with his own eyes how powerful Gaara was. Sasuke didn't see the battle between Gaara and Lee, but he witnessed the whole process. After all, Sasuke had not seen Gaara and Lee's battle. I don't know how strong Gaara is. Sasuke looked at Xiao Li lying on the bed and frowned. Shikamaru was currently trying to control Gaara with his shadow imitation technique. Just in time, I will kill you and him together today. In other words, it was not him, but Shukaku inside him who had a very uncomfortable feeling. And Shikamaru looked at Naruto and Sasuke standing together, especially when he saw Sasuke's pair of Magatama Sharingan, he felt at ease. Sasuke opened the Sharingan. In the double Magatama Sharingan, there was already a problem with the flow of chakra on Xiao Li's body. Is this Sharingan? How strong is this guy Sasuke? So the relationship between Shikamaru and Sasuke is not as distant as in the original work. Chapter 151. That guy also has a tailed beast inside his body. Gaara looked at Sasuke with a crazy look on his face. Just go to hell with this guy. Sasuke frowned. He didn't really want to fight Gaara here, as he was worried that it would affect Xiao Li, who was lying on the bed. If you play here today, you will not be qualified to participate in the finals. Sasuke said coldly. Gaara paused. Although he wanted to kill Sasuke now, the village had plans. Even if he didn't want to, he still decided to kill Sasuke. In the finals, I will kill you. Sasuke said coldly, if you have the ability, go ahead. Gaara gave Sasuke a cold look and walked out of the ward. Sasuke, Naruto and Shikamaru just watched Gaara walk out of the room quietly. After Gaara left, Naruto and Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. Both of them knew how strong Gaara was, so they had been very nervous just now. Both of them knew that they couldn't stop Gaara at all. Even if Naruto at this time is stronger than in the original work, he is still no match for Gaara. But at this time, Sasuke already has the strength to defeat Gaara, who does not enter the tailed beast state. It scared me to death. If he had really taken action just now, we wouldn't be able to stop him at all. Naruto said, slapping his chest. Shikamaru looked at Sasuke, who had closed the Sharingan, and asked, Sasuke, are you awake? Sasuke nodded. At this time, Sasuke was still thinking about Gaara. He felt that the chakra in Gaara's body was a little weird. That guy should have the same monster living inside of Naruto. Sasuke's words made the two people who had calmed down become nervous again. Naruto looked at Sasuke solemnly. You mean, that guy also has a tailed beast inside him? Sasuke nodded, although I'm not sure. The chakra in his body is very similar to your chakra. And the amount of his chakra is very abnormal. Judging from his age, he shouldn't have such a huge chakra. Except for that monster Yu, I can't think of any normal person who can possess such a huge chakra. Even now, Sasuke still orders Yu. After using Sharingan with both eyes, Sasuke can see the amount of chakra in Yu's body, although it is not very accurate. Advertisement, but I can still get a rough idea, probably enough. The amount of chakra in Yu's body is even much higher than that of Naruto. If he hadn't known that there was only one tailed beast in Konoha, Sasuke would have thought that Yu was also a Jinchuriki. Shikamaru looked solemn when he heard the news. Sasuke, you mean, that guy has the same demon fox inside him as Naruto? Naruto corrected, the demon fox inside me is called Nine Tails, it's very powerful. Although Nine Tails' rampage made him feel very uncomfortable. But after Yu added a seal to Naruto, Naruto no longer had this risk. To him now, Nine Tails is no longer a demon fox, but is about to become a power that he wants to master. Naturally, he couldn't let Shikamaru say that. However, Naruto didn't know that Nine Tails' real name was not Nine Tails, but Kurama. Shikamaru was stunned for a moment. Seeing Naruto's serious look, he didn't know why Naruto cared so much about this. But since Naruto didn't like it, he also corrected his name. But why would Sanagakure village send a ninja with such power hidden in his body to take the Chunin exam? Shikamaru doesn't know about Orochimaru yet. Only Jonin in the village knows about this. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were told by Kakashi. Shikamaru's words made Sasuke think of something. Could it be that Sanagakure village wants to use his power to do something? Sasuke didn't think Sanagakure village sent Gaara to take the Chunin exam just for the exam. Shikamaru looked at Sasuke and they both nodded at the same time. It seems they may want to attack Konoha. After all, it's hard not to think too much about sending Jinchuriki into other ninja villages. You must know that for the village, every Jinchuriki is a weapon that can destroy the country. It's a very dangerous weapon. Naruto had a different view and said, I don't think they have that much thought. What I care about is that guy seems to be able to control the power of the tailed beast in his body. Although he has some neurological problems, it can be seen that he can control that power. Sasuke nodded, that's right, he can use the power of tailed beasts, which is much stronger than Naruto. Naruto nodded subconsciously. After reacting, Naruto said angrily, what, sooner or later, I will control the power of Nine Tails. Advertisement. Sasuke ignored Naruto and said to Shikamaru, should we tell the third Hokage about this? Shikamaru thought for a while and said, I think the third Hokage must know Gaara's identity. Sasuke thought for a while and agreed with Shikamaru's words. How on earth did that guy beat Rock Lee like this? I saw that Rock Lee's chakra flow is not normal, I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover. Shikamaru looked at Naruto. The two told Sasuke about the battle between Gaara and Lee. After hearing this, Sasuke looked solemn. Rock Lee is so strong. It seems that not only we are making progress, but others are also making progress, and they are making great progress. I finally know why Yu asked you and Sakura to learn Taijutsu from Teacher Kai. It's really suitable for you, Sasuke analyzed. Gaara's strength should have far surpassed that of Chunin, and has even reached the level of Jonin. Naruto looked at Sasuke and asked, are you sure you can defeat him? Shikamaru also looked at Sasuke. Because after spending more time with Sasuke, his relationship with Sasuke is no worse than that with Naruto. It's just that he never knew how strong Sasuke was. When I was in ninja school before, I couldn't see it at all. After all, the ninja school mainly learns some theoretical knowledge of ninjas, as well as some basic taijutsu and kunai throwing techniques. Ninjutsu also learns some three-body techniques. There are people who fail to learn the three-body art every year. Shikamaru is most curious about how strong Sasuke, the best of their generation, is. Because Shikamaru has never seen Yu fight and doesn't know how strong Yu is. Sasuke shook his head, it's unlikely. If that guy can really master the power of the tailed beast in his body, I won't be able to defeat him. Naruto frowned, are you not even sure? Sasuke shook his head. Shikamaru looked at Sasuke and asked, in the finals, you played against him. Look at that guy's behavior, he really wants to kill you. I think if you were really not sure of defeating him at that time, you should admit defeat. After all, that guy is not an ordinary ninja, there is no need to compete with him. Sasuke was silent, of course he didn't want to do this. But if Gaara can really master the power of the tailed beast, it would be unwise to fight him desperately. After a long while, Sasuke said, let's talk about it then. Chapter 152. He is Sanin. After coming out of Shaoli's room, the three of them came to Sasuke's room. At this time, Sakura and Ino were coming out of Choji's room. Seeing Sasuke, Naruto and Shikamaru were in Sasuke's room. The two walked in. Sasuke, you're awake. Sakura walked towards Sasuke with a look of surprise on her face. Just now, Sakura, Naruto, Ino and Shikamaru came to the hospital together. Sakura and Ino went to visit Choji first, while Shikamaru and Naruto went to see Shaoli first. Sakura was happy to see Sasuke wake up. Sakura's worried look made Sasuke feel warm in his heart. Maybe it's because Yu's words had an impact on Sasuke, or maybe it's because they have been practicing together for a long time these days, and the two have a good relationship. Naruto on the side saw this scene. Although he was very unhappy, he could only watch helplessly. Sakura has made her feelings for Sasuke clear, and Sasuke accepts it. Naruto knew he had no chance, but it still made him a little uncomfortable to see the girl he liked falling in love with another boy. Not to mention that the person Sakura likes is Sasuke, the person he regards as his rival. This means that, at least emotionally, he has lost to Sasuke. Ino is not as enthusiastic about Sasuke as before, she just treats him as a classmate. Seeing that Shikamaru, Naruto and Sasuke looked unhappy just now, she asked curiously, "What's going on? Isn't it a good thing that Sasuke woke up? You don't look very happy?" Ino walked to the window, leaned on the windowsill and looked at the people. After Naruto told Ino what happened just now, Sakura and Ino were a little surprised. Sakura looked at Sasuke nervously. That Gaara is very strong. If he can really master the power of tailed beasts, he really shouldn't fight him head-on. Sasuke said nothing. Ino also said, "Sakura is right. Since we already know that the other party's purpose is to kill Sasuke, there is no need to fight him desperately, it's not worth it." Sasuke remained silent. After a long while, he smiled and said, "If you want to fight hard, you have to give it a try. And it also depends on how well he has mastered the tailed beasts." Shikamaru looked at Sasuke. Sasuke now was completely different from when he was in ninja school. But he can feel that Sasuke is more real now and feels more powerful to him. Shikamaru only knows that Sasuke and Kakashi practiced for a long time during this time. I don't know what ninjutsu Sasuke learned. After a few people chatted for a while, Ino and Shikamaru left. Advertisement only Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were left. Naruto then told Sasuke and Sakura about Jiraiya taking him out of the village. "Sasuke, Sakura, I met Sanin's Jiraiya on the way here." Sasuke looked confused. He had heard of the name Sanin, but he didn't know what Sanin was exactly. Sakura, on the other hand, looked surprised. "Doesn't that mean someone can deal with Orochimaru?" Naruto nodded. "Probably so. Although I don't know if Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, can stop Orochimaru, but at least they are Sanin, and they can at least help a lot." "Who are you talking about, Sanin?" Sasuke asked. After Sakura told her about Sanin's deeds that Kakashi told her. Sasuke was surprised. He didn't expect the village to be so dangerous now. "Yu hasn't come back yet." Sasuke was most concerned about this. Naruto and Sakura both shook their heads. "No, if he was here, Kakashi-sensei wouldn't be so worried." Sasuke was silent. If Yu is not here, it will indeed be very troublesome. Sasuke believes that as long as Yu is here, even if Orochimaru, one of the Sanin ninjas, attacks Konoha, Yu can stop him. After seeing that Sasuke stopped talking, Naruto smiled and said, "Toad Sage said he would teach me ninjutsu himself and take me out of the village to practice in the future." Sasuke and Sakura were stunned and looked at Naruto in confusion. Naruto explained, "It's because of the 9 tails inside me." Toad Sage returned to the village this time because an organization wanted to arrest Jinchuriki from various ninja villages. Toad Sage was worried that I would fall into the hands of that organization, so he took me out of the village to escape. "Take me to practice, by the way. That's one of the Sanin. There will definitely be many powerful ninjutsu." In the end, he just said in a cold voice, "It depends on whether you have the ability." Sasuke raised his head and looked at Naruto, but hesitated to speak. Seeing that Sakura was really worried about him, Naruto was very happy. He has great trust in the training plan Yu made for him. Of course he wouldn't be jealous of Naruto. In fact, he didn't know whether the decision he made was right or wrong. Advertisement Naruto said seriously, "I don't want them to destroy Konoha, and I don't want Yu to be in crisis because of me. Is it really safe to be targeted by such an organization?" Naruto smiled and said, "Kakashi-sensei has agreed. I will ask Kakashi-sensei later to find out if it is true." If he could, he naturally wouldn't want to leave Class 7 or the village. Of course Naruto was comforting Sakura. It's just that he is not jealous of Naruto, but he is worried about Naruto's safety. After all, the Akatsuki organization heard from Naruto that there were many ninjas with Hokage-level strength. Following Jiraiya, even if he is really captured by the Akatsuki organization, his cherished friends will not be affected. He is the same age as us and should not bear that kind of burden. Sakura was silent, but he didn't want to put the village and his friends, Sasuke and Sakura, in danger. The 9 tails in his body cannot let anything go wrong. I don't think he needs to tell such an easily exposed lie. "Sakura, you don't have to worry about me. After all, Toad Sage is also a Sanin, and he can also channel very powerful toads. There is absolutely no danger." Sakura asked worriedly, "Is the other person really Jiraiya from Sanin? Are you really sure?" He also couldn't bear to let Naruto leave. Naruto said with a smile, but his bitterness was still felt in his words. "Now Sasuke, it is clear that Sharingan is the root of his strength. And with Yu's seal, I don't need to worry about 9 tails going berserk. As long as I can master the power of 9 tails, that so-called organization will never be able to catch me." Sakura felt a little sad. "If this is the case, you will have to leave Class 7 in the future. Even if Jiraiya is one of the Sanin, can he really keep Naruto safe?" But now Naruto is no longer the ignorant novice in the original work. Now he knows very well how important the 9 tails in his body is to Konoha. Sasuke lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Sasuke was worried. As for Naruto and Jiraiya learning powerful ninjutsu, he didn't care. At least there are village ninjas in the village to protect you, and there are also Yu, Kakashi-sensei and Hokage-sama to protect you. Naruto forced a smile and said, that's Jiraiya of Sannin, and he said that he will teach me many powerful ninjutsu, Sasuke. When I complete my training and master the power of 9 tails in my body, I will definitely defeat you. Sakura, however, did not have Sasuke's psychological baggage and worriedly asked, if I leave the village, will it be more dangerous than staying in the village? But he still couldn't express his worries. Chapter 153 The Unprinted Flying Thunder God. Yi Yu, who was missed by Sasuke and Naruto, had already arrived at the address given by Asama Santao. Yi Yu, who found Mr. Asama, was told that the object of protection, Fuji Fengshui, also known as Fenghua Shaoshui, was missing. In the room painted by Fuji Kazuki, Mr. Asama sat cross-legged in front of Yi Yu with a serious look on his face. Push the photo of Fuji Fengshui in front of Yi Yu. This is the photo of Miss Shui, please find her back. Although I don't trust Yi Yu very much, but since he was personally appointed by 3rd Hokage, he had no choice but to believe it. Yi Yu looked at the photo and asked, don't you have bodyguards around Miss Shuehui? Yi Yu didn't think that a famous actor would not have bodyguards around him, and Fuji Fengshui's true identity was still a princess of a country. Even if the top management of the production team did not pay attention to the safety of Fujikazu, it is impossible for Asama Santao not to pay attention to it. When Mr. Asama heard this, he said awkwardly, we did hire many security guards for Miss Yukie, but they were all thrown away by Miss Yukie. Yi Yu didn't say much, just said lightly, that's it. Seeing Yi Yu's calm look, Mr. Asama was a little disappointed. He thought that Yi Yu was so strong that the 3rd Hokage appointed him to complete this mission alone. Yi Yu didn't speak again after that, just when Mr. Asama couldn't help but ask Yi Yu if he was sure of finding Fuji Fengshui. Yi Yu suddenly disappeared into the room. Mr. Asama was stunned when he raised his head. Disappeared? Mr. Asama couldn't believe that Yi Yu suddenly disappeared. At the same time, in a bar, Yi Yu suddenly appeared here. Because there were not many people in the bar, Yi Yu's sudden appearance did not attract attention. Yi Yu is sitting at the bar seat, next to him is Fuji Fengshui in disguise. She was drinking at this time. Yi Yu's sudden appearance, although not noticed. But a person who was about to walk towards Fuji Fengshui, who seemed to want to do something to her, changed his direction and walked outside. And this person is the person sent by Fenghua Nudao to find out about Fenghua Shaoshui. Fenghua Shaoshui held a wine glass in her hand and stared blankly at Yi Yu, who suddenly appeared. Miss Yukie, Mr. Asama Sandafu sent me to take you back. Advertisement, you are the ninja he hired? Fenghua Shaoshui was a little surprised. She didn't even notice Yi Yu's sudden appearance. Yi Yu nodded, yes. After Fenghua Shaoshui reacted, she stood up and ran out. Yi Yu sighed. It's really troublesome. Just as Fenghua Shaoshui ran to the door, Yi Yu appeared in front of her. Bang! Fenghua Shaoshui had no time to stop and bumped into Yi Yu. The next moment, Fenghua Shaoshui felt her eyes blurred. The two of them appeared in her room. Fenghua Shaoshui, who had not yet reacted, wanted to stand up and run away, but when she raised her head and looked around, she found that she was actually in her room. Asama Santao, who originally wanted to go out, was just about to stand up when Yi Yu and Fenghua Shaoshui suddenly appeared in the room. This shocked Mr. Asama. Miss Yukie, you're back? Mr. Asama didn't expect that Yi Yu would appear here with Fuji Fengshui less than a minute after he left. What exactly is this terrifying ability? Fenghua Shaoshui also reacted. Looking at the surrounding arrangements, she confirmed that this was her room. Even Fenghua Shaoshui, who was used to seeing ninjas, was so frightened that she fell to the ground. Why did I appear here? Yi Yu came to the shocked Mr. Asama and said calmly, we can leave now. Mr. Asama was shaking all over and nodded mechanically, yes. He actually doubted Yi Yu's ability just now. Yes, he is the ninja who was personally assigned by 3rd generation to complete this mission. How could he be weak? But this is too powerful. Is this the legendary ninjutsu of time and space? Mr. Asama was greatly shocked. He is not someone who has never seen ninjas. As a former high-ranking official in the Kingdom of Snow, Asama Sadafu has seen many ninjas. But it was the first time I saw such a powerful ninja as Yi Yu. Even though Yi Yu has never fought before, just with his time and space ninjutsu and his ability to use ninjutsu without seal, how can his strength be any worse? Advertisement. Mr. Asama raised his head and looked at Yi Yu, who was leaning against the window and seemed to be looking at the scenery outside. He asked in a trembling voice, Mr. Yi Yu, where did you bring Miss Shui back from? Yi Yu didn't answer. But Fenghua Shaoshui, who had come back to her senses, looked at Yi Yu and answered for Yi Yu, it's at Shangui Bar. Mr. Asama opened his eyes wide. What, Shanghai Bar? Isn't that several kilometers away from here? But Mr. Yi Yu has been out for less than a minute, right? Mr. Asama was stunned. The bar where Yi Yu brought Fenghua Shaoshui back was several kilometers away from here. Yi Yu actually found Fenghua Shaoshui in less than a minute and brought her back. Is this still human? Even ninjas are not that outrageous, right? Yi Yu's operation really shocked Asama Santafu and Fenghua Shaoshui. In fact, even other strong men in the ninja world would be shocked if they saw Yi Yu's operation. This means that Yi Yu has heaven-defying sentience, as well as the ability of ninjutsu of time and space. Even a shadow-level expert would be frightened to death if he saw Yi Yu's operation. Yi Yu looked calm and looked at Fenghua Shaoshui, who was staring at him with a complicated expression. Miss Shuihui, we are leaving tomorrow. Please stop running around. After all, it is very difficult to find you. Only when Yi Yu finished saying this, Mrs. Asama looked at Yi Yu speechlessly. I don't see you having any difficulty at all. At this time, Mr. Asama was completely impressed by Yi Yu's strength. The attitude is also much more respectful. Fenghua Xiaoshui fell silent. She doesn't want to go to the land of snow. There were memories there that she didn't want to recall. Yi Yu knows what Fenghua Xiaoshui is thinking. If this mission is as Yi Yu remembers, it will not be a B-level mission, but a super S-level mission. Because this is a mission to restore the country, it has exceeded the scope of S-level missions, let alone only B-level missions. Fenghua Xiaoshui is probably also worried about Fenghua Nutao and the others. But Yi Yu doesn't care about this. Yi Yu now feels that he already has the strength of Elite Jonin, plus 3 tails as a psychic beast. At most, the level of Flowers of Fury is Elite Jonin or preparatory shadow level. Yi Yu feels that he can completely solve it. Even if it really can be solved, he can still use the Flying Thunder God's technique to escape. Of course, that's what Yi Yu thinks. If Fenghua Furu Dao knew about Yi Yu's strength, he would probably be thinking of running away now. Chapter 154 Yi Yu's Genjutsu. Although Fenghua Xiaoshui was shocked by Yi Yu's operation, after calming down, she was still very afraid of Fenghua raging waves. She sat on the ground, hugged her knees, and cried, "Idiot, you will die if you go to the snow country. I don't want to die." Mr. Asama advised, "Miss Yukie, you will definitely not be in danger with Mr. Yi Yu as your escort." Fenghua Xiaoshui didn't speak, she just buried her head between her knees. She didn't want to go at all. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became very solemn. Yi Yu leaned against the window and didn't speak. Whether the mission continues or not is up to Mr. Asama to decide. After all, he hired Yi Yu. Seeing Fenghua Koyuki was silent for a long time, Mr. Asama said again, "Miss Yukie, there will be no problems on this trip. I believe Mr. Yi Yu can completely protect your safety." Fenghua Xiaoshui still didn't speak. The shadow of her childhood was so great that she did not dare to return to the land of snow. After a long time, Yi Yu spoke, "Miss Shui Wei, please rest assured that you are my protector and I will not let you be in any danger until the mission is completed. I can guarantee you that." Yi Yu spoke calmly. He naturally knew what would happen during this mission. But he was sure of solving it, and after this mission is completed, it will obviously be upgraded from B level to Super S level. Yi Yu can earn a large commission. With this task accomplished, he could lie down for several years. Of course, the premise is that third generation does not assign tasks to him. Fenghua Xiaoshui was shocked when she heard Yi Yu's words. But when she thought of the terrifying storm, she still said, "You have no idea how dangerous the snow country is. Although you may be strong, you are just a child, just like the ninja of Konoha back then." The Konoha ninja that Fuka Koyuki was talking about was Kakashi in his youth. Back then, Kakashi was hired by the daimyo of Snow Country, but at that time Kakashi was no match for Fenghua Furious Waves, so there was no way to defeat Fenghua Furious Waves and save the Snow Country. Finally, at the request of Fenghua Xiaoshui's father, Fenghua Xiaoshui was escorted out of the country of snow. Yi Yu naturally knows it too, but he still asked, "Miss Yukie seems to know our Konoha ninjas?" Fenghua Xiaoshui raised her head and glanced at Yi Yu. He sneered and said, "That person is Jonin, and you are just Chunin. He has nothing to do. How can you be his opponent?" Mr. Asama said nothing. He knew what Fenghua Xiaoshui was talking about. Advertisement. Yi Yu was not angry. He looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui calmly and asked, "You seem to know that someone in the Snow Kingdom wants to kill you?" Fenghua Xiaoshui was stunned for a moment, turned her head and continued to be silent. Yi Yu didn't ask any further questions. "No matter who the opponent is, I will definitely protect you, at least I will never let you fall into a desperate situation. You should know that I have this ability." Fenghua Xiaoshui trembled all over. He raised his head and looked at Yi Yu again. See his calm and firm eyes. Fenghua Xiaoshui shook her head. "You will die. There is no way you can be that person's opponent." In Fenghua Xiaoshui's heart, Fenghua Raging Waves is very powerful, so powerful that it cannot be defeated. But she didn't know that Yi Yu didn't think he was a threat at all. Yi Yu just wants Fenghua Xiaoshui to cooperate so that he can complete the task as soon as possible. It would be even better if you could pay another commission after the upgrade mission. Yi Yu walked up to Fenghua Xiaoshui, looked into her eyes and said seriously, "No matter who he is, he can't stop me from making money. No, he can't stop me from completing my mission of protecting you." Fenghua Xiaoshui looked at Yi Yu with confusion. I don't know what Yi Yu wanted to say just now. But she was really moved by Yi Yu's seriousness. Mr. Asama was behind him, looking at Fenghua Xiaoshui expectantly. He hopes that Fenghua Xiaoshui can return to the land of snow. There are many people in the Snow Kingdom who are dissatisfied with the rule of Fenghua Ragao, but they have no backbone. Fenghua Xiaoshui is very important to them. With her, their resistance makes sense. Fenghua Xiaoshui was almost moved by Yi Yu, but she still couldn't overcome her fear of Fenghua Raging Waves. Just when she was about to refuse, Yi Yu frowned. The next moment, Fenghua Xiaoshui's eyes widened. Bang! Fenghua Xiaoshui's eyes were dull, and then her whole body went limp and fell to the ground. After a moment's silence, he said, "I will make up for Mr. Kakashi's mistakes, please rest assured." Because Namikaze Minato developed the Rasengan to coordinate with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. It is not possible for ordinary people to release Genjutsu without using seals. He had great confidence in Yi Yu from the time when Yi Yu showed his flying thunder god skills. Advertisement. Not only are legendary ninjutsu and genjutsu like time and space ninjutsu so powerful, Mr. Yi Yu seems to be stronger than Mr. Kakashi at that time. Mr. Asama knows something about ninjas, and he knows very well how terrifying Yi Yu's actions just now were. Mr. Asama finally decided to believe Yi Yu. Did you know? Your Hitaki Kakashi Jonin in Konoha also failed before. In the ninja world, those who can release ninjutsu without forming a seal cannot be said to be rare, it is extremely rare. It seems that Hitaki Kakashi was Mr. Yi Yu's teacher. That's right. Although Mr. Kakashi was young at that time, he was also a Jonin. In other words, Rasengan's only advantage for Namikaze Minato is that it does not require seals. Fenghua Xiaoshui suddenly fainted, and Mrs. Asama was really frightened. Yi Yu walked towards the outside. As soon as he reached the door, Mr. Asama hesitated for a moment and asked, Mr. Yi Yu, are you really sure to protect the safety of Miss Shueiji? Mr. Asama looked at the door, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. In other words, ninjutsu itself is very rare in the ninja world. Yi Yu stood up, looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui who fell on the ground and said lightly, okay, don't worry, she just got hit by genjutsu, and she will wake up in 2 days. The appearance of Yi Yu gave him a little more confidence in the success of the restoration of the country. Mr. Santao Asama, let's set out according to the schedule tomorrow. I'm going to rest first. He needs an instant ninjutsu, and Rasengan does just that. Looking at Fenghua Koyuki who was unconscious on the ground, Mr. Asama sighed, Princess Koyuki, you don't remember me a long time ago. Mr. Yi Yu should be able to help you recover. After saying that, Yi Yu walked out. In addition to being powerful, the Rasengan of Muji ninjutsu does not require any seals, which is also the biggest advantage of ninjutsu. Even Kakashi's Chidori needs seals. Compared to Fenghua Xiaoshui, Mr. Asama has more confidence in Yi Yu. In fact, whether he believes Yi Yu or not, he has been carrying out actions to restore the country. Hopefully, I hope you will still have such confidence after you know how strong the opponent you are facing is. It's not something that ordinary ninjas can do. Mr. Asama was startled. 10,000 steps back, even if Mr. Yi Yu is still no match for Fenghua Ragao, he can use the time and space ninjutsu to bring you to a safe place. But Yi Yu had no seal just now, and he released it so fast that Fenghua Xiaoshui was hit before she had time to react. Miss Yukie. Yi Yu stopped. Now that Mr. Kakashi has gained a great reputation, his disciples will not be weak at all. When Yi Yu released genjutsu just now, there was no seal. He felt that even if Yi Yu couldn't defeat Fenghua Raging, he could still lead Fenghua Xiaoshui away. Chapter 155. This task is too difficult, you need to pay more. However, the genjutsu released by Yi Yu just now was not released by eyes, but by chakra. It is not the chakra consumed when releasing genjutsu, but it is released through the surrounding chakra as a medium. In other words, as long as Yi Yu is within the area that he can sense, he can release genjutsu. You can release single genjutsu or group genjutsu. This is naturally the genjutsu improved by Yi Yu. In a sense, Yi Yu's method of releasing genjutsu is terrifying. Because chakra is everywhere in the ninja world. As long as he wants, he can unleash genjutsu on anyone he can sense. Even more terrifying than Sharingan. However, Yi Yu doesn't like to use genjutsu because his genjutsu's range and speed are very fast, but his genjutsu's intensity is not high. Genjutsu, which is only equivalent to the Yuhi Kurenai level, is not as good as the genjutsu used by ninjas like Uchiha Itachi who possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. So if he faced Uchiha Itachi, Yi Yu would not dare to compete with him in genjutsu. Otherwise he must be the one lying down. However, Yi Yu has only mastered genjutsu not long ago, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in the future. Of course, if others knew that Yi Yu had this ability, many people would definitely not be able to sit still. You must know that Yuhi Kurenai's genjutsu ability is not as good as Uchiha Itachi's, but there are few people in the ninja world who can compare with Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu. Yuhi Kurenai is a genjutsu type jonin. If the opponent does not have a Sharingan, it will be difficult to crack her genjutsu without the help of others. What's more, Yi Yu's genjutsu has reached the point where he can release it with just a thought. No sealing is required, and no preparation is required in advance. Muji genjutsu is an instant type. It's a pity that Yi Yu doesn't like to use genjutsu. He feels that he is not a genjutsu type ninja. If others knew that he had such outrageous genjutsu power and thought so, he would probably be P********d to death. Genjutsu is inherently difficult to learn, but Yi Yu can actually cast it instantly, without even needing to form a seal, and can use it anytime and anywhere. On the vast sea, a huge sailing ship sailed on the sea. In the cabin, Fenghua Xiaoshui, who was lying on the boat, slowly opened her eyes. The image of Yi Yu using genjutsu on her was still in her mind. After opening her eyes, she immediately sat up. My head hurts so much, is it genjutsu? Fenghua Xiaoshui murmured to herself. Advertisement. When she noticed her surroundings, she seemed to have thought of something. Fenghua Xiaoshui's eyes widened and she ran towards the door. Bang! With a muffled sound, the cabin door was pushed open by her. What comes into view is the boundless ocean, with the sun setting and the sea breeze blowing. Fenghua Xiaoshui knew that she had not escaped, and now she was already on the boat. Damn it, that be *****************. Fenghua Xiaoshui was very angry. She didn't want to go to the country of snow, but now she was on the ship and it was impossible to go back. Come out of the cabin. Fenghua Xiaoshui came to the deck angrily. Looking at Yi Yu who was leaning on the deck blowing the sea breeze, Fenghua Xiaoshui walked to Yi Yu. You B asterisk 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 D, why did you take me on board without asking my permission? Yi Yu looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui and said calmly, even if I don't take you on board, you will still come according to your agency's contract. I just don't want to waste time. Yi Yu was right, but Fenghua Xiaoshui was still very angry. You have no idea how dangerous the country of snow is and how scary the person is. Do you think you can beat him? Don't be too self-righteous. Perhaps it was Yi Yu's self-assertive behavior that angered Fenghua Xiaoshui. She was very angry, so she was very rude to Yi Yu. But Yi Yu was not angry. It's normal for Fenghua Xiaoshui to have a shadow of Fenghua Raging Dao and not dare to go. After all, she has been hiding for 10 years, and Yi Yu bringing her to the land of snow means that she has been hiding for nothing. Anyone would be angry. Yi Yu could understand, so he was naturally not angry. Who is the person you were talking about? The person who wants to kill you. Fenghua Xiaoshui hesitated to speak. She wanted to tell Yi Yu about Fenghua Runtao, but if she said anything, her true identity would be exposed. So Fenghua Xiaoshui could only glare at Yi Yu, snorted coldly, and turned back to the cabin. Mr. Asama looked at Yi Yu seriously. He was worried that Yi Yu would give up the mission. Mr. Asama Santao, I have the right to terminate this mission at any time. Yi Yu's face was calm, and he didn't seem to be surprised at all. Although Fenghua Xiaoshui is the princess of the Kingdom of Snow, she has lived in the Kingdom of Fire these years, and she is also one of the top stars in the Kingdom of Fire, so her income is naturally very considerable. Advertisement top entertainment stars are high-income people no matter in which world or era they're in. After a long while, he said calmly, this is far more difficult than a B-level mission. Yi Yu didn't take it to heart either. Hearing this, Mr. Asama panicked. Please continue to protect Princess Xiaoshui, please. Mr. Asama thought that Yi Yu had already guessed that Fenghua Xiaoshui was related to the country of snow, so he was not surprised. Yi Yu smiled and said, I know you can afford it. After all, Shui Wei, oh no, she should be called Princess Xiaoshui, is a big star. A few million taels is nothing to her? Yi Yu smiled and said, you have quite a temper, you are worthy of being a big star. After a long time, Mr. Asama came to Yi Yu. After finishing speaking, Mr. Asama looked at Yi Yu with some anxiety. I can pay higher level rewards. The reason why I only signed up for B-level tasks before was because I was worried that Princess Xiaoshui's identity would be exposed. It's not that Asama Santao doesn't have money to pay for higher level tasks, it's just that he wants to conceal his and Fenghua Koyuki's identities. Yi Yu looked calm after listening to Mr. Asama's story. The income of the ninja who has completed the most tasks cannot be compared to the income of the top stars. If it weren't for Yi Yu's previous show, Mr. Asama would never have believed Yi Yu. In fact, it's just that Yi Yu has memories of this period. After all, when he commissioned Konoha before, he concealed these things and only paid for B-level tasks. Mr. Asama told Yi Yu everything that happened in the land of snow, including his identity and the true identity of Fenghua Xiaoshui. Turning around and looking at the sea, I thought to myself, I really feel like sailing now, ha ha ha. The reason why Miss Yukie is so afraid of Snow Country is because she is the daughter of the previous daimyo of Snow Country, the princess of Snow Country, and the heir to Snow Country. After Yi Yu was silent for a while, he smiled and said, now that we are here, it is unrealistic to go back. I will continue to complete this mission. He originally thought that Konoha would send at least one Jonin with a few Chunin on this mission. The status may be high or low, but there is no need to doubt that the income is high. Standing next to Yi Yu, Asama thought for a while, and finally told Yi Yu the true situation of the Snow Country, and told Yi Yu the true identity of Fenghua Xiaoshui. On the endless sea, no matter how huge a sailboat is, it is just a drop in the ocean. Mr. Asama's expression was happy, as long as we can discuss it. He was worried that Yi Yu would give up the mission after hearing this. I am willing to pay you for the S-level mission. Yi Yu looked at Mr. Asama for a while, then slowly said, this is a war commission, at least an S-level mission. Mr. Asama continued, back then, the leader of Shuiyan village, Fenghua Furutao, launched a rebellion. Who knew that third generation only sent Yi Yu to carry out this mission? 7 hectares Chapter 156 The ninja from the land of snow appears. After Yi Yu expressed his stance, Mr. Asama finally breathed a sigh of relief. Please rest assured, I will replenish the remaining funds after this mission is over. Yi Yu said nothing more. Mr. Asama thought for a while and reminded Yi Yu, Mr. Yi Yu, Fenghua Furao is very powerful, probably even more powerful than Jonin. Please don't take it lightly. He also has several powerful ninjas around him, all of whom have the strength of Jonin. Even Hitaki Kakashi of your village was no match for them back then. Yi Yu said lightly, it was because teacher Kakashi was still young and his strength had not yet reached its peak. I will help him make up for the regrets he had back then. Mr. Asama couldn't say anything more. Seeing Yi Yu's confident look, Mr. Asama felt that Yi Yu should be confident. Even if Yi Yu can't defeat him, he can still keep Fenghua Xiaoshui safe. He knew this very well. After sailing on the ship for more than 10 days, the entire ship was filled with crew members. So during these 10 days, they were filming even on the boat. Yi Yu watched the highlights for more than 10 days. It was a bit interesting at first, but then it just became boring like work. Fenghua Xiaoshui is indeed a professional actor, even though she is dissatisfied with Yi Yu for forcing her on board. But he was very serious during the filming and his acting skills were not compromised at all. After more than 10 days of calm, early in the morning, people's exclamations came from the deck. Yi Yu, who was sleeping in the cabin, opened his eyes. After walking out of the cabin, he raised his head and looked at the glacier tens of meters high in front of him. It seemed like he remembered something. Finally, it feels a bit familiar. Ninjas from the land of snow, let me see what you are capable of and see what your ice escape is like. Yi Yu's impression of this part is the ice escape ninjutsu used by the ninjas of the land of snow. Yi Yu feels that the ninjas of the land of snow should use the ice escape that takes advantage of the surrounding environment, rather than the ice escape that is limited by the blood inheritance. The two are different. The first is to use the ice and snow in the surrounding environment, and the other is to use chakra to create ice and snow. Yi Yu thinks that the ninjas from the land of snow are the first type. Because if their small ninja village really had the blood inheritance limit of ice release, and if there were so many people who could use it, other big ninja villages would have been targeting it. How could he have been safe and sound for so long? Advertisement: the internal rebellion was just a fight between brothers for the title of daimyo, with no external force involved. The people on the boat were shocked when they saw the sudden appearance of the glacier. The director looked at the tall glacier, clapped his hands, and said happily, "Okay, we will continue filming here today." Following the director's order, people boarded the glacier. Yi Yu came to Fenghua Xiaoshui. Fenghua Xiaoshui was very upset about Yi Yu's behavior of taking her on the boat without permission, so she didn't pay much attention to him these days. However, it was just a matter of ignoring him. Seeing Yi Yu coming to her side, Fenghua Xiaoshui said coldly, "Why don't you continue sleeping?" These days Yi Yu is either blowing the wind on the deck or sleeping in the cabin. He was obviously hired to protect Fenghua Xiaoshui, but when he was on the ship, Fenghua Xiaoshui couldn't see Yi Yu several times a day. Yi Yu said lazily, "You must be safe on the boat. Now that we are on shore, I will naturally follow." But he seemed distracted when he said it. If she hadn't seen Yi Yu show off her strength before, Fenghua Xiaoshui would have thought that Yi Yu was an extremely unreliable ninja. Hearing Yi Yu's words, although Fenghua Xiaoshui was still cold on her face, she felt a little better inside. Mr. Asama walked to Yi Yu and said, "Mr. Yi Yu, we will arrive in the land of snow in about 3 days. Please be more careful. Please ensure the safety of Miss Yu Yu." Now Fenghua Koyuki still doesn't know the identity of Asama Santao. Yi Yu also didn't tell Fenghua Xiaoshui what Asama Santafu told him. Yi Yu nodded. "Don't worry, since I promised to protect her safety, I will never break my promise." Fenghua Xiaoshui, who was putting on makeup on the side, had an expressionless face, but in her heart she felt safe with Yi Yu's assurance. Although Yi Yu seems to be quite unreliable, these days she really doesn't feel the same feeling of danger that was everywhere in the previous 10 years. In the past 10 days, for some reason, she never dreamed about her childhood when she slept. After meeting Yi Yu a few times later, she realized that that sense of security was given by Yi Yu. Although I don't know why he, a 12-year-old child, gave her, a 16-year-old child, a sense of security. But Fenghua Xiaoshui can be sure that that sense of security was given to her by Yi Yu. When the makeup artist was applying makeup to Fenghua Xiaoshui, Yi Yu stood next to her, looking boredly at the glaciers in the distance. Gradually, Yi Yu smiled and said, "There are quite a lot of people." Fenghua Xiaoshui, who was being put on makeup, glanced at Yi Yu and said, "What's wrong?" Yi Yu just smiled, walked to Fenghua Xiaoshui, and stood in front of her. He shouted to the people who were setting up the scene in front of the glacier, "Everyone, get back to the ship. There is an enemy attack." Mr. Asama is very aware of this situation. They stay here to cause trouble for Yi Yu. Rumble. This time, Fenghua Rag Dao sent out Wolf Fang Avalanche, sleet and blowing snow. Advertisement so the director was about to come over and ask Yi Yu what was going on. Langyu Shibeng looked at Yi Yu, his eyes full of teasing. Fenghua Xiaoshui looked at Yi Yu's back with an anxious expression. "Don't fight hard, get on the boat quickly." Langyu Shibeng sneered, "Welcome to the country of snow." The director also knew that Yi Yu was a ninja, but they had never seen Yi Yu's abilities. But Yi Yu just waved his hand. They all looked at each other, and finally looked at the director. "It's the ninjas of Konoha again. We are really destined to be the ninjas of Konoha." Fenghua Xiaoshui gritted her teeth. "Those must be ninjas sent by the Kingdom of Snow. Don't fight hard, just get back on the ship and leave." Without looking back, he said to Fenghua Koyuki and Asama Sadafu behind him, "Miss Yukie, Mr. Asama Sadafu, please return to the ship with all the personnel now." A violent explosion suddenly erupted from the glacier in the distance. And the ability of chakra armor is very difficult to deal with. After rescuing the actor, Yi Yu ignored him. Although she ignores Yi Yu these days, the sense of security Yi Yu gives her makes her have no ill feelings towards Yi Yu. Wolfang Avalanche has fought against Kakashi before. A golden thunderbolt shot out of his body. She didn't want Yi Yu to die here. Yi Yu put his hands in his pockets and looked at the people appearing on the glacier in the distance. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Yi Yu kept staring at the glacier. An actor who was standing on the glacier was blown dozens of meters away by the violent explosion. So he pulled Fenghua Koyuki and said, "Miss Yukie, none of us know ninjutsu. Staying here will only hinder Mr. Yi Yu. It's better to listen to him and go back to the ship." In an instant, the body of the actor who was blown up stopped when he was about to hit the glacier. The golden thunder and lightning trapped his waist like a rope. After saying that, he was taken away by Mr. Osama. The three of them stood on an icicle, looking at the people evacuating below. The strength of the three of them is increased by the chakra armor on their bodies, and they all have the strength of Jonin. Pulled him from the height of the glacier to Yi Yu. After all, Yi Yu is too young, and he doesn't think Yi Yu can stop the three of them. In his eyes, Yi Yu is just a dying person. Yi Yu's words stunned the crew. The average Jonin really can't do anything against them. Chapter 157. I can also escape ice. Looking at the people below who were running towards the ship in a panic, Lang Yushabang sneered and quickly formed seals with his hands. Ice escape spike avalanche. In an instant, the ice and snow on the glacier collapsed, and the broken white snow immediately turned into a dozen snow wolves about 10 meters in size, roaring and running towards the crowd. Ow! Roar! A dozen snow wolves were extremely fast and were about to rush into the crowd. Lang Yushabang raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Now, what can you do? The snow wolf ran and stirred up an icy storm. Looking at this terrifying scene, many people collapsed. What is this? We're dead. It's terrible. Even Funhua Xiaoshui recalled her childhood memories and fell to the ground in despair, staring blankly at the snow wolf devouring her. Yi Yu, who had been motionless, shook his head. Is this the ice shield ninjutsu? It's exactly as I suspected. It's using the surrounding environment, not real ice escape. That being the case, after Yi Yu finished speaking, he clapped his hands. Ice escape spike avalanche. Roar! In an instant, more than a dozen snow wolves broke through the ice from behind Yi Yu. Roaring and running towards the snow wolf released by the wolf fang avalanche. Bang! Rumble! Roar! Rumble! Yi Yu instantly knew how to use snow country ice escape. Immediately used the same ninjutsu to fight back. The dozen snow wolves created by Yi Yu are tens of meters tall, several times taller than those created by Langya avalanche. And the speed is extremely fast. A dozen snow wolves are so fast that only afterimages can be seen. After turning into a dozen white lights and smashing the snow wolf of Langya avalanche, it was not damaged at all and rushed towards Langya avalanche, Sleet and Fubishui. The three people from Langya Shebang, who were still joking at first, suddenly felt something bad. What kind of monster is this guy? How come he can escape through ice? And he's still using Wolf Fang Avalanche's ice release ninjutsu. Does that guy also have a Sharingan? Sleet looked at Wolfang Avalanche. He thought of his former rival, Hitaki Kakashi. Langya Shebang's face was gloomy. No, that's not a simple copy. Although it's the same ninjutsu, it's much more powerful than mine. Damn it. What is this guy's background? More than a dozen snow wolves crashed into the glacier where the three of them were standing. The glacier tens of meters high was instantly shattered into pieces, turning into ice slag that filled the entire sky. Advertisement. By the time ninjutsu ended, the glacier that was originally tens of meters high had been cut into a flat surface. The glacier turned into ice. Funhua Xiaoshui, who was already desperate, looked at the back of Yi Yu standing in front of her. The cold wind made his clothes rustle. That feeling of peace of mind is back. This guy didn't lie to me. He seems to really be able to do what he promised. Funhua Xiaoshui came back to her senses. Looking at the boy in front of her who was several years younger than herself, she felt at ease again, the kind of peace of mind that came from the bottom of her heart. And all the rescued personnel finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm saved. You are worthy of being a ninja of Konoha. You are really powerful. Mr. Osama looked at Yi Yu's back and said with a smile, Mr. Yi Yu is indeed very strong. I guessed it right. Although Santafu Osama was impressed by Yi Yu's time in space ninjutsu before, he had never seen Yi Yu fight or use other ninjutsu, so he was not very confident in him. Now that Yi Yu has shown strength, Mr. Osama completely believes what Yi Yu said before, that he can keep Funhua Xiaoshui safe. After finishing a ninjutsu, Yi Yu looked calmly at the three ninjas who could barely avoid the snow wolf's attack. The three of them looked a little embarrassed, and they barely managed to dodge the attack just now. Because the ninjutsu released by Yi Yu was so fast, he didn't even have any seals. Just by clasping his hands together, Wolf Fang Avalanche's signature ninjutsu was released. The power is far greater than that released by the Wolf Fang Avalanche. The man in front of me is very, very strong. This is what the three of them were thinking at this moment. Langya Shebang looked at Yi Yu solemnly. Kid, who are you? How can there be such a powerful ninja in Konoha? If Yi Yu was in his 20s or 30s, Langya Shebang would still be able to accept it. But Yi Yu looks about 10 years old, just like Kakashi back then. But the strength Yi Yu showed was stronger than Kakashi back then. Yi Yu looked at Langya Shebang and said calmly, Who am I? I will tell you after you defeat me. Langya Shebang's face was furious. You brat, you're looking for death. Yi Yu's words were naturally mocking Langya Shebang. That's why Langya Shuiban was furious. How could Langya Shebang endure being ridiculed by a child? You can't win if you only copy other people's ninjutsu. Sleet, Fubuki, you go catch Princess Xiaoshui, leave this kid to me. Yu Xiaoshui and Kui Shui looked at Langya Avalanche and were a little suspicious of him. But since Langya Shebang said so, they naturally would not refuse. Princess Xiaoshui, do you have the hexagonal crystal with you? Fubuki flew into the sky and asked with a smile. Fubuki's chakra armor gives her the ability to fly. Hearing Fubuki's words, Funhua Xiaoshui subconsciously tightened the hexagonal crystal around her neck. She looked at Yi Yu. Some concerns. Yi Yu sighed. I still want to see how much ice shield ninjutsu you know. Is it over so soon? Advertisement Shui Shui in the sky did not hear Yi Yu's words. She formed a seal with her hands in the air. Ice escaped Yan Kui Shui. In an instant, dozens of ice swallows shot out from the sky, targeting Feng Hua Xiao Shui. Very fast, but at the same moment, Yi Yu didn't make any movement. But his eyes only narrowed slightly. An ice wall instantly rose in front of Feng Hua Xiao Shui. Bang bang bang. Dozens of Chui Shui's ice swallows bombarded the ice wall like cannonballs. In an instant, dozens of ice swallows shattered into ice slag in the air. The ice wall in front of Feng Hua Xiao Shui remained motionless, not even broken at all. Fubuki in the sky was stunned. Damn it, this monster has no seals at all, and my Yan Shui Shui can obviously penetrate the ice wall, why can't it penetrate it? Fubuki couldn't accept it at all. The ice wall created by Yi Yu is only half a meter thick. Yan Shui Shui can penetrate an ice wall of this thickness. But Yi Yu's ice wall blocked her Yan Kui Shui, and there wasn't even a single crack or damage on it. The most outrageous thing is, how can Yi Yu also be able to escape ice? And just now he didn't move at all, and suddenly released an ice wall. She couldn't accept such an outrageous ninjutsu level. At the same time, Yu Shui Shui rushed towards Yi Yu on his skateboard. To be precise, he rushed towards Feng Hua Xiao Shui behind Yi Yu. The next moment, Yi Yu suddenly turned his head to look at Yu Shui. Suddenly being glanced at by Yi Yu, Yu Sha Shui trembled all over. At this moment, an ice pick suddenly shot out from the ice in front of him. Bang, puff, boom. The sharp ice pick instantly penetrated the sleek chakra armor, and also penetrated his body. Bright red blood flew out, and the blood slid down the ice pick as smooth as a mirror. The sleeve-covered chakra armor was still wrapped with electricity caused by the damage. Yu Sha Shui only felt severe pain, and then the vitality in his body slowly disappeared. He looked at Yi Yu in disbelief. How is it possible? His ninjutsu actually has an effect on my chakra armor. The reason Yu Sha Shui was so shocked was because his chakra armor could absorb chakra, which meant that ordinary ninjutsu had no effect on him. But Yi Yu just used an ice escape to stab him through, which was heartbreaking. The most outrageous thing is that Yi Yu didn't form any seals at all, nor did he make any special moves. He just glanced at him and he was nailed to death. Chapter 158 Fire-Style Firebird, Obliterated Ninjutsu. This scene shocked everyone. Yi Yu actually didn't do anything just now. He used genjutsu on Sleet before using the ice pick maker. His momentary loss of consciousness was caused by being hit by genjutsu. So when the ice pick pierced him, he didn't even react. Yu Sha Shui only struggled for a few seconds before falling down weakly, his body still hanging on the ice pick. The blood also quickly condensed into ice. Langya Avalanche and Fubuki were startled. Damn, this guy is a monster. He can actually use ice escape to kill Sleet. Wouldn't the chakra armor be of any use to him? Fubuki and Langya Shebang were a little doubtful about the chakra armor they were wearing. But at this time, they have no way out. Langya Shebang gritted his teeth, if I don't kill you, the leader's plan will not be completed, and you must be killed. Langya Shebang immediately shouted towards Fubuki in the sky, Fubuki, you contain him in the sky, I will take the main attack. Fubuki in the sky nodded solemnly. Just looking at Yi Yu who had a calm face, maybe even with his hands in his pockets because he was afraid of the cold, Fubuki's heart was beating wildly. Can this guy really be defeated? Can we really defeat this guy? He's a monster. The strength Yi Yu showed just now made Fu Shui despair. In her heart, Yi Yu is a monster that cannot be defeated at all. This is the first time Yi Yu has given the enemy this feeling. In the past, most of Yi Yu's opponents thought Yi Yu was very strong. But now, the strength he showed was so outrageous that even the arrogant Langya Shebang, Yu Shui and Fu Shui felt that Yi Yu was as strong as a monster. You know, with the blessing of the chakra armor, the three of them are completely at the level of Jonin. Kakashi is a being who will be deflated even if he is not careful. But now when facing Yi Yu, they only feel that Yi Yu is too scary as a demon crawling out of hell. No matter what, Fubuki was frightened, but still provided support from the sky to the Wolf Fang avalanche below. Ice escape Yan Kui Shui, it's still this ninjutsu. The target of the attack is still Feng Hua Xiao Shui. At the same time, Wolf Fang avalanche immediately released ninjutsu. Ice escape Broken Dragon and Tiger, advertisement. Roar, two ninjutsu are released simultaneously. Langya Shebang stared at Yi Yu intently. I don't believe you can resist two ninjutsu at the same time. Choose your own life or Princess Koyuki's life. Feng Hua Xiao Shui was not afraid at all, her eyes were all on Yi Yu. She believed that Yi Yu would never let her fall into crisis. Although Osama Santaifu believed in Yi Yu, he still stood in front of Feng Hua Xiao Shui. He planned to use his own body to resist Yan Shui Shui. The avalanche of wolf-toothed dragons and tigers bombarded Yi Yu. Yi Yu was speechless. What gives you the illusion that I can only release one ninjutsu at the same time? The next moment, Yi Yu put his hands together. Fire-style Firebird. Ice escape Ice flow wall. A firebird of more than 10 meters flew out from behind Yi Yu, spread its wings and turned into a golden light and rushed towards the avalanche ice tiger. Rumble. The moment the firebird and the ice tiger collided, the ice tiger was blasted into water mist. The temperature of the firebird released by Yi Yu is too high, several times higher than the temperature of the ordinary fire-style ninjutsu. And the impact is extremely powerful, so with only a moment of contact, Ninjutsu's dragon-breaking tiger, which could restrain all dragon types in the past, failed to stop the Firebird at all and was penetrated in an instant. And the Firebird had no intention of stopping. Lang Yushabang stared wide-eyed at the Firebird that instantly devoured him. Damn it, I can't move my body, I can't react at all. The Firebird's speed was too fast, and its temperature was too high. Space fluctuations appeared around it wherever it passed. Rumble. The Firebird swallowed up the avalanche of wolf teeth, just for a moment. Wolf Fang Avalanche didn't even have time to react. His entire body and his chakra armor turned into nothingness. Not a single ash remained. This ninjutsu also shocked Yi Yu. I'll go, it's a bit fierce. Even Yi Yu didn't know that Firebird ninjutsu could cause such horrific damage. When he created this ninjutsu, he knew that this ninjutsu had a strong sustaining ability and had a temperature that could instantly melt steel. He also knew that this ninjutsu's destructive power was astonishing. But he never released it with all his strength. Advertisement. It was only released once when verifying ninjutsu. But at that time, he only injected 1/10 of the chakra, so the destructive power was far less than what is released today. It's not 10 times the destructive power and temperature, but dozens of times. It's better to use it sparingly in the future. This ninjutsu is too outrageous. It's only 1/3 of the chakra. That's ridiculous. If you inject all the chakra needed for this ninjutsu, hiss. The ninjutsu Yi Yu just now was not even released at full strength. Only 1/3 of the chakra required for this ninjutsu was injected to achieve such terrifying power. Even Yi Yu couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be to inject all the chakra needed for this ninjutsu and release it with all its strength. This destructive power is indeed more outrageous than water style. Water style mainly causes serious damage to the terrain. But fire style can really burn everything it sees, and it is extremely fast. The lethality of this ninjutsu is too outrageous, and it is far more destructive than water style ninjutsu. Yi Yu was also used in battle for the first time. Just 1/3 of the power left Yi Yu with lingering fears. The destructive nature of this ninjutsu is truly terrifying. Yi Yu didn't even know why he created this outrageous ninjutsu. It's better not to use it in the future, this ninjutsu is too outrageous. After Yi Yu released the Firebird, the glacier that was originally several kilometers wide had melted down to only a few hundred meters. This is under the premise that the main target of the Firebird's attack is not the glacier, and it will disappear soon. If Yi Yu lets the Firebirds attack the glacier, I'm afraid that the glacier, which is several kilometers wide, will all turn into nothingness in a few seconds. On the other side, Yi Yu released the Ice Escape ninjutsu to block Yan Shuishui's attack. Fubuki in the sky looked at the ground and saw that the avalanche of Langya had disappeared. At this time, Fubuki was shaking all over, obviously she was frightened by the Firebird just now. This monster. Fubuki's tone was trembling and her teeth were chattering, she was already desperate. If Yi Yu's instant ice escape had frightened them just now. Now Yi Yu's Firebird has made her completely despair and completely lost all hope of living. How can we defeat such a monster? The leader is really crazy. Everyone is crazy. How can we defeat such a monster? No, I can't stay here and wait to die. After Fubuki reacted, he turned around and flew away. Yi Yu's strength has made her no longer as relaxed as when she first came. Even living seems like a luxury to her. Yi Yu must be showing mercy if he can keep the whole body. After all, the Wolf Fang avalanche had just turned into nothingness, leaving not even a trace of ashes. Chapter 159 Commission for S-level missions. After dealing with the sleet and avalanche, Yi Yu only felt a little bored. I thought you could put some pressure on me, but I didn't know I was so vulnerable. Yi Yu looked at Kui Shui who was flying far away in the sky, and he had no intention of pursuing him. Looking at the sky, he murmured to himself, maybe Feng Hua Raging Dao can give me a little pressure. After all, that guy should have the strength of a lead Jonin. Yi Yu unknowingly became so powerful that even he himself didn't know how powerful he was. Even now, he feels that his ninjutsu power and actual combat experience should be as strong as a lead Jonin. If the dead Lang Yushabeng and Yushui knew this, they would definitely be P********* D to death. It's not like they haven't fought against elite Jonin before. Even if they weren't opponents, they would never be defeated like this, and they were even killed. The Wolf Fang avalanche was the worst, not even a whole body was left behind. Not to mention the whole corpse, there was not even a bit of ashes, it was directly vaporized. Maybe the only good thing is that you don't feel any pain before you die. Yu Shaoshui's body is still hanging on the ice pick. In less than a minute, it turned into a popsicle. After Yi Yu patted the non-existent dust on his body, he turned and looked at Feng Hua Shaoshui. Princess Shaoshui, you can continue your shooting now. Feng Hua Shaoshui looked at Yi Yu blankly. You are so strong. After a long time, Feng Hua Shaoshui said. Yi Yu didn't look proud at all, he just said calmly, I'm not strong, it's just that they're too weak. The corners of Feng Hua Shaoshui's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at the sleet that had turned into popsicles and the avalanche of wolf teeth that had disappeared, she didn't know what to say for a while. But one thing is certain, Yi Yu may really be able to let her enter the kingdom of snow alive, and may be able to defeat the wind and waves. Feng Hua Shaoshui completely trusted Yi Yu, and the strength Yi Yu showed just now also made the people on the ship trust him very much. I feel that with Yi Yu there, they don't need to worry about safety. On the boat, Feng Hua Shaoshui, who was originally very opposed to the shooting plan, was no longer reluctant, but devoted all her body and mind to the shooting. Yi Yu was the same as before, except for occasionally coming out to enjoy the breeze. The rest of the time he stayed in the cabin to sleep. The director did not interrupt the filming plan because of Yi Yu's presence. And after learning Fenghua Xiaoshui's true identity, the director and the crew felt that it would be a great gimmick to star a real princess in this movie. The night before arriving in the land of snow, advertisement. Fenghua Xiaoshui knocked on Yi Yu's door. Fenghua Xiaoshui, wrapped in a nightgown, came to Yi Yu's room. Yi Yu sat on the chair, wondering what Fenghua Xiaoshui wanted to do with him. Fenghua Xiaoshui leaned on the table, holding a bottle of wine in her hand. When she was about to pour wine for Yi Yu stopped her. Princess Xiaoshui, I am not old enough to drink. Fenghua Xiaoshui was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted, smiled and said, I forgot. Mr. Yi Yu seems to be only 12 years old, not old enough to drink. In fact, Fenghua Xiaoshui is not old enough either. Even if she wanted to drink, nothing could stop her. Naturally, Yi Yu would not be so free to take care of it. Yi Yu can actually drink now, who can control him? It's just that he doesn't like drinking. Even in his previous life, he didn't smoke or drink, and he hasn't changed in this world. Fenghua Koyuki said while drinking, Mr. Yi Yu should be Konoha's genius, right? Yi Yu shook his head. No. Fenghua Xiaoshui was stunned for a moment, and she asked doubtfully, is there a stronger ninja in Konoha village than Mr. Yi Yu? There are many more, such as Hokage, Sannin, etc. There are many ninjas who are stronger than me. Koyuki Fenghua didn't know much about Konoha village, and sighed. Konoha is indeed one of the 5 great ninja villages, and its heritage is not comparable to that of ninja villages in small countries. There is also a snow-hidden village in the land of snow. But the most powerful ninja in snow-hidden village is just Elite Jonin. With the blessing of Chakra armor, he can barely reach the reserve cage level. This is the difference between powerful countries and small countries. Even the weakest country of Wind has an extremely obvious ability to suppress Shao Ninja Village. Yi Yu didn't feel anything. After all, with his system, he will still be very powerful even in the little ninja village, and he can even turn the little ninja village into a great ninja village. It just takes a little time. Then Princess Xiaoshui can definitely pay my employment fee. Yi Yu looked at the hexagonal crystal and knew that it was the key to the geothermal generator in the land of snow. This is the wealth of the Snow Kingdom over the years. Looking at Yi Yu in confusion, except for the village's share of the commission, all the rest is his. Advertisement. Fenghua Xiaoshui nodded. What do you want from Princess Xiaoshui? As long as you pay the commission Asama Santao promised me, I will be grateful. She didn't expect that Yi Yu would react like this. Fenghua Xiaoshui, who had been watching Yi Yu's reaction, was stunned. Fenghua Xiaoshui nodded, and then took off the hexagonal crystal from her neck. Fenghua Xiaoshui thought for a while and said, is Mr. Yi Yu really sure of defeating Fenghua Raging Waves? She wouldn't be surprised if Yi Yu had evil intentions and wanted to take it as his own. If Mr. Asama doesn't give him an extra price, Yi Yu will not perform the task at best. He felt that the commission for the B-level mission was enough. After all, he was performing this mission alone. Yi Yu looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui and said calmly, I should have this ability, if Fenghua Raging Waves is like what Mr. Asama Santao said. After all, Asama Santao issued a B-level mission when he hired Yi Yu. I want to know what he will do after he knows this, whether he will take it away like a storm, or whether he can keep his heart. Let Fenghua Nu Dao mistakenly think it is the great secret treasure of Fenghua family. After a long time, Fenghua Xiaoshui said speechlessly, Mr. Yi Yu is really a bit beyond my expectation. After all, we're here, there is no way he would give up halfway. Yi Yu smiled slightly and said, you also said that this is the wealth of your country of snow over the years, not my wealth. Fenghua Xiaoshui looked into Yi Yu's eyes and said seriously, legend has it that this is the key to unlocking the great secret treasure of the Fenghua family. That's why Yi Yu said such words. Fenghua Xiaoshui kept looking at Yi Yu's eyes. But the fact is that Yi Yu will complete this task even if Mr. Asama doesn't add money. The hexagonal crystal in front of him is the key to the great secret treasure, but Yi Yu is not tempted at all. But Yi Yu actually said that, what time had it been, and he was still thinking about his commission. Don't worry, he is not a person who regards money as garbage. After all, it is a legendary secret treasure. If Yi Yu has an idea, no one can stop it. But Yi Yu glanced at the hexagonal crystal and said lightly, is it a big secret treasure? Is this the purpose of the storm? So Fenghua Xiaoshui's words didn't make Yi Yu change at all. Aren't you tempted? Put it in front of Yi Yu. This is what Fenghua Furu Dao has always wanted to take away from me. The commission for the S-class mission that Asama Santao agreed to was an unexpected blessing. Chapter 160 Commission of 10 million taels. After knowing Yi Yu's true thoughts, Fenghua Xiaoshui finally felt relieved. The two chatted for a while before Fenghua Xiaoshui went back to rest. After Fenghua Xiaoshui left, Mr. Asama knocked on the door of Yi Yu's room. Yi Yu was speechless. What do these two people want to do? Yi Yu naturally knew that the person knocking on the door was Mr. Asama. As long as he lets go of his perception, he can feel it within a radius of 10 kilometers. Come in. Mr. Asama opened the door and walked in. Sitting in front of Yi Yu. Mr. Yi Yu, please help Princess Xiaoshui recover her country. Mr. Asama actually knelt down in front of Yi Yu while he was talking. Yi Yu was speechless. Mr. Satafu Asama, this is not within the scope of my duties. After helping Mr. Asama up, Yi Yu said, We are willing to pay all the expenses you need to assist Princess Xiaoshui in returning to the country. Mr. Asama said sincerely. Yi Yu frowned and said, this is not about money. We can pay you up to 10 million taels. Yi Yu, who was originally unwilling to agree, fell silent. Originally, Yi Yu only promised to help Fenghua Xiaoshui defeat Fenghua Raging Waves and protect her safety. This is an S-level mission, but restoring the country is a super S-level mission. And individuals cannot publish it, only the state can. It can't be done by just one person, and it would take at least Jonin to accept a mission of this level. Of course, Jonin is required to accept it if it is a level or above. It's just that Yi Yu doesn't want to worry about so many things. He just plans to defeat Fenghua Ragao and then complete the task. He had no intention of making money by performing tasks. But the price given by Mr. Asama was too high, so high that Yi Yu is willing to give it a try. Advertisement 10 million taels, this is the cost of 10 S-level missions. If only he had these 10 million taels, Yi Yu would be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Although he wouldn't lie flat, the price really tempted him. It seems that after defeating the wind and flowers and furious waves, it basically means helping Princess Xiaoshui to restore her country, right? Yi Yu asked doubtfully. Mr. Asama shook his head. There are many ninjas in Snow Hidden Village who support the Fenghua Furious Wave. Even if they defeat the Fenghua Furious Wave, they still will not obey Princess Koyuki. Yi Yu frowned. You mean you want me to destroy Shuiyin Village? Yi Yu doesn't want to do this kind of thing. No matter how much money he has, he won't do it. This is triggering a war. Yi Yu didn't want to get involved in such a troublesome thing. Mr. Asama quickly explained, no, I'm not asking you to destroy the Snow Hidden Village. After all, the Snow Hidden Village is also a very important military force in our land of snow. Just ask you to help us get rid of the ninjas in Snow Hidden Village who disobey Princess Koyuki. Yi Yu thought for a while and said, if there are not too many people, I can agree. If there are too many people, I am not a ninja who can do anything for money. To put it bluntly, Yi Yu was indeed tempted by the commission of 10 million taels. But he couldn't do it if he was asked to destroy a ninja village, massacre hundreds of ninjas, and kill thousands or even tens of thousands of innocent people who had no hatred against him. After all, Yi Yu is a normal person, he is not as extreme as Uchiha Itachi. And neither third generation nor Kakashi nor Kimoto Tong would support him in doing this kind of thing. Yi Yu doesn't want to do it himself. Mr. Asama quickly said, don't worry, there won't be too many people. After all, Shuiyin Village is very important to our country of snow, and we don't want Shuiyin Village to be destroyed. The reason why Mr. Asama said this is because he felt that Yi Yu really had the ability to massacre Shuiyin Village. The strength shown by Yi Yu before has already convinced Mr. Asama. And if Yi Yu really dared to massacre Shuiyin Village for 10 million taels, he should be worried about Fenghua Xiaoshui's safety. Putting Fenghua Xiaoshui's life in the hands of such a profit-seeking, bloody and cruel person, Asama would not be at ease. Yi Yu nodded and said, actually, as long as Fenghua Farao is defeated, even if there are still people in Shuiyin Village who oppose it, nothing can be done. After all, as long as Fenghua Xiaoshui becomes the famous name of the snow country and cuts off the military expenditure of Shuiyin Village, it will be enough to cause civil strife in Shuiyin Village. The main reason why Fenghua Nudao was able to succeed in the coup before was because the fathers of Fenghua Nudao and Fenghua Xiaoshui were brothers. The fight between the two of them was a family matter for the daimyo. Fenghua Raging Dao couldn't believe it because it was too unbelievable. But now Fubuki told him that a ninja in Konoha who was as big as Kakashi actually killed Langya Avalanche and Sleet in an instant. In order for Princess Xiaoshui to successfully take over as the daimyo of the Land of Snow, I have to be cautious. Just when a group of people were about to arrive in the Land of Snow. Advertisement Fubuki raised his head and glanced at Fenghua Ragao. Of course Asama Santafu also understands this kind of thing, but he is still worried that some ninjas will threaten Fenghua Koyuki. The wind and fury won, and it had a certain degree of legitimacy. Then he lowered his head. Xiaoyuki actually hired such a strong ninja. Is that Konoha Ninja really not Kakashi? He said with a trembling tone, but Sleet and Wolfong Avalanche were both killed by him using ninjutsu. He has never seen it. How could he be unhappy? Yi Yu can understand. It was just a matter of convenience to help her resolve the unstable factors in Shuiyin Village. After a long time, Fenghua Furuntao frowned and said, so Xiaoshui really hired a great ninja to help her, but even the most powerful ninja is useless. With this chakra armor, ninjutsu is useless to me. Yi Yu agreed to the third wife Asama. Now she is still very afraid of Yi Yu. Fubuki knelt on one knee in front of Fenghua Raging Waves, shook his head and said, absolutely not, Kakashi is not that scary. He felt it was so shocking that if the person who said this was not Fubuki, he would have doubted whether he had been deceived. I feel that there is a huge gap between the Shao Ninja Village and the Great Ninja Village. There is absolutely nothing wrong. That guy is definitely just a child, no older than 15 years old. Are you sure that kid is really just a kid? This is also the reason why Fenghua Xiaoshui has been reluctant to return to the Land of Snow for the past 10 years. After Mr. Asama left, the corner of Yi Yu's mouth raised slightly. Chui Shui shuddered when she thought of Yi Yu's calm expression. Even if there are people who oppose the wind and waves, it is not enough. She also knew very well that there were people in the Snow Kingdom who did not agree with Fenghua Furious being the daimyo, but for most people, they didn't care who became the daimyo, as long as they were of the blood of the Fenghua family. For him, Helping Feng Hua Xiaoshui defeat Feng Hua Furious Waves was actually almost equivalent to helping her restore her country. Even just thinking of his appearance makes me tremble uncontrollably with fear. Feng Hua Nu Dao looked at Fubuki with a gloomy face, and for a moment, the whole room fell into silence. Feng Hua Nu Dao, who was sitting on it, had a gloomy expression. The previous Kakashi was enough to shock him. Fubuki has returned to the country of snow and told Feng Hua Nu Dao about the previous battle. 10 million taels is really an unimaginable number. Although Yi Yu is not greedy for money, 10 million taels is enough for Yi Yu to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Chapter 161 Kanai Rain Feng Hua Furong Dao, who was originally full of confidence, looked at Fubuki. Fubuki only felt a heavy pressure on her body. That is the murderous aura of wind and waves. That's because sleet and Wolfong avalanches control over chakra armor is too weak, and your chakra armor and mine are not of the same level. Fubuki didn't dare to say anything more. If she continued talking, she was afraid that the storm would kill her too. After Kui Shui left, Feng Hua Nu Dao sat on his seat with an extremely gloomy expression. Although he was full of confidence just now, he just didn't want to show his inner dignity in front of Fubuki. In fact, he knew very well that although he was stronger than Sleet and Wolfong Avalanche, he was not much stronger. Since Yi Yu can kill Yu Shui and Langya Avalanche so easily, it is possible to defeat him or even kill him. No matter who you are, if you dare to block my plan, then go to hell. The wind, flowers and roaring waves caressed the chakra armor on his body, with a firm look on his face. Yi Yu and his party finally arrived in the land of snow. Soon, they switched to snowmobiles and headed to their destination. Riding in an RV-like snowmobile, Yi Yu looked at the snow scene outside. Why does it feel like traveling at public expense? Sitting in a warm and comfortable snowmobile and admiring the snowy scenery outside is a tourist treat, isn't it? Yi Yu lay beside the car window, looking at the snowy forest farm outside. He feels very beautiful. Feng Hua Xiaoshui sat next to Yi Yu and touched up her makeup. After hearing what Yi Yu said, he said, "Do you like this scenery very much?" Yi Yu looked at Feng Hua Xiaoshui and smiled, "I quite like it." Feng Hua Xiaoshui glanced at the snowy scene outside and shook her head. "What's so good about it? The price of this kind of scenery is that there is no spring in the snow country all year round, and it is winter all year round. It's too painful." Yi Yu can understand it. He comes from Konoha, which has 4 distinct seasons. He will naturally like this scenery if he occasionally enjoys the snow scenery. But as someone who has stayed in a place like this where winter is all year round, I don't like this kind of environment. So Yi Yu didn't refute. Feng Hua Xiaoshui finished applying makeup and looked at Yi Yu. "I found that you are quite good looking. If you become an actor, you will be very popular." In fact, Feng Hua Xiaoshui discovered from the beginning that Yi Yu was very good looking, not even ordinary good looking. Feng Hua Xiaoshui is a star, and I have seen many handsome actors, but none of them are as good looking as Yi Yu. If Yi Yu wasn't only 12 years old, she would really take action against him. Yi Yu has always been quite indifferent to her appearance. After all, if he really wanted to rely on his looks, he couldn't remain unknown in the ninja school for 6 years. Yi Yu looked at the snowy scene outside and said, "Aren't you afraid that the storm will come to kill you now?" Feng Hua Xiaoshui was lying by the car window, bored and said, "Aren't you here? I trust you to keep me safe." Yi Yu smiled and said, "What if I am not Feng Hua Ragao's opponent?" Advertisement: if you are not his opponent, then it means that I will never have hope. Then dying here will be considered returning to my roots. Feng Hua Xiaoshui said and looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by her like this. "Don't worry, since I promised to protect your safety, I will not break my promise." Feng Hua Xiaoshui smiled slightly and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." The vehicle drove to a hillside. Yi Yu looked towards the mountain. His expression became serious. When Feng Hua Xiaoshui saw the change in Yi Yu's expression, she immediately knew that Yi Yu must have discovered the enemy. "Suddenly I became a little nervous." Yi Yu stood up. "Stay in the car and don't come out." Before Feng Hua Xiaoshui could say anything, Yi Yu disappeared into the car. On the hillside, Mr. Osama was meeting with the people who resisted the wind and waves of the country of snow. Feng feng feng. In the tunnel at the end of the mountain road, the sound of a train suddenly sounded. Countless amounts of water vapor emerged from the tunnel. Mr. Osama, who was talking to the resistance members on the mountain, turned to look at the tunnel in the distance. "The railway here should be abandoned. Why is there the sound of trains?" Soon, a train came out of the tunnel. Mr. Osama suddenly remembered something. Immediately shouted, "It's a storm." Everyone was angry when they heard that it was a storm. He actually dares to come here. Kill him to avenge Master Zhao Yue. For a moment, everyone ran towards the railway down the mountain. Mr. Osama was stunned when he saw this scene. But soon, he reacted, "Don't be impulsive, everyone, we are no match for the wind and waves." But no one can listen to him now. Many people wearing armor and holding weapons ran toward the railway down the mountain. "Don't be impulsive." Osama Santao rushed towards the people, running and shouting to persuade them to calm down. Standing on the train, Feng Hua Nuo Dao looked at the samurai rushing towards him on the mountain. He said calmly, "I didn't expect such a group of people to exist." Kui Shui stood behind Feng Hua Nu Dao, frowned and said, "I'll help you solve it." She couldn't beat Yi Yu, but there was still no pressure against a group of warriors. Just Feng Hua Nu Dao said lightly, "No need," he said and raised his hand. After the train stopped, the side doors of several carriages slowly opened. Advertisement revealing a thrower filled with kunai. Mr. Asama trembled all over when he saw this scene. He yelled, "Retreat quickly." But all the samurai could think about was killing Feng Hua Furu Dao, and how could they hear the words of Asama Santao? Bang! The first round of kunai was instantly released from the carriage. In an instant, hundreds of kunai were fired at the charging samurai. Watching this scene, Mr. Asama felt helpless and had a splitting headache. He even regretted gathering here with the resisting samurai, knowing that they are all people eager for revenge. But he didn't know that the storm would appear on this long-abandoned railway. The first round of strikes arrived instantly. The densely packed kunai filled everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, the charging warriors were stunned. They have never seen such a scene before. At this moment they calmed down a little, but it was too late. They simply couldn't resist the density of kunai. You're kidding. Dead? Damn it, I haven't even taken revenge yet. As these samurai stared blankly at kunai burying himself. In front of them, a huge earth wall suddenly rose. Earth-style wall. Hearing this voice, Asama, who was originally desperate, immediately stood up from the ground. Looking at the tall earth wall that appeared in front of the warriors instantly. Mr. Asama's face looked happy. It was Mr. Yu who took action. Great, we are saved. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just after the earth wall was raised, countless kunai all bombarded the earth wall. For a time, the sky was filled with smoke and dust, and round after round of kunai shot towards the earthen wall. The sky was full of smoke and dust, and the noise was very loud. It took a long time until the smoke and dust dispersed. The earthen wall was covered with dense kunai, and there were countless potholes on the earthen wall. But even so, it only made the earth wall lose a layer of skin. No kunai can penetrate the thick earth wall. On the earth wall, a figure stood on it. Chapter 162 Yi Yu's The Storm. The cold wind blew the corners of his clothes, and the person standing on the earth wall was Yi Yu. Yi Yu looked at the train down the mountain with a calm face, or rather the storm on the train. And the same is true for the storm. Is this the Konoha ninja you were talking about? At this time, Fubuki was already trembling. The moment she saw Yi Yu, the scene of Yi Yu killing Sleet and Wolfyaw Avalanche kept popping up in her mind. Even though she tried her best to control it, her body kept shaking. Feng Hua Nu Dao's question brought Fubuki back to her senses and said tremblingly, "Yes, it's him. Please be careful, leader, that guy is very strong." Even when talking, Kui Shui did not dare to look directly at Yi Yu. But she didn't know that Yi Yu didn't take her seriously. For Yi Yu, Chui Shui is no threat. His eyes were all on Feng Hua Luo Dao. Feng Hua Ang Dao also looked at Yi Yu. The two looked at each other from a distance for a long time. On the snowmobile in the distance, Feng Hua Xiaoshui saw the wind and waves again after 10 years, and she still couldn't help but be afraid. After Feng Hua Nutao and Yi Yu looked at each other for a long time, they picked up the walkie-talkie and looked at the snowmobile in the distance, or rather Feng Hua Xiaoshui in the snowmobile. "Xiaoshui, long time no see, I'm finally back." Listening to the sound of Feng Hua's roaring waves, Feng Hua Xiaoshui's body began to tremble. Many childhood experiences keep coming to mind. That was a memory that Feng Hua Xiaoshui didn't want to recall. Standing on the earth wall, Yi Yu looked at the position of the snowmobile. The next moment, he disappeared into the earth wall. When he appeared again, he was already in the snowmobile. Looking at Feng Hua Xiaoshui, who was sitting on the ground, hugging her knees and shaking all over. Yi Yu frowned. "Don't you even have the courage to face him?" Feng Hua Xiaoshui said nothing, her body was still trembling. Yi Yu shook his head. "It seems that the childhood shadow he gave you was very difficult." Yi Yu also didn't expect that Feng Hua Xiaoshui was so afraid of Feng Hua raging waves. But it's understandable if you think about it. After all, you saw your uncle killing his family with your own eyes. The pain was no less painful than when Sasuke saw Uchiha Itachi kill his parents. Yi Yu squatted down, reached out and patted Feng Hua Xiaoshui on the shoulder. "Don't worry, you don't need to be afraid anymore. I'll help you get rid of him." Feng Hua Xiaoshui raised her head, her cheeks already covered with tears. It was the first time Yi Yu saw Feng Hua Xiaoshui crying so sadly. Advertisement wiping her tears away, Yi Yu smiled and said, "If your audience sees you like this, I'm afraid they will be heartbroken." Feng Hua Xiaoshui trembled all over and said, "If you are not sure of defeating him, just give up on me. Maybe I will die long ago." Feng Hua Xiaoshui's words shocked Yi Yu. He realized that what Feng Hua Xiaoshui said was true. This is the scariest thing. This shows that Feng Hua Xiaoshui has not yet overcome her fear of Feng Hua and raging waves, and has even had thoughts of death. It is enough to see how serious the psychological shadow caused by Feng Hua Xiaoshui. Even though she believed in Yi Yu before, when she saw the storm again, she couldn't think rationally. "I have even given up the idea of survival." Yi Yu grabbed Feng Hua Xiaoshui's shoulders with a complicated expression. "I didn't even start the fight. Why are you thinking about dying? Do you look down on me so much?" Yi Yu said it very seriously. Feng Hua Xiaoshui raised her head and looked at Yi Yu, tears kept flowing. "But Feng Hua Furuo is really strong. Why do you want to survive if you can?" Before Feng Hua Xiaoshui finished speaking, she was interrupted by Yi Yu. "You are the princess of the snow country, the heir to the snow country. If they see their princess in such a cowardly manner, they will definitely be very disappointed. I'll get rid of him right away, put myself in good spirits, and wait to ascend to the position of daimyo." Yi Yu didn't want to talk nonsense with Feng Hua Xiaoshui. He patted her shoulder and disappeared into the snowmobile. Fenghua Xiaoshui was also moved by Yi Yu's words. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Determined, she ran and turned on the snowmobile. I ran out of the snowmobile and stood in the snow looking at the wind and waves in the distance. He shouted at him, Fenghua Angdao, I am the heir to the Kingdom of Snow, you will definitely be defeated by Yi Yu. Standing on the train, Fenghua Nudao looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui in the distance and frowned. And Yi Yu happened to appear opposite Fenghua Anglao. Hearing the voice coming from behind, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. It's not that disappointing. If Fenghua Xiaoshui doesn't even have the courage to face Fenghua Xiaoshui, Yi Yu feels that even if she helps Fenghua Xiaoshui regain her country, she won't be able to control the country of snow. The sudden appearance of Yi Yu made Chui Shui feel like she was facing a formidable enemy. Fenghua Angdao also sensed a threatening aura from Yi Yu. However, he still pretended to be calm. Are you the Konoha ninja hired by Xiao Yue? A brat? Ha ha ha. Yi Yu was not angered by the taunts of Fenghua Angdao. He stood opposite the stormy waves with a calm expression. Well, my goal is only the wind and waves. If you want to live, don't get involved. Advertisement. Yi Yu looked at Cui Shui and said. When Shu Shui heard Yi Yu point to herself, she was so frightened that she almost backed away. You are dead, our leader will definitely defeat you. Fubuki didn't run, and she didn't dare to run. After all, she didn't know who could win. If she ran away and Fenghua Furuo won the battle, she would be miserable. Yi Yu shook his head. Why bother, I won't show mercy. Don't blame me if you die. Yi Yu is unwilling to kill more people if he can avoid killing others. He could see that Fubuki was no threat to Fenghua Xiaoshui. In this case, there is no need to kill her, it's just that she didn't dare to betray Fenghua Ragao. Yi Yu has no choice. Fenghua Angdao saw that Yi Yu actually ignored his existence. His face was extremely gloomy. Kid, you are so arrogant, do you think you can defeat me? Killing Wolf Fang Avalanche and Yu Shui Shui, I admit that you have some ability, but it is not enough to defeat me. As he said that, Fenghua Furuo ripped off his cloak, revealing the chakra armor underneath the cloak. Kid, you will pay the price for your arrogance. I will kill you first and then take away Xiaoshui's hexagonal crystal. Fubuki stood aside and prepared to join the battle. She didn't want to fight Yi Yu at all, but under the watchful eyes of Fenghua Angdao, she had no choice but to bite the bullet. Yi Yu looked at Fenghua Ragao and Cui Shui calmly. He was thinking whether he should deal with Fenghua Ragao instantly. If it can be solved instantly, will Fenghua Xiaoshui think it's too easy for me and deduct my money? Yi Yu was a little confused at this time. If Fenghua Xiaoshui knew what Yi Yu was thinking at this time, she would probably be P********* D to death. It's been a long time, and I'm still thinking about the commission. Yi Yu's face was calm when he saw the wind and flowers, and there was no sense of urgency at all about the upcoming battle. I thought he underestimated me, he had never been so angry before. Immediately make seals with both hands quickly. You kid, you're looking for death. Ice escaped Black Dragon Blizzard. As soon as he came up, Fenghua Raging Dao used his most powerful ninjutsu. Rumble. A black storm dragon flew towards Yi Yu with a strong impact and fast speed. Chapter 163. In less than a minute, Fenghua Raging Dao was killed. Yi Yu frowned. As expected of a leader, he is indeed much stronger than those two. The black storm dragon rushed towards Yi Yu with an aura that destroyed everything. Yi Yu took his time and even made a few comments. Bang. Rumble. The black storm dragon bombarded Yi Yu's body. This scene shocked everyone. Fenghua Rag Dao and Cui Shui did not expect that Yi Yu was hit without resisting at all, or even doing anything. Fenghua Xiaoshui in the distance looked blankly at Yi Yu, who was being swallowed by the black dragon of the storm. How come? Fenghua Xiaoshui fell to the ground, unable to believe that Yi Yu was defeated with just a ninjutsu. In Fenghua Xiaoshui's eyes, she had already been hit, and there was no doubt that she was defeated. Although Fenghua Angdao doesn't understand why. But he still laughed wildly and said, I thought you had some powerful abilities, but it turns out it's just an illusion. Fenghua Angdao was indeed a little wary of Yi Yu before. But now, he thinks that Yu Shui and Langya Avalanche may have been careless and were accidentally killed by Yi Yu. Fubuki, who was standing behind Fenghua Raging Waves, couldn't believe it. How is this possible? He couldn't even hold on to the leader, ninjutsu? How come his speed has slowed down so much? He was so fast before, and where are his ninjutsu? How come no one is released? Fubuki looked at this scene in disbelief. Boom. There was a loud bang. Fenghua Furu Dao, who was still immersed in joy, looked in Yi Yu's direction with wide eyes. The black dragon blizzard was blasted into nothingness by a force. The flying snow all over the sky turned into water vapor. Ninjutsu's power is pretty good, but it's still a bit far from breaking through my defense. Yi Yu's voice came. The next moment, Yi Yu's figure appeared. A shield made of golden thunder and lightning appeared on Yi Yu. Yi Yu did not choose to go all out from the beginning. He wanted to test the power of ninjutsu from Fenghua Furamao. So he just used a defensive thundernet. Fenghua Xiaoshui, who was already desperate, was overjoyed when she saw that Yi Yu was not defeated by Fenghua Furious Ninjutsu. Great, he's not dead. Yi Yu dispersed the thundernet, looked at the wind and waves, smiled slightly and said, this kind of ninjutsu can't kill me. Fenghua Nudao's face was solemn. He was sure that the Black Dragon Blizzard just now definitely hit Yi Yu. But Yi Yu was not injured at all. Not even a drop of blood was shed. What the hell is that ninjutsu that can actually block my Black Dragon Blizzard? Advertisement Feng Hua Ragao was a little scared. The Thunder Net just now was able to withstand his Black Dragon Blizzard, and it seemed that Yi Yu had no difficulty in using it. This shows that Yi Yu's strength is definitely not inferior to him. Maybe even stronger than him. How is it possible? How can a brat like you be so strong? I don't believe it. Boy, do you think you can defeat me by blocking me with a ninjutsu? This is just a little ninjutsu of mine. Yi Yu smiled and said nothing. It was just this smile that made Feng Hua Runtao furious. You arrogant brat, go to hell. As he said this, Feng Hua Raging Dao began to form seals again. Ice Escape Double Dragon Blizzard. Rumble. Two black blizzards rushed towards Yi Yu, and the Black Dragon Blizzard, which was enough to smash boulders, rushed towards Yi Yu at high speed with a destructive momentum. Feng Hua Ang Dao looked crazy and said, ha ha ha, turn into ice chips in the snowstorm. Yi Yu shook his head, is this your strongest ninjutsu? A little disappointed, it's just a ninjutsu superimposed. The power has indeed doubled, but it has only doubled. Lightning style Chidori sharp gun, stab, a sharp neighing sound. A bolt of golden lightning instantly penetrated Feng Hua Nu Dao's chest. The speed was so fast that the madness on Feng Hua Nu Dao's face had not disappeared yet after being punched through the chest. Just slowly, Feng Hua Nu Dao felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and his eyes suddenly widened. How, when? For a moment, Feng Hua raged and vomited blood. The blood on his chest was completely turned to coke by the golden lightning. The smell of burning pervaded the wound. The vitality in his body disappeared quickly. Finally, Feng Hua Ang Dao couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. The chakra armor on his body has been pierced, and it has not absorbed Yi Yu's Chidori sharp spear at all. The so-called chakra armor is a joke in front of Yi Yu's ninjutsu and has no effect. When the Double Dragon Blizzard bombarded Yi Yu, it did not cause any harm to him. Still blocked by the Thunder Net. Thunder Net has now become Yi Yu's passive skill. As long as he is attacked, his Thunder Net will be automatically triggered without Yi Yu even needing to notice it. Moreover, the protection strength of the Thunder Net is extremely high. Even the most destructive ninjutsu such as Double Dragon Blizzard cannot shake the Thunder Net in the slightest. He protected Yi Yu among them so that he was not hurt at all. Everything happened so fast. Even Fubuki, who was standing in the wind and waves, didn't react. Advertisement by the time she reacted, Yi Yu had already appeared in front of her. Looking at the face in front of him, Fubuki swallowed. I surrender. Kui Shui looked at Feng Hua Nuodao's body at her feet and wisely chose to surrender. Yi Yu's battle just now finally left the impression of invincibility in her heart. It is estimated that as long as she sees Yi Yu in this life, she will not have the slightest idea of resistance. Once the storm is resolved, things in the Kingdom of Snow will be easier to handle. All he had to do was summon Feng Hua Xiaoshui's supporters and ascend to the position of daimyo. But no one could have imagined that the battle would end so quickly and so easily. The whole battle can't be called a battle, it's just Yi Yu's unilateral play. I didn't see Yi Yu struggling at all, and he even seemed to be a little unsatisfied. After Kui Shui surrendered, Yi Yu turned around and disappeared in front of her. After Yi Yu disappeared, Fubuki sat limply on the ground. He stared blankly at the corpse next to him. This monster. As he spoke, his body couldn't help but tremble. What chakra armor, it's a joke. Fubuki caressed the chakra armor on his body, thinking that Feng Hua Nu Dao had vowed that this was their weapon to conquer the ninja world. Fubuki only felt ironic. The chakra armor, which was extremely powerful in their eyes, was completely reduced to a decoration in front of Yi Yu. The huge strength gap cannot be bridged by a piece of chakra armor. Yi Yu appeared next to Feng Hua Xiaoshui. At this time, Feng Hua Xiaoshui was still immersed in the shock of being killed by Feng Hua Furudao. The romantic storm that had cast a shadow on her for 10 years was just killed. He died without much chance to resist. Feng Hua Xiaoshui stared blankly in the direction of Feng Hua Raging Waves. He died in less than 10 minutes, no, less than 1 minute? He died? Feng Hua Xiaoshui didn't know whether to be happy or scared at this time. Okay, the next step is to help you restore the country. Feng Hua Furudao is dead, and things have become very simple. Yi Yu's words pulled Feng Hua Xiaoshui out of shock. She turned around and looked at Yi Yu blankly. Is he really dead? Yi Yu nodded. He's dead, he's really dead, he's finally dead. Feng Hua Xiaoshui stood up, hugged Yi Yu and cried. Maybe tears of joy. Maybe I was just too shocked to know what to do. Feng Hua Xiaoshui cried, crying very sadly, as if Yi Yu had done something outrageous. After a long time, Feng Hua Xiaoshui's mood stabilized, and then she let go of Yi Yu. Yi Yu's shoulders were soaked with tears, but Yi Yu can understand. He also knows how painful the storm has brought to Feng Hua Xiaoshui. Chapter 164 The showdown between Sasuke and Gaara. Just as Yi Yu thought, after killing Feng Hua Furudao, Feng Hua Xiaoshui's return to the country became very simple. Later, Yi Yu helped Feng Hua Xiaoshui get rid of several ninjas in Shuiyin village who were stubbornly opposed to her. No one in the entire Snow Country objected to her becoming a daimyo. After staying in the country of snow for more than 10 days, I witnessed Feng Hua Xiaoshui holding the succession ceremony. Yi Yu left the country of snow, at the harbor of the land of snow. Fenghua Xiaoshui, who has become a famous name, stands in front of Yi Yu. Thank you, Yi Yu. After looking at Yi Yu for a long time, she only thought of this sentence. Yi Yu smiled and said, "See you later, Your Excellency. Remember to think of me more if you have any tasks in the future. I will be happy to help." Fenghua Xiaoshui was stunned for a moment, then he said silently, "You want to make money, right?" Yi Yu was a little embarrassed. I'm leaving, goodbye." After Fenghua Xiaoshui saw her little thoughts, Yi Yu had no choice but to leave. Just when Yi Yu was about to turn around and leave, Fenghua Xiaoshui hugged Yi Yu. "I will remember you." Yi Yu didn't feel anything at all. He patted Fenghua Xiaoshui on the back and said, "It is an honor for me to be remembered by His Excellency Daimyo." Fenghua Xiaoshui let go of Yi Yu and said with a tearful smile, "From now on, your reputation will be everywhere in the ninja world." Yi Yu just smiled, said nothing, turned and walked towards the ship docked at the port. It wasn't until the ship moved away and disappeared from sight that Fenghua Xiaoshui withdrew her gaze. Mr. Asama beside her side, "I didn't expect that it was just a B-level mission, but I could meet a strong man like Mr. Yi Yu. It's really a great blessing for the country of snow. If it weren't for Mr. Yi Yu, I don't know when the country would be restored. Your Highness, actually we can let Mr. Yi Yu stay for a while, which can enhance the relationship between Snow Country and him." Fenghua Xiaoshui glanced at Mr. Asama. She naturally knows what Mr. Asama means. But she knew that Yi Yu had no idea about her, and Yi Yu is only 12 years old. Since Yi Yu doesn't have any ideas, it's good to just be friends. Going further may not lead to a closer relationship, but alienation. Fenghua Xiaoshui didn't say anything and went back. Mr. Asama felt it was a pity. He actually hopes that Yi Yu and Fenghua Xiaoshui can improve their relationship. It is best for the two of them to be together, with Yi Yu, a strong man, sitting in the land of snow. The Kingdom of Snow will be extremely powerful, at least it will not be easily invaded by other countries. Of course, the Snow Country has never been invaded by other countries. After all, no country is full enough to occupy a country where it is winter all year round. But Asama Santao, as Fenghua Koyuki's staff, naturally has to consider her position. With Yi Yu's support, Fenghua Xiaoshui's position will be more stable. Advertisement. Unfortunately, neither Yi Yu nor Fenghua Xiaoshui meant that. Fenghua Xiaoshui didn't object, but Yi Yu didn't mean that at all. As for the age issue, this is the least of the issues. You must know that Fenghua Xiaoshui is a famous name. When Yi Yu reaches 16 years old, the two of them can theoretically get married. Mr. Asama felt it was a pity. Looking at the ships that had long since disappeared on the sea, Mr. Asama shook his head and sighed. Yi Yu completed the task. In Konoha, the Chunin exam has entered the finals. Just in time for the duel between Gaara and Sasuke. Unlike in the original work, Sasuke has already learned Chidori, so he did not delay the game due to practice. On the field, Shiranui Genma announced, "The contestants are entering." Countless spectators looked expectantly at Sasuke and Gaara as they slowly entered the arena. This is the game that countless viewers are most looking forward to today. Gaara, the genius of Sunagakure village, and Uchiha Sasuke, the genius of Konoha village. It is no exaggeration to say it is a peak showdown. In the audience, when Sasuke and Gaara appeared, all the audience cheered. The entire stadium was filled with enthusiastic cheers. Uchiha Sasuke, is this the genius ninja of Konoha's generation? He is so handsome, the most handsome among all the players. Is that the survivor of the Uchiha clan? How powerful are they? The audience is extremely looking forward to this game. Sasuke looked calm and walked slowly into the arena. Gaara also slowly walked towards Sasuke carrying a gourd on his back. With a gloomy look on his face, he was thinking about how to kill Sasuke. In the high-rise seats of Konoha, when Orochimaru, disguised as Kazekage, saw Sasuke, he stared at him closely. He even couldn't help but praise the power of the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage on the side frowned. He always felt that this Kazekage was a bit strange. But when he looked at Sasuke on the field, he smiled happily. I thought to myself, I wonder how powerful Sasuke is now. He will be Yi Yu's arm from now on. Shiranui Genma looked at Sasuke walking over and thought to himself, is this the survivor of the Uchiha clan? I wonder if the Uchiha clan is powerful. The two came to Shiranui Genma. Advertisement. After Shiranui Genma simply announced the rules of the competition. He jumped out of the arena. Gaara looked at Sasuke in front of him and sneered, Uchiha Sasuke, I said, I will kill you. Sasuke frowned. Wait until you have the ability. Gaara stopped talking nonsense. With a wave of his hand, countless yellow sand flew out of the gourd. Buzz. Countless yellow sand rushed towards Sasuke, trying to surround Sasuke. In the stands, Kakashi and Kai stood together. Kai frowned, that's Gaara's method. Xiao Li was injured by this move. I wonder if Sasuke knows Gaara's fighting style. Kakashi kept his eyes on Sasuke. Don't worry, he already knows. Kai felt relieved. At the same time, there were the Inorkecho trio, Hinata, Shino and Kiba, Lee and Tenten, Sakura and Naruto in the stands. Neji was injured when he fought with Naruto before and is now in the hospital. Several people looked at Sasuke nervously, and they all recognized that Sasuke was the strongest among them. But Gaara is also very strong, and ninjutsu is very scary. They are also worried that Sasuke will fall into the trap. Someone as strong as Xiao Li was crippled by Gaara in the end. One can imagine how difficult Gaara is. And Sasuke looked at the yellow sand rushing towards him from all directions. Instead of dodging, he rushed towards Gaara. As long as you are defeated, these yellow sands will no longer be a threat. Sasuke just ran at a normal speed at first. Gaara laughed contemptuously and said, "Stupid guy." He said with his hands clenched into fists. The speed of the surrounding yellow sand suddenly accelerated, and it instantly gathered around Sasuke. It's just that Sasuke didn't look nervous at all, but instead raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It seemed that Gaara's actions had been anticipated. Lightning-style instant. Sasuke raised his two fingers, and the next moment, he turned into a flash of blue and disappeared from Gaara's sight. Gaara's eyes widened. So fast, even Gaara didn't react. He disappeared without even seeing Sasuke move. Chapter 165 Beat Gaara and Vomit Blood. A blue lightning flashed across and there was a muffled sound. Bang! Gaara only felt a pain in his abdomen, and his body flew up. It hit the wall of the arena like a cannonball. A crater several meters large appeared on the wall of the arena. Gaara was lying in the pit. When he got up, he was vomiting blood. Sasuke's blow just now was so powerful that it injured his internal organs. At this moment Gaara only felt severe pain all over his body. His skin began to crack, and pieces of loess fell. After these loess fell, they all turned into yellow sand. Okay, what a strong force. Is this the power of the Uchiha clan? With just one blow, Gaara was beaten like this. He probably didn't even react, right? He is indeed a genius of the Uchiha clan. His strength is probably the strongest among those who took the Chunin exam this time. Warm cheers suddenly erupted from the audience. Everyone cheers for Sasuke. It's so exciting. This is the ninja showdown they most want to see. Although the previous battles were quite exciting, they always felt like children playing house. For a moment, the audience in the auditorium cheered for Sasuke. People who originally only knew that Sasuke was a member of the Uchiha clan were now frantically trying to find out more about Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke completely became a star. In fact, his opening move was so shocking. Not only the audience was shocked, even many ninjas in the audience were shocked by Sasuke's move. As the referee, Shiranui Genma stood at the edge of the field, although he did not speak. But my heart was already extremely shocked. Uchiha Sasuke. As expected, he belongs to the Uchiha clan. This kind of strength far exceeds that of ninjas of the same level. And he hasn't activated the Sharingan yet. He already has Jonin level speed and strength even before he activates the Sharingan. It looks like the village will be getting a Jonin soon. Advertisement is the top combat power of the village. Adding one Jonin to each village is a great thing. What's more, he is still a Jonin from the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's future will not stop at being a Jonin. It won't be long before he reaches the Kage level. Shiranui Genma will not deny this. In the audience, Kai turned to look at Kakashi next to him. Kakashi, you taught him his physical skills, right? Kakashi looked calm, because he already knew Sasuke's strength. Kakashi did not deny, yes, some of your taijutsu were mixed in. Kai smiled, no wonder I said it looks familiar. Naruto probably also taught Sasuke some taijutsu, right? Kakashi nodded, the two of them have communicated. Because Sasuke at this time is not as extreme and arrogant as in the original work. So he could listen to what Yu said, and Yu asked him to learn more physical skills. So he not only learned taijutsu from Kakashi, but also learned many of Kai's taijutsu from Naruto. Kai continued, his speed is almost as fast as Shao Li's opening 8 Gates Dunjia. In the original work, Sasuke's speed at this time can be the same as the speed of unloading the weight. The current Sasuke is stronger than at this time in the original work, and is about the same speed as when Shao Li opened the 3 doors. Coupled with the lightning-style teleportation, his speed is already the same as when Shao Li activated 8 Gates Dunjia. Kai sighed, as expected of the Uchiha clan, he achieved the speed that took Shao Li several years to achieve in just a few months. Kakashi was no surprise. It's true that Shao Li is gifted with hard work, but Sasuke can catch up with Shao Li's progress in several years in terms of physical skills within a few months. If it weren't for the fact that Sasuke's main attack direction was not in taijutsu, Sasuke's physical skills now probably surpass Shao Li's. Even during this period in the original work, Kaido lamented Sasuke's amazing talent, lamenting that his few months of training had reached the level of Shao Li's several years of training. The gap between geniuses and ordinary people is so big. This is even if Sasuke doesn't focus on physical skills. But Kai was very pleased. Kakashi, do you want to consider letting me teach Sasuke? Kakashi looked at Kai and said calmly, he doesn't just learn taijutsu. Are you going to teach him 8 Gates Dungeon? Kai smiled and said, what's wrong? I think Sasuke should be able to learn it easily. If he wants to learn it, he will take the initiative to find you. Physical skills are just his auxiliary. I'm afraid he is not interested in 8 Gates Dunjia. Kai was a little disappointed. Although he knew that Sasuke was a genius in all aspects, he would definitely not be willing to focus on physical skills. But he really thinks Sasuke is a genius, even more talented than Shao Li. Advertisement, but I'm afraid it's impossible for Sasuke to learn. Not to mention Sasuke, any ninja who can use ninjutsu will basically not be willing to focus on taijutsu. For example, among Kaiban, only Shao Li learned 8 Gates Dunjia. Kai wanted to teach Neji and Tenten 8 Gates Dunka before, but both of them refused. Tenten feels that he does not have that talent, but Neji does have that talent, but he has the taijutsu of the Hyuga clan and is not interested in Kai's 8 Gates Dungeon. And on the third generation side, seeing the strength shown by Sasuke, Orochimaru became more and more excited as he watched. He could barely suppress the smile on his face. This is your best genius in Konoha, Hokage. Your village is so lucky. Third generation smiled, and he was very pleased. Sasuke was stronger than he expected. Originally, he thought that Sasuke was only around Chunin's strength at this time. Unexpectedly, Sasuke has already shown the level of Jonin at this time, even if it is only taijutsu and teleportation. But he knew that Sasuke would still be Chidori, at Sasuke's speed, plus Sharingan and Chidori. At this time, Sasuke is definitely as strong as Jonin. Together with Yu, Konoha now has one more Jonin, a cage level. I was worried about Konoha's future third generation before, but now I am finally relieved. Even if Orochimaru attacks the village, as long as Yu, Sasuke and Naruto are fine, the village's foundation will be intact. Even if I die in the battle, as long as they're here, the future of Konoha will not be greatly affected. The third generation knew that Orochimaru would definitely attack the village during the game. It's just that he didn't know when or where he attacked. And he also put on the battle armor, just waiting for Orochimaru to appear. Now he had no worries waiting for Orochimaru to attack. But what third generation didn't expect was that Orochimaru, whom he had been waiting for, would be sitting next to him. After all, third generation did not expect that Orochimaru could kill fourth generation Kazekage, and even pretended to be him and sat next to him blatantly. After seeing Gaara being beaten until he vomited blood, Ma-ji in the audience was shocked. That guy actually beat Gaara until he vomited blood. Are you kidding me? Temari and Kankuro were stunned. That guy is indeed very strong. He was able to beat Gaara to the point of vomiting blood. But if this is the case, can the attack plan still go ahead as planned? Chapter 166 Gaara goes berserk. Temari and Kankuro were worried that Gaara would go berserk because of this, and in that case the plan would have to start in advance. Sanagakure village's plan is to completely transform Gaara into a tailed beast within Konoha village and use the tailed beast Jade to blast Konoha to pieces. Although Konoha village is very large, the main population lives in the main urban area. The area of the main urban area is not large, only a few kilometers. Just detonating one tailed beast Jade in the main city of Konoha village is enough to destroy most of the main city of Konoha village. This is Sanagakure village's plan. This is why every major ninja village must obtain at least one tailed beast. In fact, the strength of pure tailed beasts is not very strong. Many shadow-level experts can capture tailed beasts without much effort. The main function of the tailed beast is to be used as a fort. A single shot of tailed beast Jade is enough to destroy everything within a few kilometers. On the battlefield, this is a very terrifying weapon. And if Gaara goes berserk at this time, Konoha village will be alert in advance, and the plan will most likely fail. After all, the ninjas in Konoha village are not without strong ones, and there is no problem in dealing with a one tail. Temari and Kankuro are very worried, and Gaara was indeed angry. Because he was vomiting blood, someone beat him to the point of vomiting blood. Even Xiao Li, who had beaten him badly before, didn't beat him to blood. But as soon as Sasuke struck, he beat him so badly that even though he vomited blood, he didn't even react to Sasuke's movements, and his body couldn't block Sasuke's taijutsu. Gaara reached up and covered his eyes. His expression became crazy. It actually made me vomit blood. Ah, blood, I'm going to kill you, kill you. Gaara went crazy. Temari, Kankuro and Maki realized something was wrong when they saw Gaara in this state. Gaara calmed down. Temari and Kankuro were shouting in the stands, but Gaara couldn't listen anymore. Now he only has one thought, which is to kill Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the crazy Gaara with a solemn expression. Because he felt the chakra in Gaara's body was rising rapidly. Is it the power of the tailed beast? It's really a terrifying power. Sasuke was also shocked by the chakra burst out by Gaara. Gaara looked at Sasuke with cold eyes, and his brain began to lose control. Kill you, I'm going to kill you. He kept repeating this sentence in his mouth. Sasuke looked at Gaara with a solemn expression, even opened Sharingan. After turning on Sharingan, Sasuke felt that the pressure on his body was relieved a lot. When Gaara felt Sasuke's gaze, he became even more crazy. Advertisement, is that Sharingan? Those are really annoying eyes, I'll kill you. After Gaara finished speaking, he began to transform into a half-tailed beast. One-tail Shukaku's limbs sprout from his body. A huge Tanuki arm grew out. The yellow sand around him also turned into Shukaku's palm and slapped Sasuke. A huge arm of more than 10 meters of yellow sand slapped Sasuke hard. Boom, 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 boom. Shiranui Genma stared at this scene with wide eyes. What kind of power is this? Do you want to stop the game? Shiranui Genma was caught in a tangle. This kind of competition is a life and death contract. Unless one side admits defeat or loses its fighting capacity, the game cannot be stopped. Shiranui Genma was confused and looked at Sasuke. Want to see if Sasuke is willing to admit defeat. But Sasuke didn't even look his way, although Sasuke felt a lot of pressure. But I still plan to challenge my limits. Let me try the power of the tailed beast. Seeing that Sasuke was about to continue the game, Kakashi was a little worried. What is Sasuke going to do? Gaara is Jinchuriki and he has gone berserk. Does he still want to continue playing? Kakashi feels that Sasuke should admit defeat at this point. After all, this is no longer an ordinary game. Jinchuriki went berserk, even Jonin was struggling. Not to mention Sasuke, Kai was also serious. Kakashi, it seems we have to be ready to take action at any time. Kakashi looked at Sasuke's back. Sakura clasped her hands and looked at Sasuke nervously. She naturally knew that Gaara had obviously gone berserk. But Sasuke didn't stop playing and she couldn't stop either. Naruto, standing next to Sakura, murmured to himself, is this the state I'm in after the rampage? If it weren't for Yu, I would have killed Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi-sensei. Tailed beasts are really terrifying, can I really master this power? Fortunately, I have Yu to help me suppress it. Does he also have a companion to help him suppress it? Naruto felt some sympathy for Gaara for a moment. Although Naruto was frightened by the state of Jinchuriki after his rampage, he knew that Yu helped him suppress his rampage. But after Gaara goes berserk, will there really be Sanagakure village to help suppress him? What Naruto didn't know was that there was someone in Sanagakure village who could suppress the rampaging Gaara, his father, 4th generation Kazekage Rasa. But not anymore. Advertisement because neither 3rd Hokage nor 4th generation Kazekage gave an order to stop the game. Shiranui Genma did not stop either. 3rd Hokage saw that Sasuke still wanted a challenge, so he didn't stop the game. Orochimaru planned to take advantage of the chaos caused by Gaara to kill the 3rd Hokage. Stab, Gaara mocked, do you just fly around like a fly? Orochimaru, who was sitting next to the 3rd Hokage, was also shocked by Sasuke's ninjutsu. After dodging several times, Sasuke frowned and said, if this continues, my chakra will reach its bottom. I have to kill him with one blow. If I keep hitting him endlessly, I will definitely be exhausted to death. Rumble, he didn't dare to resist except to avoid it. And delivers a large amount of chakra to the eyes. And when Sasuke used Chidori, Kaido was shocked, also a characteristic of Chidori. It's a legacy. The 3rd Hokage's eyes were filled with relief. Is this Sasuke's special move? So powerful, it even caused violent shaking. Then countless lightning flashes appeared in Sasuke's right hand. After Sasuke stepped aside, several yellow sand whips were whipped towards him. And when Sasuke watched the huge yellow sand arm slap towards him. Although he knew that Sasuke was very strong now, he didn't know that he still had such a strong ninjutsu. Sasuke could only move out of the way again. Chidori screamed, his voice resounding throughout the venue. Sharingan's double Magatama began to spin wildly. Has Sasuke become this strong already? I am looking forward to making him my vessel more and more. After making a decision in his mind, Sasuke immediately formed a seal with his hands. Buzz. Lightning-style Chidori. Not only Guy, but all the Konoha 12 heroes, except for Ninji who was not here, as well as Sakura and Naruto who had known about it for a long time, were all shocked. Uchiha Sasuke, no matter how hard you struggle, I will kill you, hee. This is simply not what ninjas of their age should master. That's the problem with Chidori. After a few whipping sounds, several gullies more than 10 meters long appeared on the ground. Shikamaru exclaimed. The huge arm of yellow sand hit the place where Sasuke was standing just now, and the huge force created a large crater several meters wide in the ground. See, Sasuke keeps flashing. Sasuke's vision becomes extremely clear and his dynamic vision becomes very sensitive. So for a while, no one let the game stop. Chapter 167 Orochimaru takes action and mutates. Sasuke's chakra has been consumed by a third, except for this time, he only had 3 chances to release Chidori today. Different from the original work, Sasuke can release Chidori 4 times a day at this time, which is twice more than the 2 times in the original work. Lightning style instant, buzz, bang, rumble. Sasuke used lightning style again. This ninjutsu increases his speed several times. It almost turned into a flash of blue light. Gaara immediately clenched his fists. Shukaku's arms immediately wrapped around him. After the huge arms wrapped Gaara's body into a round ball, it turned into a giant earth ball. Next to it is a huge eyeball made of yellow sand. It looks very weird, but Sasuke didn't care at all. After a blue light flashed, Chidori was blasted into the earth ball. The power are much greater than at this time in the original work. Countless lightnings instantly penetrated the yellow sand. Countless clods of earth were shattered into pieces by Chidori's lightning. After piercing several meters of soil, Sasuke's hand pierced Gaara's chest, which was wrapped in the center. But Sasuke was also out of breath. Gaara, who was wrapped in a ball, looked at his bleeding chest and couldn't believe it at all. Bleeding again, Gaara's roar echoed throughout the arena. It wasn't even a human voice anymore, but the roar of a beast. Sasuke only broke through the surface of Gaara's chest. Although blood flowed, it did not actually penetrate or damage his internal organs. Feeling Gaara's wrath and the chakra that was continuing to rise, Sasuke felt bad. I want to pull my hands out of the sand. But Huang Sha was also holding his hand. After pulling for a long time, it still didn't come out. Sasuke even noticed that the yellow sand beneath his feet began to gather around his body. Seeing that the yellow sand was about to gather and crush him to death, Sasuke gritted his teeth, lightning-style Chidori. Stab, rumble, advertisement. There was no other way. Sasuke could only use his other hand to form a seal, and countless lightning flashed out of the hand that stayed in the sand. These lightning blasted away the surrounding sand. Taking advantage of this gap, Sasuke immediately jumped back. He and Gaara were tens of meters apart. At this time, Sasuke was out of breath, and only 1/3 of the chakra was left. There were also several wounds on the body, bleeding profusely. But Sasuke still drove the Sharingan and stared at Gaara. Even though there were several wounds bleeding on his right hand, even though his body was shaking, he still didn't admit defeat. At this time, Shiranui Genma next to him frowned, hoping that Sasuke would quickly admit defeat. Gaara was obviously not a normal person, he was a Jinchuriki and went on a rampage. There is no point in fighting anymore, and you may die. It was just a Chunin exam, and Shiranui Genma didn't want anything to go wrong with Sasuke. After all, Sasuke's performance has been excellent, and now Sasuke is a proper Jonin. There are no shortcomings. Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, and the enhanced Genjutsu brought by Sharingan, Ninjutsu Sasuke has reached the level of Jonin. Shiranui Genma knew very well that in the situation just now, his performance against Gaara would definitely not be better than Sasuke's, or even worse than him. Because Shiranui Genma doesn't have a ninjutsu that is as lethal as Chidori. If Gaara had grabbed an arm just now, that arm would have been disabled. But Sasuke just made a seal with one hand and released Chidori again. This method is obviously much stronger than him. He didn't want Sasuke to lose his life here because of his anger. Even the third Hokage sitting on it frowned. It's time for Sasuke to admit defeat. Just when he was about to let Shiranui Genma stop the game, Orochimaru, who was sitting next to him, suddenly appeared behind him. He held him hostage and jumped to the roof. This sudden scene caught everyone, including third Hokage, from their expectations. After seeing Orochimaru take action, the ninjas hidden in the audience began to release Genjutsu Nirvana abode. In an instant, except for a few people in the entire venue, everyone was hallucinated and passed out in their seats. After Orochimaru moved, Magi and the ninjas from Sanagakure village also took action. Maki appeared in front of Gaara, while Temari and Kankuro appeared next to Gaara. At this time, Gaara was hit with a wound on his chest, and blood was flowing out. It's just that he still wants to completely transform into a tailed beast. So the spirit is crazy. Both Temari and Kankuro were knocked away by him. His cold gaze was fixed on Sasuke. Advertisement, Uchiha Sasuke, I must kill you, I must kill you. Gaara was very crazy at this time. Maki glanced at Gaara and frowned, it's really troublesome, why can't you control it? At this time, Sasuke looked at the sudden scene and the black barrier that appeared on the top of the venue. Gaara was still injured and his chakra was consumed too much. Go and stop them. Seeing that Gaara still wanted to continue fighting Sasuke, Maki immediately said, Gaara, don't forget your mission. Letting him chase Gaara is equivalent to letting him leave this dangerous place. So Shiranui Genma must stand in front of Sasuke. Maki felt that Gaara spoiled the plan by going berserk ahead of time. Although Sasuke did not inflict fatal injuries on him just now, the extensive use of chakra made it difficult for him to enter the state of complete tailed beast transformation. But Gaara couldn't listen at all and was still walking towards Sasuke. There is no threat to him. Temari and Kankuro, who were knocked away, came to Gaara and helped him up. Temari and Kankuro combined are no match for Sasuke at this time. Looking at Maki opposite, Maki said unhappily, really, it's just a game, but the chakra was consumed in advance. Temari immediately said, now we can only let Gaara restore chakra first. Seeing that Temari and Kankuro were about to leave with Gaara, Shiranui Genma immediately said, Sasuke, you are now a Chunin, and now I will assign you the first task. Before Sasuke finished speaking, Shiranui Genma said, Jonin will handle it at the Hokage. You go and stop Gaara and the others. But there was nothing he could do, after all, he couldn't do anything to Gaara. Only then did Gaara regain his composure, covering his head and kneeling on the ground. Shiranui Genma actually wanted Sasuke to leave here quickly. Temari, Kankuro take Gaara away and let him heal his injuries and restore chakra. Sasuke looked at the roof barrier and said, but the Hokage side. After Temari checked Gaara's body, he said, the amount of chakra in his body is too small, and he cannot enter the complete tailed beast transformation. Maki looked at Gaara like this and frowned, it's all because you want to enter the complete tailed beast transformation early. What the hell is going on? And Shiranui Genma also appeared in front of Sasuke. As Konoha's special Jonin, of course he had to keep Sasuke. It's just that the steps are very heavy, chakra was consumed so much that Gaara was almost possessed by Shukaku. Make Maki very dissatisfied, Gaara caused the early start of this plan. The severe pain made Gaara scream on the ground. At this time, Sasuke chakra consumes a lot of energy. If Maki attacks him, it will be difficult for him to block it. Although Maki was very unhappy, he knew that this was the only way to go. Advertisement Chapter 168 Give your body to 9 tails. Temari and Kankuro glanced at Gaara who was shaking all over. I was extremely shocked. You can actually defeat the half-tailed beast Gaara like this. How powerful is that Uchiha Sasuke? Is this the strength of the strongest genius of Konoha's generation? Both of them thought Sasuke was the most powerful ninja in this generation. In fact, many ninjas in Konoha think so now. After all, no one has seen Yi use true strength except for 3rd generation and Kakashi, as well as the older generation in Okacho and Yamato. Of course, even 3rd generation have never seen Yi perform at his best. But even Sasuke has shocked Temari and Kankuro. Both of them knew very well that even if they joined forces, they would never be Sasuke's opponent. Maki saw that Temari and Kankuro were still where they were. He said angrily, "Hurry up and leave." Only then did Temari and Kankuro react, helping Gaara and jumping out of the venue. Sasuke followed suit. Maji wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Shiranui Genma. On Kakashi's side, he asked Sakura to remove Naruto and Shikamaru's genjutsu, and then asked them to chase Sasuke. After a long time, after Sasuke caught up with Gaara and the others, Gaara was no match for Sasuke in his half-tailed beast state. Different from the original work, after Gaara transformed into a half-tailed beast, Sasuke was no longer his opponent. But during this period, Sasuke is more powerful than in the original work. Even with only a third of chakra left, he still barely defeated Gaara, forcing Gaara to use the jutsu of false sleep, completely handing over his body to Shukaku's control. After Shukaku appeared, Sasuke felt the huge power gap between himself and the tailed beasts. And his chakra has been almost exhausted. The remaining chakra is still used to suppress the curse seal. Originally, he could consume the last chakra and then enter the curse seal transformation. But he still didn't choose to do this. The result was naturally a huge defeat by Shukaku, and it was very miserable. Has been knocked unconscious on the ground. Naruto and Sakura arrived later. There was nothing the two could do to Shukaku. Naruto had no choice but to summon Bunta. The only difference from the original work is that Gaara was consumed by Sasuke too much chakra before. The body is completely controlled by Shukaku, so Naruto, Gamabunta and Shukaku fought for a long time. Not only were they unable to do anything to it, they were also defeated by it. In a big battle, most of the forest outside Konoha village was destroyed by Shukaku. Advertisement: Gamabunta lost his combat effectiveness after being hit by a blank bullet from Shukaku. Naruto was knocked unconscious next to Gamabunta. Shukaku turned his head and looked in the direction of Konoha. "Damnable humans, after finally coming out, I will destroy your village." With that said, Shukaku started to gather tailed beast jade towards Konoha village. Shukaku can also use tailed beast jade, but he can also use wind release ninjutsu and magnet style ninjutsu, so he usually doesn't use tailed beast jade. After all, using tailed beast jade consumes too much chakra. If you can't use it, don't use it. But Shukaku was imprisoned in Gaara's body for more than 10 years. It finally came out once and saw the human ninja village it hated most. It must be destroyed. Just when Shukaku condenses the chakra, after being knocked unconscious, Naruto's consciousness entered the sealed space. Nine Tails looked at Naruto, who walked into the space of consciousness in a trance. It had learned about the situation outside from inside Naruto. That guy Shukaku is still making the same noises as before. It's already this time, why hasn't that boy Yu shown up yet? If he doesn't come out, his village will be destroyed. Nine Tails was inexplicably worried. Looking at Naruto, who had not yet woken up, Nine Tails couldn't sit still. Damn it. Where did that kid Yu go? It's already this time, why don't you take action? Isn't he not in the village? Nine Tails looked solemn. It hated humans and still does. But when it saw that Shukaku was about to destroy the Leaf Village, it felt inexplicably upset. Nine Tails didn't realize that the reason why it was irritated was because Konoha village was Yu's village. And it does hate Shukaku. When Shukaku's tailed beast is about to condense. Nine Tails was angry. Damn it, what on earth is that kid doing? Could it be that he really isn't in Konoha village? No, I will never let Shukaku succeed. Yes, I just hate the guy Shukaku. Nine Tails brainwashed himself. After making the decision, Nine Tails awakened Naruto. Hey, kid, wake up quickly. If you don't wake up, your existence will be destroyed. Naruto in the sealed space was awakened. Wiping his eyes, Naruto raised his head and looked at the huge Nine Tails in front of him. Naruto immediately warned, Nine Tails, what do you want to do? Do you want to break the seal? I will never let you succeed. Nine Tails rolled his eyes at him. Advertisement, he said without any nonsense, boy, give your body to me for the time being, if you don't want your village to be destroyed. Of course Naruto didn't want to, don't even think about it. Nine Tails gritted its teeth, it really wanted to slap Naruto to death with one claw. It's already this time, what is he doing? However, Nine Tails patiently explained, if you don't give me control of your body, I guarantee that your village will be destroyed. Shukaku's tailed beast jade is about to be condensed. Now you can only solve it by fully transforming into a tailed beast. After Naruto saw the situation outside, he discovered that Shukaku was really condensing the tailed beast jade. This startled him, because Shukaku's target is Konoha village. If that tailed beast jade falls on Konoha village will be razed to the ground. Although Naruto didn't know how terrifying the power of the tailed beast jade was, Yu described it to him that it was a ninjutsu that could destroy everything within several kilometers or even 10 kilometers. It is the most terrifying ninjutsu among tailed beasts. But he really wants to give his body to Nine Tails to control. What if Nine Tails does not help him defeat Shukaku, but instead destroys Konoha village with Shukaku? Naruto was confused. Seeing that Naruto was still hesitant, Nine Tails really wanted to give Naruto a tailed beast jade. Boy, you don't have time to hesitate, you can only trust me. Also, is that boy Yu not in the village? I don't want that kid to come back and find that the village is gone. Don't worry, he is here. Even if I break the seal and go out, he will catch me. You know, he has this ability. And with his new sealing techniques, there's no way I can break the seal. Hurry up, that guy Shukaku's tailed beast Jade is about to condense successfully. Naruto was moved by Ninetales' words. He had no choice but to agree to temporarily give his body to Ninetales' control. After Naruto agreed, the sealing techniques left by Yu came into play. Ninetales' chakra passed the sealing techniques style unimpeded. Naruto's body also instantly transformed into Ninetales' true form. Ho! With a roar, the huge Ninetales appeared in the forest. Buzz, paw, rumble. As soon as Ninetales appeared, Shukaku didn't even wait for him to react. He flashed in front of it at an extremely fast speed and slapped Shukaku's face to the sky with his claws. The tailed beast Jade in Shukaku's mouth also shot out into the sky. The tailed beast Jade shot dozens of kilometers into the sky before exploding. Even though it exploded dozens of kilometers in the sky, the aftermath of the tailed beast Jade explosion still swept through the surrounding ground for more than 10 kilometers. The energy aftermath blasted a large crater several kilometers wide into the ground. The terrifying power of the tailed beast Jade was fully demonstrated at this moment. Chapter 169 Ninetales crushes Shukaku. When Ninetales appeared, Gamabunta, who was knocked to the ground by Shukaku, was stunned. Ninetales, that kid has completely transformed into a tailed beast. Has he fully mastered the power of Ninetales? After being slapped with a claw, Shukaku flew several hundred meters upside down. When he took a closer look, he became angry. Ninetales, you are looking for death. You know, the relationship between Shukaku and Ninetales is very tense. Wind escape practice blank bullets. Shukaku patted his belly and fired a blank shot. Ninetales was not afraid at all, and ran towards Shukaku with the blank ammunition on his shoulder. The speed was very fast, and the heavy body caused the ground to shake violently. Bang! The empty bullet was swatted away by Ninetales' paw. In the blink of an eye, Ninetales appeared in front of Shukaku. With one claw, Shukaku's fat body flew hundreds of meters away. Shukaku's body of dozens of meters hit a hill heavily. The hill was shattered by it. Ninetales is very powerful and very fast. Among the nine-tailed beasts, its power is even second only to Five-Tails Kakuo. So Shukaku's fat body was blown away with one claw. It's just this familiar feeling that reminds Shukaku of many memories and many experiences of fighting between them. Ninetales, after decades, you still dare to be so arrogant, I will kill you. Rumble. Shukaku just got up from the ground, and after he finished speaking, a small-tailed beast Jade appeared in front of him. In an instant, the tailed beast Jade exploded, and everything within several kilometers was completely destroyed by the aftermath of the tailed beast Jade explosion. The place where Shukaku was standing just now has turned into a large pit several kilometers wide, and Shukaku has lost consciousness and is lying in the center of the pit. Ninetales came to the side of the big pit and said coldly, "It's been decades, but you haven't made any progress at all. You've been no match for me for thousands of years, and you're still no match for me now. I don't know where that guy went. He was not in the village during such a critical time, which caused me so much trouble." Ninetales said to himself. Shukaku had been beaten unconscious. The power gap between Shukaku and Ninetales is so huge. In the past, Ninetales had never seriously fought against Shukaku, so Shukaku had the illusion that Ninetales was not much better than it. But in today's match, Ninetales completely crushed it. Advertisement, it didn't even have a chance to fight back. After Shukaku lost consciousness, he also returned to Gaara's body. Gaara lay in the center of the pit. After seeing the matter resolved, Ninetales also returned to Naruto's body. It wanted to come out, but if it came out, it would definitely be chased back and sealed by Yu, so after thinking about it, it was better to forget it. And with Yu's seal there, it can't break through the seal. After returning to Naruto's body, Naruto recovered his body. It's just that he still hasn't woken up. Ninetales' chakra is too terrifying. Although Ninetales has taken over Naruto's body is still unable to withstand Ninetales' huge chakra. So it doesn't take too long to completely transform into a tailed beast. Fortunately, Ninetales was strong enough to knock Shukaku unconscious before the time expired. After Ninetales returned to Naruto's body, only then did Gamabunta dare to come to Naruto. The battle between the two tailed beasts just now was so terrifying that it didn't dare to get close at all. In other words, you can't get close at all. It had fought against Ninetales together with 4th generation before, and was not at a disadvantage. It even felt that the tailed beast was just like that, not very strong. But today it fought against Shukaku on its own, and was defeated by Shukaku in just a few moves. If Naruto hadn't completely transformed into a tailed beast, it would have had no choice but to contact the psychic and hide back in Mount Myoboku. Even if the speed is slower, Shukaku will kill him. But Shukaku, who was so terrifying, was completely crushed in front of Ninetales. There was no way to fight back. A tailed beast is still a tailed beast, and its strength is still much stronger than that of a ninja beast. It's not a one-dimensional combat power at all. After looking at Naruto lying on the ground, Gamabunta took him to Sasuke and Sakura, and without saying anything, he released the channeling and returned to Mount Myoboku. Sakura, who was watching the whole battle, was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. Naruto was placed in front of her by Gamabunta, and she came back to her senses. Looking at the large crater several kilometers wide in the distance, Sakura murmured to herself, "Then, is that Ninetales? Okay, so strong. No wonder we have to seal the tailed beast. Such a terrifying monster can easily destroy the Leaf Village, right?" Sakura was really frightened by the terrifying fighting power of Nine Tails. Shukaku was powerful enough. Even if Naruto channeled Gamabunta, he would not be its opponent. But such a powerful Shukaku could be defeated by Nine Tails with just a few claws and a tailed beast jade. The whole battle didn't even last a minute. Advertisement. This is the strength of Nine Tails. Sakura is even more aware of how terrifying Yiyu's strength is. Because he could suppress Nine Tails and seal such a terrifying existence within Naruto's body. The most shocking thing is that Nine Tails actually showed up to help them. Sakura heard what Nine Tails was standing by the pit talking to himself just now. After thinking for a moment, she knew who the person Nine Tails was talking about. Such a powerful Nine Tails, I didn't expect that they would come out to help us. Is it because of Yiyu? What exactly did Yiyu do to it, or what kind of deal did it make with it? That's right. With such a powerful monster, you can only communicate with it by suppressing it with strength, right? Sakura guessed. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke lying on the ground, Sakura shook her head. He has surpassed us so much, I'm afraid it's hard for us to even see his back now, right? Just as Sakura was mumbling to herself, a voice came from her ear. I didn't expect this kid to be able to completely transform into a tailed beast. He's much stronger than I thought. Upon hearing this voice, Sakura immediately pulled out her kunai and took a defensive stance. Sakura looked in the direction of the conversation and saw a silver-haired ninja. The person who came was none other than Jiraiya, who was rushing back to the village. Seeing Sakura's defensive look, Jiraiya waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm not an enemy. I'm Jiraiya." Upon hearing the name, Sakura's eyes widened. Is this the Sannin Jiraiya who taught Naruto the psychic art? Jiraiya looked at Naruto and Sasuke who were lying on the ground. He smiled and said, "You can actually push the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure village to that level. These two boys are much stronger than I was back then." When Jiraiya was this age, he was not as strong as Sasuke and Naruto. Especially Sasuke, although Sasuke couldn't fight Gaara, who was completely tailed beast because he didn't have a powerful psychic beast. But when Gaara was a half-tailed beast, he was no match for Sasuke. This already shows that Sasuke's strength is already on Jonin's level. And he is very skilled in using Chidori. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke actually have the strength of Jonin. Naruto is now stronger than Sasuke because of Gamabunta's blessing. If Gamabunta is not included, he is no match for Sasuke. After all, he hasn't mastered the power of Nine Tails yet. Chapter 170 Yiyu was promoted to Jonin, brought Naruto and Sasuke back. Jiraiya was very curious about Yiyu, who was always mentioned by Naruto. He knew that Naruto learned his Rasengan from him. In Naruto's mouth, it seemed that Yiyu was omnipotent. There was an extra 8-sign seal in Naruto's body that he had explored. It is much stronger than Namikaze Minato's, and the effect is very good. It even helps Naruto master Nine Tails Chakra. What kind of person is Yiyu who has so many incredible ninjutsu at Naruto's age? Just now, Naruto was able to completely transform into a tailed beast. Jiraiya knew very well that it was the effect of the 8-sign seal left by Yiyu. With that seal in place, as long as Naruto doesn't seek death and untie the seal, it will be impossible for Nine Tails to come out, and it will be difficult for Naruto to go berserk. What is even more surprising is that Nine Tails is actually willing to protect Konoha village. In the battle between Nine Tails and One Tail just now, it is obvious that Nine Tails has been preventing One Tail from attacking Konoha village. He knew very well that it was impossible for Naruto to completely transform into a tailed beast. Then it could only be that Naruto gave his body to Nine Tails to control. But in this situation, Nine Tails was free. It actually did not attack Konoha village and even protected Konoha village. This kind of thing is very weird and definitely not something Naruto can do. After all, Naruto does not have the power of Nine Tails now, and even if Nine Tails gives him a little more chakra, he will go berserk. It means that Nine Tails has not recognized Naruto yet. But after Nine Tails completely took control of Naruto's body, not only did they not destroy Konoha village, but protected Konoha village, they were willing to return to Naruto's body after the fight. It all has something to do with Yiyu. How on earth could such an amazingly talented person be able to do so many unbelievable things at Naruto's age? At this time, in Konoha village, the battle between Orochimaru and the third generation has come to an end. The result was the same as in the original work. Third generation chose to seal Orochimaru with the ghoul seal. Just after third generation sealed Orochimaru's hands, he gave the last order to the Anbu and Konoha Jonin outside the four purple sun formation. Kakashi, I leave Yiyu to you. All Jonin obey. Now I raise Kagabumi Yiyu as Jonin, and order him to be the next Hokage's bodyguard. After saying that, the third generation soul was sealed by Shinigami. At the end of the battle, Orochimaru was also taken away by the four people. A group of ninjas came to the third generation. They were all sad, and the third generation saved Konoha village with their own lives. Advertisement. What shocked them even more was the final order from third generation. It's like leaving someone alone at the end of the day. It's just that the person entrusted to him is not his grandson Konohamaru, but Yiyu. Yiyu was promoted to Chunin just a few months ago, and now the last order from third generation is to promote him to Jonin and become the next Hokage's bodyguard. This is so hard to understand, but Kakashi understands completely. He knew how much third generation had high expectations for Yiyu during this period. Even if Orochimaru hadn't attacked Konoha village, he would have been promoted to Jonin before long. In fact, before dying, Third generation felt that the most regrettable thing was that they did not hand over the Hokage cloak to Yi Yu with their own eyes. He did not personally hand over the position of Hokage to him. Now that the third generation is dead, the next Hokage will definitely not be him. His strength has been achieved, but his prestige and qualifications are far from enough. That's why third generation promoted Yi Yu to Jonin and made him the next Hokage's bodyguard. This is the last order of the third generation. No matter who the next Hokage is, they will basically not disobey this order. Of course, if it were Danzo, he would definitely not comply. But third generation knew very well that Danzo would never be able to become a Hokage. Because there are still two Hokage consultants here. Although the two Hokage consultants do have some conservative ideas, there is no doubt that they are of the Hokage lineage. If the third generation and Danzo had a dispute, the two Hokage advisors would side with the third generation without hesitation. So with the two of them here, the next Hokage cannot be Danzo. Unless there is really no one left in Konoha, but the fact is that the people who can be Hokage in Konoha now include Jiraiya, Tsunade, and even Kakashi. In fact, judging from the subsequent plot, the two Hokage consultants would rather choose to push Kakashi to the position of Hokage than let Danzo take the position. It was obvious that although the two of them had stubborn ideas, they also knew exactly what Danzo was. Third generation is confident that the next Hokage will not be Danzo because there are two Hokage advisors. Although they usually do nothing, their power in Konoha is not comparable to that of Danzo. With the third generation gone, most of the Hokage's power will be in their hands. It is impossible that after the third generation is gone, Danzo will be lawless. This is impossible. Jiraiya brought Sasuke and Naruto to the third generation. Looking at the third generation already lying on the ground, Jiraiya frowned. Advertisement. It's still too late. I didn't expect to use this ninjutsu. It's the same as fourth generation. After all, it's still the same as fourth generation. Jiraiya felt bad. The third generation is his teacher. Even though the third generation has become indecisive as they get older, Jiraiya still respects the third generation. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and Naruto who were placed on the ground by Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, Jiraiya explained. Their chakra consumption was excessive and there is no danger to their lives. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi wanted to ask more, but it wasn't the right time. The third generation died in the battle, and many ninjas in the village were killed and injured. The strength of Konoha village was greatly damaged, and for a while, the surrounding ninja villages were ready to move. However, because Sanagakure village learned that their Kazekage was killed by Orochimaru, and they also lost many ninjas during the attack on Konoha. Therefore, Sanagakure village took the initiative to seek peace. The two Hokage advisors also considered that Konoha has also suffered huge losses and can only accept their peace proposal. This is the best solution currently. If they do not accept Sanagakure village's request for peace and continue to attack Konoha, even if Konoha wins in the end, the losses will be immeasurable. Not to mention that there are many ninja villages nearby who want to take advantage of Konoha's weakness to take risks and attack Konoha. At this time, Sanagakure village sued for peace and requested an alliance with Konoha village, so that Konoha village would not be so passive. Now that both ninja villages have suffered heavy losses, the alliance can deal with the surrounding ninja villages who want to take advantage of the situation. A few days later, Konoha held a funeral for the ninjas who died during the Konoha attack plan. Two Hokage advisors found Jiraiya, Hokage top floor. Two Hokage advisors came up behind Jiraiya. You are still the same as before, you are still so out of tune at such an old age. Hearing this sound, Jiraiya put down his spying binoculars. What do the two consultants want from me? The two Hokage advisors looked serious. The Leaf village has suffered a great loss in this incident. Jiraiya nodded. Naturally, he also knew that Konoha's losses were very heavy this time. Now Konoha village needs to quickly elect Hokage to preside over important events, otherwise other ninja villages will take risks and try. Jiraiya looked at the two of them. Do you have someone chosen? The two looked at each other and looked at Jiraiya. We hope that you can take over the position of Hokage and become the fifth Hokage. Chapter 171 Yi Yu is a big liar. Jiraiya frowned when he heard that the two wanted to recommend him as the fifth Hokage. My personality is not suitable for being a Hokage. The two immediately said, this is not a question of whether you are suitable or not. Now the village needs a Hokage who can take charge of the overall situation. You are Sanin and you have sufficient qualifications, so you are the most suitable candidate. Jiraiya thought for a while and said, when it comes to qualifications, I think of one person. The two Hokage advisors looked at each other. They also thought about it, but they said, but we can't find where she is. Jiraiya smiled. I can find her. Both of them nodded. If you can get her back, it would be really suitable for her to succeed you as the fifth Hokage. Don't look at the next two Hokage consultants who always seem to be at odds with Tsunade. But when it comes to major issues concerning the village, they all stand firmly on Hokage's side. They may have different opinions, but when the final decision is made, they must be on Hokage's side. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the Sanin, Tsunade is undoubtedly a very suitable candidate for the Hokage. Jiraiya continued, I can find Tsunade and convince her to come back as Hokage, but I also have a condition. The two asked, what are the conditions? Jiraiya said, I want to take Naruto out with me. The two frowned. You should know his identity. Jiraiya nodded calmly, I know, that's why I took him out. The two thought for a while, then nodded and said, you can take him out if you want, but I hope you can ensure his safety. As the only Jinchuriki in the village, The two advisors were hesitant to let Jiraiya take him out, but after thinking deeply, they still believed in Jiraiya's character. After all, they can choose Jiraiya to be the Hokage, so they naturally trust him. Jiraiya smiled and said, "What do you think of the orders left by the third generation before they died?" Because when the third generation left the order that day, there were many Anbu ninjas and Jonin present. So naturally the two Hokage consultants also heard about it. The two of them didn't have any entanglement on this issue, and simply said, "Of course we will do what third generation said." Jiraiya was a little surprised. "Don't you have any objections?" The two shook their heads and said, "What opinions do you have? Since third generation arranged it this way, it certainly has its reasons. We still believe in third generation's vision. In fact, if you think about it, you will know that Yi Yu is regarded by third generation as a member of the Hokage family, and the two Hokage consultants will support him even if they have any objections. This is the position of the two consultants, which is to remain consistent with Hokage. And although they don't know much about Yi Yu, they trust third generation's vision. Since third generation issued such an order before his death, it means that he is very optimistic about Yi Yu. Yi Yu's strength and talent must have been certified by third generation. Advertisement, of course they won't object." Jiraiya said nothing more. At this time, in Konoha Hospital, Naruto and Sasuke recovered after several days of treatment. Sakura and Kakashi brought flowers to the ward to see the two of them. Sakura also told Sasuke, Kakashi and Naruto about the day Nine Tails appeared and defeated Shukaku. Very few people knew about Nine Tails the day it appeared. Because the battlefield is in a forest dozens of kilometers away from Konoha village. After Sakura finished speaking, Naruto said, "That day Nine Tails suddenly said that he wanted to let it control my body. At that time, I saw that the tailed beasts in Sanagakure village were going to use tailed beast jade, so I could only choose to believe in Nine Tails. I didn't expect it to actually save the village." Kakashi didn't expect such a thing. At that time, he was guarding the four purple yang formation. Didn't notice the battle between One Tail and Nine Tails. When Kakashi thought about the mission to the Land of Waves, Yi Yu seemed to have said that he and Nine Tails had reached an agreement, and Nine Tails would not take the initiative to go berserk. Naruto held his stomach and sighed, "Is this my Nine Tails or his Nine Tails?" Naruto was still a little sour after hearing what Sakura said when Nine Tails left. After all, Nine Tails sealed in his body did not fight for him, but for Yi Yu. Sasuke remained silent. After a long time, he said, "I'm still too weak now. I don't know when I can catch up with him. He is much more powerful than I thought. Even creatures as powerful as Nine Tails have been tamed by him. How powerful is he? He never seemed to use his full strength. Can I really catch up with him? Is he trying to trick me?" The more Sasuke thought about it, the more he thought about it. He didn't have to catch up with Yi Yu, but Yi Yu said that he could defeat him as long as he developed Sharingan to the Mangekyo stage. Sasuke didn't completely believe Yi Yu's words. He felt that even after he opened Mangekyo, it would be impossible to defeat Yi Yu. But there shouldn't be any problem catching up with him. But now that he heard Xiaoying's words, he felt that it would be difficult for him to catch up with Yi Yu's back. Sasuke felt that he was deceived by Yi Yu. He just thinks Yi Yu is a big liar now, but he is doing it for his own good. But he has already killed several elite Jonin. Moreover, Yi Yu's ninjutsu is so outrageous that it is completely unimaginable for ordinary ninjas. Advertisement, at least Yi Yu will never be a match now. Sasuke shook his head and smiled bitterly. This big liar actually lied to me that I could surpass him. There is no need to mark Flying Thunder God's technique in advance. He didn't care if Sasuke surpassed him. Of course, this is Sasuke's own imagination. Yi Yu has no such idea. Only if Yi Yu's strength can suppress Nine Tails will obey him. I don't care if he can surpass himself, just don't bother him. Sasuke was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling with a bitter look on his face. This improvement was more than what he had achieved in the 6 years he spent at the ninja school. Of course, if Naruto fully masters the power of Nine Tails, he will be in Kurama mode. If he gets the power from Sage of Six Paths, he will have 6 paths level strength. I was so excited before, and I always dreamed of mastering Nine Tails and surpassing him. This is a big liar and a big deceiver. So how big is the gap between you and Yi Yu? He knew how strong Shukaku was. After Gaara completely transformed into a tailed beast, he was instantly killed by Shukaku. With his Flying Thunder God technique, as long as there is chakra, you can basically go wherever you want within a radius of dozens of kilometers, and moving is just a matter of thought. Even Nine Tails can be tamed by him. Even if he masters the power of Nine Tails, how can he surpass Yi Yu? But he didn't realize that his power may have surpassed that of elite Jonin. Naruto also smiled bitterly and said, "That guy also lied to me and said that I would surpass him after mastering the power of Nine Tails." And Nine Tails, who instantly killed Shukaku, was actually willing to protect the village of the human beings that the tailed beasts hated most for Yi Yu. However, he did not go to extremes like before when he found out that he had been cheated. But Shukaku, who killed him instantly, was actually killed instantly by Nine Tails. Yi Yu just wants to give herself a goal to work hard for and a goal to catch up with. After all, if he wanted to, elite Jonin wouldn't even have a chance to fight back in front of him. The reason why Sasuke felt that Yi Yu was doing it for his own good was because he practiced according to Yi Yu's plan and indeed improved his strength from Chunin to Jonin level in just a few months. Anything beyond him is simply nonsense. Coupled with those powerful ninjutsu, he now has strength beyond the cage level. That's why he felt that Yu lied to him for his own good. It's just that he feels that he only has the strength of elite Jonin. Now if Yu's strength is used normally, the film level is no longer his opponent. Only then did Naruto realize that he must have been deceived by Yu. This can only mean that Yu has tamed 9 tails. Chapter 172 Sannin Battle. Both Naruto and Sasuke felt that they had been deceived by Yu. But the two of them did not blame him. They both felt that Yu lied to them for their own good and to give them motivation to become stronger. It can only be said that Yu deceived the two of them deeply during this period. Let the two have deep trust in Yu. Sakura said nothing. Because she had long felt that Yu was deceiving the two of them. She doesn't think the two can surpass Yu. The same goes for Kakashi, who looked at the two of them with relief. He sighed, I finally came to my senses and realized this problem. But even if you can't surpass him, your progress is terrible. In just a few months, you were promoted from Genin to Jonin. I was not so outrageous back then. Now you are stronger than I was back then. Kakashi means this sincerely. When he was 12 years old, he was not as strong as Sasuke and Naruto. Of course, he was referring to the use of ninjutsu, not actual combat experience. In terms of actual combat experience, even Yu is far inferior to Kakashi. At the age of 12, Kakashi was a battlefield veteran. How can a few people who grew up in peaceful times compare? After Sasuke sighed, he looked at Naruto. Is the ninjutsu you and that Jiraiya learned the psychic art? You can actually summon such a huge monster to help fight. Your strength should have surpassed mine now. Naruto smiled complacently and said, that's called Gamabunta, isn't it very strong? Sasuke nodded, with its help, I guess even Jonin is no match for you. Sasuke rubbed his chin and said, it's time for me to find a psychic beast too. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and said, you can use my ninja dog. But Sasuke didn't answer Kakashi's words. Although he didn't say anything, Kakashi knew that Sasuke must be dissatisfied. He felt a little helpless. Even if Yu didn't like his psychic beast, Sasuke didn't even like him. It seems that the only person who can inherit my psychic beast is you, Sakura. Sakura, who was sitting quietly aside, heard Kakashi's words and quickly shook her head. Teacher Kakashi, I think your psychic beast is still not suitable for me. Sakura doesn't really like dogs as psychic beasts either. Kakashi was speechless. Do you dislike my psychic beast so much? Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto didn't speak and they didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Naruto had his own psychic beast and couldn't use it, while Sasuke was thinking about where to get a psychic beast similar to Naruto's. Sakura doesn't need a psychic beast. Advertisement. She would rather not have a psychic beast than Kakashi's ninja dog. One can imagine how disgusted the three of them were with Kakashi's ninja dog. This frustrated Kakashi. Yu, a direct disciple, just doesn't want his own psychic beast. After all, Yu is powerful enough. But even Sakura disliked it, which really made him unable to hold back. If it weren't for the mask blocking his face, he would probably be furious right now. More than a month later, Shore Book Street, Back Mountain. Orochimaru was about to kill Tsunade, who was standing in front of her with a sword. Tsunade, who was still suffering from hemophobia, looked at Naruto lying aside and suddenly clenched her fists. Bang! Tsunade, who suddenly overcame her hemophobia, stood up and punched Orochimaru several dozen meters away. Tsunade stood up panting. His body was covered in blood, and there were several wounds pierced through his body by Orochimaru. After Orochimaru regained his feet after being knocked away, he looked at Tsunade with a look of horror. She can still move even after her lungs were cut off. Tsunade, what methods did you use? Orochimaru was shocked. Tsunade stood up, her body had been trembling, but now she was back to normal. Orochimaru was surprised. You actually overcame hemophobia. I don't know why you risk your life to protect this mere genin. Because Kabuto knew Naruto's strength before, unlike in the original work, Kabuto had knowledge of Naruto's strength. So he was not defeated unexpectedly. Tsunade was panting. Although she had overcome her hemophobia, she had been stabbed several times by Orochimaru, and the wounds were still bleeding. The severe pain made her muscles tremble uncontrollably. I won't let you hurt this kid. Unlike in the original work, Tsunade did not make a bet with Naruto, but she was moved by Naruto's risking his life to protect Tsunade in the battle. She wouldn't let Orochimaru kill Naruto. Hearing Tsunade's words, Orochimaru sneered. Tsunade, you are still as naive as before. You are no longer my opponent now. Even if you overcome your hemophobia, you still can't be my opponent. Tsunade ignored Orochimaru. The hands began to form seals. These injuries really affect my fighting, so let's heal them all. Saying Tsunade's seal, she completed the Yin seal resolution. Shizune on the side became anxious and ran towards Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, don't use that technique. Let me treat your injuries. Advertisement, but Tsunade ignored it. The battle that followed would not allow her to heal her wounds slowly. Although Baihouse technique is used, the wound can heal quickly. But it requires lifespan. Of course, judging from the subsequent situation, Tsunade's life was not shortened. In other words, Tsunade's lifespan is already very long. After releasing the Yin seal, Tsunade once again formed the 100 Heroes art. As the chakra was unlocked, a mysterious facial makeup appeared on Tsunade's face. The wounds on her body healed quickly. In less than a second, the incision of more than 10 centimeters healed. And it didn't leave any scars. Orochimaru was shocked. It seems like you haven't done anything for so many years. Tsunade, what kind of ninjutsu have you developed? While forming the seal again, Tsunade explained, Hokage's jutsu can use chakra to stimulate cell regeneration, giving me the ability to regenerate. Orochimaru was a little surprised, as expected of you, you are the only one who can develop this kind of ninjutsu. Although Tsunade said it was easy, in fact, if you want to do it, you need a very high level of medical ninjutsu. This kind of ninjutsu can only be used by Tsunade. I just saw Tsunade wiping a little blood from her chest and smearing it on the back of her hand. Seeing Tsunade's action, Kabuto Yakushi's eyes widened with a look of horror on his face. What's that action? Orochimaru-sama, come here quickly. Kabuto Yakushi's scream made Orochimaru react. Immediately jumped to Yakushi Kabuto. Hurry up, he said anxiously. The reason why Orochimaru was so anxious was because Tsunade's action just now was a seal for the psychic art. Tsunade is about to summon a living viper. Orochimaru didn't dare to neglect. On the other side, Jiraiya also quickly made a seal. It must be summoned, because he was drugged by Tsunade the day before. Chakra is still very confusing now. For a moment, Sanin used psychic skills at the same time. Psychic art. 3 streaks of smoke filled the battlefield. After the smoke dissipated, the silhouettes of 3 people were revealed. Orochimaru summoned 10,000 snakes, and Tsunade summoned living dragons. But Jiraiya looked at the fist-sized toad in front of him, and his mouth twitched slightly. It's still not successful at such a critical moment, damn it.